Chapter 113. Supply Town, Floating Plaza. This is the plaza where airships come and go from the supply town. It's similar to the train station or airport in Wu Yan's world. The only difference is that it's not a car or a plane that's parked here, it's an airship. Since the supply town was a supply station set up by the Ailu Empire in the giant beast forest, the airships here came from all over the Ailu Empire. Since there were airships coming from all over the Ailu Empire, it was only natural that there would be airships heading to all over the Ailu Empire. Airships were coming and going, and there was a sea of people here. Normally, this was the supply town's most visited place. Originally, the floating plaza was operating normally, but today, there's a small change. Well, it's not really a change, it's just that there's a small group of people, or more accurately, men, who are constantly looking in one direction. What could it be that attracted the attention of so many men? It's none other than a beautiful woman. Her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a very ordinary pale yellow dress with a small white jacket. Hinajiku used her hand to rub her hair that was fluttering in the wind. A faint smile hung on her lips. Beautiful. Charming. Her brown shoulder-length hair swayed gently. Unlike Chuju's fresh outfit, Mikoto is wearing a small black shirt with white trim. She's not wearing a skirt but a pair of denim shorts. She's not very tall, but her smooth and beautiful legs are exposed. Her arms are crossed in front of her chest and she's wearing an impatient expression. Heroic. Carefree. Her shoulder-length pink hair fluttered softly. Her two long ponytails are hidden behind her back with a red hairband. Her short-sleeved white shirt and pleated skirt look very homely. Even though she's expressionless, one look and you'd want to protect her. Beautiful. Noble. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind due to Liren's movements. Her small body was wrapped in a pure white dress. She's always happy no matter when or where she's running around in this small place. Cheerful. Cute. It was this charming, heroic, beautiful, and adorable quartet that attracted the gazes of the men in this corner of the floating plaza. Compared to this group of four, the one standing behind them in a black shirt, black trousers, black hooded jacket, black hair, black eyes and a lazy expression on his face, Wu Yan is the most inconspicuous of them all. Of course, Wu Yan is well aware of this point. If it were him compared to men, he would be more than willing to look at beautiful women. That's why, in order to avoid being stabbed to death by the envious and jealous gazes of the other men, Wu Yan stood behind them from the start, playing the role of a bodyguard. It's not that Chuju and the girls need his protection. After all, other than Liren, the other three are all Tier 7 fighters. Whoever messes with them is looking for death. Wu Yan's bodyguard is only doing the job of chasing away those arrogant, rich, and handsome men who came to hit on them. He only showed a little of his skills and those who came to hit on them left dejectedly. A beautiful and cute girl with a Tier 7 fighter as her bodyguard. No matter how you look at it, she must be a disciple of a big family, right? That's why they imagine Chuju and the girls to be disciples of a big family who brought a Tier 7 bodyguard out for fun. It's this setting that made those who wanted to hit on them stop in their tracks. They could only look at them blankly from the side and satisfy themselves with their gazes. If they knew that Chuju and the girls weren't disciples of a big family and that Wu Yan wasn't a bodyguard but the core of this group, they would definitely kill Wu Yan first and then devour the four girls. Of course by then they wouldn't be far from death. It has been 3 days since Wu Yan ate Kaisha-sama and Sis-Kanon alive. During these 3 days, Wu Yan was very depressed. He was so depressed that he wanted to shout, "Why are you doing this to me?" It hadn't been easy for him to change his profession and eat meat. Wu Yan had thought that his days of happiness would be coming soon. However, he didn't know if there would be any. These 3 days, Wu Yan's life had been extremely miserable. Wu Yan believed that his willpower was pretty good. Although he couldn't become Lu Xiaohui, it wasn't that easy to seduce him. Nowadays, the so-called good willpower is a thing of the past. After tasting meat, he naturally wants to taste it a few more times. How else would he be able to live up to his reputation? Who would have thought that after he pushed her down that day, the president and Sis-Kanon would keep rejecting him? Was there any justice in this world? Therefore, during these 3 days, Wu Yan lived a life where he could see but couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and could only eat himself. He had lost a few kilograms. Every morning when he wakes up, he would find Ikaros lying on top of him, looking at him as he slept. That figure that's even more voluptuous than Kaisha-sama and railguns. How could he hold himself back when he couldn't get rid of the fire in him? However, every time Wu Yan couldn't hold himself back and wanted to push Ikaros down, the president and cis cannon would jump out from some corner and extinguish all of Wu Yan's desires. During these 3 days, Wu Yan cried. He also knows that Hinajuku and Makoto are doing this to get back at him for forcing himself on them. That's why he can only accept it. He's just thinking about finding a time to get back at them. Yep, he'll use a special method. Fortunately, after these 3 days, Chuju and Makoto's anger had subsided a lot. The two women didn't fight with each other because Wu Yan pushed them down at the same time. Instead, their relationship got better. It could be said that they silently agreed with Wu Yan's fickle behavior. After all, even their lives were intertwined. They were fated to be together forever. Instead of fighting each other and not living happily, it was better to get along with each other freely and live a more comfortable life. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about how to get along with each other. Furthermore, Hinajuku and Makoto felt that Wu Yan's words before he pushed her down made sense to them. If one of them gets together with Wu Yan while the other can only be sad, the two kind-hearted girls couldn't bear to see that happen. They also understood that even though they couldn't stand Wu Yan's fickle behavior, they knew that he was sincere towards them. The two women who were familiar with Wu Yan could still feel it. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted this fact. Of course, they were still angry. Therefore, when he thought of this, Wu Yan cried again. In these 3 days, Wu Yan didn't know how many times he secretly shouted, "I'm going to restore my position as the husband," but he could only treat it as fantasy. After all, he was the one who let Chuju and Makoto down first. He felt guilty that he couldn't give them all his love, so he could only give them the perfect love. At the same time, Wu Yan despised those who openly opened their crystal palace. Even though his crystal palace was already in its embryonic form. As for why Wu Yan's group of 5 appeared in the floating plaza, it's actually very simple. They decided to go out. Always staying in the supply town isn't the way to go, right? Going to the behemoth forest to level up? That's nonsense, they're all high tier now. How could it be that easy to level up? This time, if it wasn't for the treasure hunt that brought them more and stronger monsters than the one they encountered in the Yaoma cave, it's hard to say whether or not Wu Yan could have reached tier 7. Not to mention, Kaisha-sama was only tier 4 at that time. And if they go out, where would they go? In the Spalier world, the 5 of them were unfamiliar with the place and people. Even Liren, who was born and raised in this world, didn't go out much. In the end, the 5 of them decided to send Liren home. Which is to go to Liren's home, Beherl. But Beherl was very far from the supply town, even further than the small Ring Mountain range. So naturally, they could only choose to take the floating ship. Chapter 114. Beherl, in the Ailu Empire, was a relatively high-class area. Although it couldn't be compared to Mafa Ace, where the #1 family of the empire, the Lori family, was located, it was still a well-known area compared to other small areas with only 1 or 2 families. It has to be said that the floating airships of this world, with the help of those invisible large-scale teleportation circles in the air, were extremely efficient. In Wu Yan's world, who knows how many days it would take to get there by plane, but in the Spalier world, it took less than half a day to get there. After disembarking from the airship at Beherl's floating plaza, little Liren shouted and cheered loudly. Because she knew, she had finally returned to the place where she belonged. Some of the uncles were originally dissatisfied with someone shouting loudly, but when they turned around and saw it was little Liren, their dissatisfaction turned into smiles, making Wu Yan feel a chill in his heart. No matter which world, uncles are creatures that must exist. From the expressions of the surrounding uncles, Wu Yan could see that the uncles of the Spalier world also had lowly fetishes. Little Liren, where do we go from here? Chuju held little Liren's hand, squatted down and smiled at her. Seeing little Liren's happy expression, Chuju couldn't help but smile as well. Who would have thought that such a beautiful president with a smile on her face would refuse to get on the floating airship due to her fear of heights when they were resupplying the town? If it wasn't for Wu Yan, who couldn't stand it anymore and exchanged for a stabilizing item from the system, the president would have suggested that they walk to Beherl. Hearing Chuju's words, little Liren was distressed. Although she was born in this place, she rarely went to places far away, so in this relatively large Beherl, there were many places she hadn't been to. And Beherl's floating plaza was a place she hadn't been to before. Her little head shook non-stop, trying to remember the location of her home. Her little eyes darted around, trying to remember the floating plaza's location in Beherl. In the end, little Liren lowered her head. Woo-woo, Liren doesn't know where to go either. Chuju helplessly stroked little Liren's head. If that's the case, it seems like we can only take our time to find them. Ignoring the gazes of those who are jealous of him standing next to the beauties, he looked around and after thinking for a bit, he walked in front of the crowd. Let's walk around first. Maybe we can find a place that the little girl is familiar with. That's true. Not sure if it's because Wu Yan said the word stroll, but other than Ikaros, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren's spirits were lifted. Smiles spread across their faces, making Wu Yan's eyelids twitch. Walking on the street, Wu Yan's group still received 100% of the attention. But this time, Wu Yan didn't ignore their gazes. He thought it would be great if someone could recognize little Liren. However, Hinajiku and the other two seemed to have forgotten about finding a house. They were all looking around at the various shops and stalls, occasionally pointing at certain items with bright smiles on their faces. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Women. Ikaros was the only one who stayed by Wu Yan's side. She scanned the surroundings to see if there's anyone or anything that could threaten Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her again. After walking for who knows how long, Wu Yan felt like he was about to run out of oil. Finally, Chuju spoke up. I'm a bit tired from walking, let's find a place to sit. Straightening his back, Wu Yan came back to life, pointed at a restaurant and said with a smile, There's a restaurant over there, let's go there. Then without waiting for Chuju and Mikoto to reply, he walked over in big strides, as if afraid that Chuju would refuse. The two adults and one child couldn't help but laugh and followed him. This otherworld's restaurant doesn't look any different from our academy cities. After finding a place to sit down, Mikoto glanced at the restaurant and said so. She dared to speak so loudly, not afraid of being heard by others. Holding a menu, Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand casually. There should still be some differences in the subtle areas. Hinajiku also looked at the street and pedestrians outside the glass window, then turned to look at Liren. Little Liren, can you recognize where this is? Hearing that, little Lin's face fell and she whimpered. Ugh, I still don't know. Well, take your time, no need to rush. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? Pinching little Liren's face, Mikoto said with a smile. That's true, since we're already at the right place, what's there to be afraid of? Although with little Liren's silly look, it's still a bit difficult to find. Under the gaze of everyone in the restaurant, the five of them started chatting, completely unaware that they've become the center of attention. Or maybe they know, they're just used to it and couldn't be bothered. With a straw in his mouth, drinking something similar to fruit juice, Wu Yan leaned back in his chair and looked out the window in boredom. At this time, Wu Yan frowned. What's wrong? On the surface, they've been chatting, but in reality, whether it's Chuju, Mikoto or Ikaros, they're all focused on Wu Yan, paying attention to his every move. That's why Wu Yan's frown naturally fell into their eyes. Still looking out the window, Wu Yan's frown didn't loosen. He directly said to the girls, Don't you think there's something wrong with the people outside? Chuju and Mikoto looked out the window. Soon, the scene of people rushing in a certain direction fell into their eyes. Wu Yan pondered for a bit and said, Let's go check it out. Nodding in agreement, the group quickly got up and walked out of the restaurant. Seeing the pedestrians whispering to each other and rushing in a certain direction, Wu Yan quickly grabbed one of them. Brother, what's going on in front of us? Why are you all rushing in that direction? You don't know. When the pedestrian saw Wu Yan, he felt that he's a bit of a beast. Using the tone of a pimp, he bragged to Wu Yan as if he's some big shot. Because there are two major forces in Betrayal, the Midobia family and the Iron Dogs mercenary group there. Midobia family. Iron Dogs mercenary group. When he first heard the names of these two forces, Wu Yan was stunned. Not only Wu Yan, even Chuju and Mikoto had the same expression. Iron Dogs mercenary group. Isn't that the mercenary group that raised the disgusting dog and kidnapped little Liren to Supply Town? That mercenary group is also here? What does this have to do with you guys running around like this? You guys don't know. Again with this sentence, Wu Yan resisted the urge to punch him. He put on a smiling face and continued to listen. In front, the Midobia family and the Iron Dogs mercenary group are fighting over there. Fighting? Wu Yan slightly stunned. He frowned again. These two forces don't seem to have a good relationship. Connecting the dots between Betrayal, little Liren's hometown, the Iron Dog's mercenary group and the Medobia family, Wu Yan thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it. He could only thank this hateful pedestrian and let him go. Yen, that Iron Dog's mercenary group is also here. Should we go and take a look? Chuju whispered in Wu Yan's ear. That mercenary group kidnapped little Liren. If they bring little Liren there, they don't know if something will happen, so Chuju is a bit worried. Let's go take a look, Wu Yan said in a low voice. This Iron Dog's mercenary group must have a purpose for kidnapping little Liren. This is her hometown. Maybe we can find out something if we go take a look. Looking at Chuju's expression, Wu Yan laughed and held her little hand. Well, even if something happens, do you think we're scared? Don't forget, you're also a rank 7. Being held by Wu Yan, Chuju blushed. Who's scared? Let's go. Chapter 115. Behurl, an empty space in the middle of a street. In the middle of the empty space, there were quite a few people standing there. A group of people with weapons in their hands, looking very aggressive. Another group of people had a very disgusting bald dog by their side, looking very fierce. They were facing each other, but their faces were filled with hostility. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were from two different groups, and they didn't have a good relationship. More and more people came running over, surrounding them in the middle, pointing and whispering. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were here to watch a show. At the very front of both groups, there was a person standing at the front. From the looks of it, he should be the leader. One group's leader was a young lad, while the other group's leader was a middle-aged man with a bald dog. At this time, the young leader spoke. Tigray, if you don't hand over our young miss today, we will not let this go. Hearing that, the middle-aged man with the dog called Tigray couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was full of mockery. He looked at the young leader and sneered. Who do you think you are to say that to me? Gray would be the one to do it, but with a little guard like you, do you believe that if I kill you, Gray wouldn't even have a word of complaint? The young leader tightly gripped the sword in his hand, fiercely gritting his teeth, then firmly said, As long as I can save our young miss, I, Della, am willing to die. Aya, so touching, so admirable, pooh. Spitting a mouthful of saliva on the ground for his dog to lick, Tigray waved his hand. The people behind him all took a step forward, including their dogs. Just based on what you said just now, I can kill you. Which eye of yours saw your young miss in my hands? How dare you slander me? I'll kill you right now. Humph, as long as you're in Behurl, who doesn't know that the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Tigray, hates our patriarch Gray to the bone. Every day, you're thinking of swallowing our Medobia family. Other than you, who else would have ideas about our young miss? Hearing Della's words, Tigray's face turned gloomy. Originally, he was afraid that the Medobia family would come knocking on his door, so he wanted to let this kid go, but he didn't expect this guy to be so ungrateful. That guy is dead for sure. A mercenary beside Tigray looked at Della and gloated. He actually dared to touch Commander Tigray's scar. Now, even if Medobia's patriarch comes, he won't be able to save him. Of course, this sentence was just a bluff. His companions standing beside him all knew this, but they were also sure that unless the Gray family head came, the kid in front of them wouldn't be able to escape. Tigray looked at Della and said coldly, Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone has one. Yes. Since you dare to slander me, no matter what, I am still a company leader. If I don't kill you, wouldn't anyone else be able to climb on top of my head? Where would the dignity of my Iron Dog's mercenary company be? Let's see what Gray can do to me. Tigray still said this in a dignified manner. It seems like he's still afraid of that so-called Gray family head. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Kill him. Just as the Iron Dog's mercenary group was about to make their move, a wave of messy footsteps came from the side. Even in such a crowded place, the sound of footsteps could still be heard clearly. Just by listening to it, one could tell that there were definitely a lot of people. Tigray obviously heard it as well. He hurriedly yelled, Stop, and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the surrounding people opened up a path. Then, a strong middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. Seeing this person, Tigray's face sunk while Della's face was filled with joy. Patriarch. The person who came is the Medobia family's patriarch, Gray Medobia. Tigray saw Gray walking in front of Della. His eyes flashed with a trace of hatred, but he quickly hid it. He raised his hand to signal the mercenaries not to act rashly. Then he remained silent. Gray glared at Della and scolded. "Do you know what you're doing? Who told you to do this?" Della's face was full of grievances. He knew that even though the patriarch was scolding him, it was actually a show of concern. It's also because of this that he was willing to follow him. But he still wanted to refute. "But patriarch, the young miss must have been—" "You shut up." Gray rudely interrupted Della's words. When he heard Della's words, his eyes were also filled with hatred. "Stand aside." "But patriarch." Before he could finish, Della saw Gray's expression and could only step aside. "Yes." After settling Della's matter, Gray turned to Tigray. Before he could say anything, Tigray spoke first. "Gray. Looks like you didn't manage your family's dog well." Gray was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laugh was especially cheerful. He pointed at Tigray and laughed. "Tigray, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Everyone knows that only you Iron Dog's mercenaries raise dogs. Our Medobia family raises humans." "You!" Tigray's expression was dark as he stared at Gray. Gray's words were obviously mocking their mercenaries for being dogs. But he couldn't refute and could only laugh coldly. "Stubborn Gray, you should know that your family's guard is slandering me. Let's settle this score." Gray stopped laughing and looked at Tigray. "How do you want to settle this?" "Very simple." Tigray laughed sinisterly and pointed at the stunned Della. "Just hand him over to me. Don't even think about it." Gray immediately shouted loudly, causing Tigray to jump in fright. Della, on the other hand, was moved. "You want me to hand him over? Dream on." "Not handing him over." Tigray smiled triumphantly as if he had expected this. "He's slandering me. If you don't hand him over, does it mean that your Medobia family is protecting him? If so, then let's prepare for war. Otherwise, there's no reason left." "Reason? You think Tigray would care about that? Normally when your Iron Dog's mercenary group is acting like a tyrant outside and you're protecting them, why aren't you talking about reason?" Almost 90% of the people present felt disdain towards Tigray's words. Of course, they didn't say anything on the surface. After all, compared to the Iron Dog's mercenary group, they're just small fries. Gray also clenched his fist tightly. He's not afraid of war, but he's afraid of Tigray's words. Right now, Tigray is in the right. If he really makes a move, then the reputation that Medobia family has accumulated over the years will be completely destroyed. "Change the condition, Tigray," Gray said in a low voice. "You should know that I will never hand my people over to you." Tigray obviously knows that Gray won't hand Tigray over to him. That's why he purposely said that. How could Gray not know? When he heard Gray's words, Tigray laughed and pointed at Gray. "Since you're Gray, I'll be a little more lenient. As long as you apologize to me, I'll let this matter go." "What?" Della cried out. He quickly walked to Gray's side and loudly objected. "Patriarch, you can't do this." Gray raised his hand and stopped Della from speaking. His face was cloudy and uncertain. How could he not know what Tigray is planning? It wasn't just because Tigray wanted to take advantage of him, but also because if he apologized, the whole of Bahurl would know tomorrow that the patriarch of the Medobia family had apologized to the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group. At that time, their family would be at a disadvantage in their confrontation with the Iron Dog's mercenary group. Big powers are all about face. If this face is lost, it'll chill the hearts of many people. But to ask him to hand over his most loyal bodyguard, how could Gray do it? Just when Gray was about to apologize, a childish voice called out. The owner of the voice is a little girl, but it's this voice that made Gray's whole body tremble. "Daddy." Chapter 116. Daddy. In the huge arena where a storm was brewing, time seemed to stop for 2 seconds when this tender voice rang out. For a moment, both sides actually stopped what they were doing at the same time. Gray turned his head towards the source of the voice in disbelief. Just this action of turning his head seemed to have taken him thousands of years to do. He was afraid that this voice was just a hallucination. Along with this call, along with the sound of cheering, a small figure leaped out from the crowd and pounced onto Gray, who was trembling uncontrollably. "Daddy!" Little Liline hugged Gray and giggled happily. She was like a child who had just returned home. She was innocent, cheerful, and lively. Gray finally realized that this wasn't an illusion. Liren, it's really you. Where did you run off to? Don't you know Daddy is worried? Gray's eyes were slightly moist, but his mouth was still scolding her. He hugged the petite body in his arms tightly. Only the heavens knew how he managed to survive the days when little Liren was missing. Only Della, who was beside him, knew that these days, the usually astute clan leader Gray had been sitting in his seat in a daze. The situation that was originally tit for tat, at this moment, suddenly turned into the scene of a reunion between father and son. This caused the crowd to be stunned. Gray's side was in a state of joy, but Tigray's side was completely shocked. How is this possible? Looking at the little girl in Gray's arms, Tigray was completely stunned. Others may not know the whereabouts of the Madobia family's young miss, but he, Tigray, how could he not know? This young miss, he was the one who kidnapped her. Ty Lee, that bastard. What the hell is he doing? He can't even handle such a small matter. What a waste. Tigray clenched his fist tightly. The veins on his face popped out, proving that he was furious to the extreme. Seeing little Liren come back, he knew that Ty Lee's side had lost her. Tigray had completely forgotten about it. Now that the hostage was back, what about Ty Lee, who was in charge of the kidnapping? Did he forget about it, or did he not care about it at all? Taking a deep breath, Tigray adjusted his emotions and put on a fake smile and said, Patriarch Gray, although I'm sorry to disturb you and your daughter's reunion, it seems like our matter hasn't been resolved yet. Gray, who was immersed in the joy of reuniting, finally reacted. But at this moment, Gray held an indifferent attitude. As long as his daughter is back, anything is fine. Tigray looked at Gray's happy face. The anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished. The plan failed, Gray was happy, so of course he wouldn't be happy. Gray, now that your daughter is back, it's good that I'm innocent. Our Iron Dog's mercenary group wouldn't kidnap someone and then release them, right? Your subordinate has slandered me. If you don't give me an explanation, I will not let this matter rest. Even if the final plan failed, Tigray still intended to bite Gray. Hearing this, Gray put down the little Liren in his arms and stood up to face Tigray. Okay, I'll apologize now. Apologize. Tigray laughed out loud. His laughter was especially ear-piercing, but the anger hidden in his laughter was heard by many people present. A portion of the smart ones had already guessed the cause and effect of this matter, including Gray. As his laughter faded, Tigray raised his weapon and pointed it at Gray and viciously said, I, the dignified leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, was slandered by a subordinate. You want to let this matter go with an apology? Then in the future, anyone can step on my head and let this matter go with an apology. You. Gray was stunned. Even the surrounding people were in an uproar. He was the one who said that he would apologize, and now he's the one who said that an apology won't let this matter go. This is obviously going back on his words. Tigray didn't care what others thought. He only knew that there was a fire burning in his heart. Now that the situation is in his favor, if he doesn't vent this anger, he won't be able to let this matter go. Tigray made a hand gesture and the mercenaries behind him all took out their weapons. The dogs beside him also began to bark. No matter how you look at it, it's obvious that Tigray is trying to show off his strength. Tigray! Gray was also enraged at this moment. He yelled, Looks like you don't plan to let this matter go. Don't think that I, Gray, am easy to bully. Della, who was beside him, immediately raised his do chi. Previously, because of him, the patriarch almost lowered his head to that despicable person. Della was also furious. At this moment, the one who dared to say that he wants to make a move the most is him. The soldiers on both sides also raised their do chi. A few mages also began to raise their magic. The group of saber-toothed hounds also arched their bodies, ready to pounce at any moment. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a fight, little Liren shrunk her head back in fear. She then leaped away from Gray's side and ran to the side, plunging headfirst into the embrace of an unfamiliar woman. This sudden scene naturally caused both parties to be unavoidably stunned. When they clearly saw the person that little Lileen had leaped into her embrace, they were once again stunned. It was a very beautiful woman with long pink hair. Beside her, there were two equally beautiful women with tea-colored hair and pink hair. Standing in the crowd of onlookers, they were very conspicuous. When the onlookers realized that there were three beautiful women standing beside them, they were all stunned. When they regained their senses, they retreated as if they were afraid of getting into trouble. Only a young man was left standing beside them. Looking at the people on the scene, he smiled faintly. Suddenly seeing beautiful women, Gray couldn't help but be stunned. But no matter what, he's still the head of a family with a wife and daughter. He quickly regained his composure. On the other hand, Tigre's eyes were filled with amazement. Seeing that his daughter was seeking shelter from Wu Yan's group, how could Gray not know little Liren's relationship with Wu Yan's group isn't shallow? Hesitating for a moment, he asked, "And you are?" Us. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't answer Gray's question, because they were all looking at Wu Yan. From the looks of it, they want Wu Yan to step in. Wu Yan laughed and shrugged. Glancing at Gray, he smiled faintly. "Well, we're just passers-by." And passers-by, that's right. For a moment, Gray didn't know how to answer. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but roll their eyes at Wu Yan. How could they not know that Wu Yan was being naughty again? Gray has been interacting with people his whole life and he's never seen such an answer like today. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. Then, "This mister, how should I address you?" "Me. I'm called." Hearing that, Wu Yan lowered his head and seriously thought for a moment. Suddenly, he hit his own head as if he suddenly realized something. Right, passers-by don't have any sense of existence. Things like names, authors shouldn't give passers-by. Why am I seriously thinking about what I'm called? I really shouldn't. At this moment, not only Gray, even the real passers-by and Tigre who had their eyes on Hinagika's trio couldn't help but lose their composure. If it weren't for Gray's good temper, and the other party's good relationship with his daughter, even if Gray didn't hit him, he would have ignored him. Chuju and Mikoto both lowered their heads at the same time and moved a few steps to the side, trying to distance themselves from Wu Yan and pretend not to know him. Afraid of losing face. Wu Yan, on the other hand, just wanted to play and have a little bit of revenge. When Liren threw herself into Kaisha-sama's embrace, everyone was looking at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. Standing beside them, he was completely ignored. Even though Wu Yan enjoyed this kind of treatment from the supply town to be hurl, but this little bit of resentment still pierced into Wu Yan's heart. At this time, if he doesn't vent it properly, he'll feel uncomfortable. That's why Wu Yan is very petty. Chapter 117. Maybe she's unhappy that Wu Yan bullied her papa. Liren lifted her head from Hinagika's embrace and looked at Wu Yan before saying in a sweet voice, "Oni, don't bully my papa, okay?" Hearing that, the surrounding passers-by couldn't help but laugh. This situation is indeed a bit like that, to the point that Gray's expression is one of awkwardness. Wu Yan shrugged, putting away his mischievous thoughts and smiled at Gray. "It's just a joke, don't take it to heart. My name is Wu Yan. Beside me are my wives. Greetings, clan head Gray." "Wives?" As soon as the words left his mouth, someone shouted in disbelief. There were a lot of people, including Midobia's and Iron Dog's mercenaries. "You!" Chuju and Mikoto's face instantly turned red, but they couldn't refute it. After all, it was only a few days ago that they were pushed down. But in front of so many people, calling themselves his wives or whatnot, the shy Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon couldn't wait to find a place to hide. Looking at Wu Yan's calm face, they gritted their teeth. Of course, from their flushed cheeks, it's obvious that they're more than willing to do so. In their shyness, Chuju and Mikoto forgot that the so-called "beside me are my wives," this "beside me" also includes Ikaros. Of course, compared to the blushing Chuju and Mikoto, Ikaros' expression didn't change at all. But if someone were to look closely, they'd notice that there's a ripple of emotion in Ikaros' eyes. As for the surrounding passers-by and the subordinates of the two factions, they're completely Spartan. Looking back and forth between Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, and then looking at Wu Yan, who doesn't look too common, but at least he's the type that wouldn't attract too much attention if thrown into a crowd. Everyone's a little confused. This, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. However, the three women standing beside him did not refute him. Instead, they even had a bashful look on their faces. It was clear that they acknowledged Wu Yan's words of wife. Therefore they were jealous. They were envious. They started to hate him. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the people around him, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. Not to mention how many gazes he had received along the way. He had already reached the realm of being able to ignore them. He himself was also clear that a winner in life had to be baptized. The baptism of gazes was the most superficial kind. It was not like he was going to burn it. What was this brother afraid of? While everyone was silent, Gray laughed heartily and said to Wu Yan, "Young man, your fortune is not bad each of your wives are so charming and alluring, it's the envy of others." Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Chuju and Mikoto. He smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Yeah, I've always thought that being able to be with them is my lifetime's blessing." Chuju and Mikoto heard this and couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes, they couldn't help but smile. However, their faces were getting redder and redder. They could only continue to lower their heads, not looking at those eyes that were enough to make them sink deeper. "Haha, you husband and wife's relationship is really good. Also, it seems like my daughter is also under your care. Gray, here, thank you." After that, Gray gave Wu Yan a noble salute. Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't dare. While they were greeting each other courteously, Tigray's expression on the side was getting worse and worse. His sworn enemy actually ignored him and started chatting with another brat who was still wet behind the ears. Anyone with a temper would not be able to endure this. Even Tigray's gaze towards Wu Yan became unfriendly. And the reason for this unfriendliness, other than Gray, is also because of Wu Yan's beautiful wives. Only Tigray himself knows. "Gray, looks like you really don't put me in your eyes." Seeing that Gray still wanted to chat with Wu Yan, Tigray's anger could no longer be contained as he roared loudly. Gray coldly glanced at Tigray and then said to Wu Yan, "Little bro, I still have some matters to settle here. Wait a moment, I'll have a good chat with little bro to express my gratitude." Under the control of Tigray's anger, he wanted to take a bite out of Gray. But how could Gray just sit there and wait for his death? Being continuously provoked by Tigray, Gray's heart was also on fire. The two of them were fire against fire, so naturally they could only fight it out. Too bad with Wu Yan here, this large-scale fight is destined not to happen. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Tigray, his eyes had a trace of coldness. Not to mention that Gray is little Liren's father. Just the fact that this Iron Dog's mercenary group made him unhappy, he didn't plan to just stand by and watch. At the beginning, not only did Tai Li covet his armament, he also coveted Chuju and Mikoto. His ugly personality was exposed. This Tigray and Tai Li are definitely not good people. Plus, he kidnapped little Liren. Wu Yan walked to the stage as if there's no one around. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros also quickly followed, forming a triangle with Gray and Tigray, causing everyone to be stunned. Wu Yan looked at Tigray, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Leader Tigray, right?" "That's right. It's me." Tigray coldly looked at Wu Yan, as if he wanted to see what kind of trick Wu Yan is playing. Wu Yan nodded and said in a low voice, "Tai Li, who is he to you?" "Tai Li." Tigray's face changed. He thought Wu Yan wanted to denounce him. After all, that little girl from Madobia family was with them. Then, it's very likely that it was Wu Yan's group who saved her from Tai Li's hands. But, there's no proof. What can Gray do to me? You're just a kid. What can you do to me? Tai Li is my little brother. Is that so? Wu Yan smiled. Just when Tigray thought he was going to expose him, Wu Yan's tone changed. "Leader Tigray, did you know?" Wu Yan looked at Gray with a smile, then his face suddenly darkened and said in a low voice, "Your good little brother once had ideas about my wife." Everyone present was slightly startled. They looked at Tigray in surprise, but Tigray only laughed loudly and said, "Oh? And then? What do you want? You want to team up with Gray to deal with me?" Tigray's face darkened. He coldly said, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. You should know, there are some muddy waters that you can't get involved in." Wu Yan was startled, then laughed again. His laugh was exceptionally happy and cheerful, but there wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes. "Can I take it that you're threatening me?" Gray was a little anxious. Wu Yan took care of his daughter, and he had a good impression of him. Now that he's saying this in front of Tigray, who has a terrible temper, isn't he afraid that Tigray will cause trouble for him? "So what if I am?" Tigray said with disdain. "Don't tell me you really think you're someone?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tigray froze. His entire body froze. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. He didn't even dare to move. On his forehead, a drop of cold sweat trickled down and dripped onto the ground. Gray's astute face was filled with astonishment, shock, and a thick sense of disbelief. Della, who was standing beside him, unconsciously loosened his grip, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. However, he didn't care about it at all, and was dumbstruck. They were not the only ones. Everyone at the scene was astonished at this moment. The place fell into a dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. What did they just see? They saw that the harmless and smiling Wu Yan had unknowingly appeared in front of Tigray, the incomparably arrogant leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group. In his hand, he pulled out a thin long knife from who knows where and placed it on Tigray's neck. Cold sweat dripped down Tigray's face. The arrogant expression from before still remained on his face, but he didn't dare to move an inch. Feeling the cold sensation on his neck, and the faint killing intent coming from the smiling Wu Yan, Tigray could only maintain his stiff appearance and stand there. He's scared. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 118. Under the gaze of everyone present, Tigray was so ashamed he wanted to die. Anger and resentment rose in his heart at the same time, but he didn't dare to voice it out. Face or life, which was more important? Perhaps to some people, face was far more important than life, but unfortunately, Tigray was definitely not one of them. If he lost his life, what was the point of saving face? Therefore, even though the gazes directed at him made him feel extremely embarrassed, he still did not dare to move an inch. He could feel the sharpness of the weapon against his neck. It was so sharp that he could feel the pain on his skin just by pressing it against his neck. He could feel the killing intent of this guy called Wu Yan standing in front of him. If he didn't cooperate, then he definitely wouldn't be merciful. When that time comes, what face, what Iron Dog's mercenary group, what leader, none of these would be able to protect him. Under the threat of death and the control of the anger in his heart, Tigray had completely lost his ability to judge. So much so that he couldn't see the meaning behind those gazes. What Tigray didn't know was that the gazes of everyone present didn't have any intention of mocking or ridiculing him. There was only shock and disbelief. Betrayal, there were many big and small factions, but there were only two of the biggest, and that was the Madobia family and the Iron Dog's mercenary group. These two factions, in a region with hundreds of factions in Betrayal, were still able to stand at the top. One could only imagine how strong they were. And among these two strongest factions in Betrayal, the leader of the Madobia family, Gray, and the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Tigray, were undoubtedly the strongest existences in these two factions. In other words, Gray and Tigray were the two strongest people in Betrayal. But today, the incomparably strong leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Tigray, was taken down by a youth who looked to be in his 20s in a single exchange. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? This was the thought that rose in the minds of countless people present. Of course, if Wu Yan knew of this thought, he would definitely laugh out loud, and very happily. Incomparably powerful? If it was me a few days ago, it might have been a bit troublesome, but it definitely wouldn't be a problem to take him down, let alone now that I'm at the 7th step. The so-called strongest faction in Betrayal is just that they have a lot of strong people under them. After the trip to the treasure room and seeing the tens of thousands of stone spiders and humans, Wu Yan didn't even put them in his eyes. Even if they can't, he wouldn't mind letting them play with Ikaros for a while. Looking at the sweaty Tigray standing in front of him, Wu Yan curled his lips in disgust. Even Chuju, Mikoto, and the others who were still normal were disgusted. Just a moment ago, he was still so arrogant. But now, with a knife on his neck, his performance was so unbearable. Sure enough, with such an elder brother, there would be such a younger brother. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Those who came from the same nest were really not good people. Commander! Recovering from their shock, the group of mercenaries behind Tigray finally realized what had happened. They held their weapons in their hands as they cried out in alarm, accompanied by the barking of the sharp-toothed hounds. Don't act rashly! Tigray hurriedly shouted at the mercenaries behind him. Hearing their commander's words, the mercenaries could only take a few steps back, helplessly accepting the fact that their commander was being held hostage. Commander, hang in there, we're coming to save you. Tigray didn't feel relieved hearing that. Instead, he was furious. Why didn't you guys shout so loudly when the enemy charged over? I'm being held hostage and all of you were stunned, only reacting after the sun came up. I'd rather count on Gray to put in a good word for me than count on you guys to save me. Tigray was making things difficult for them. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, no one else could see Wu Yan's movements clearly. Even he himself couldn't react, let alone these mercenaries who only have a few fifth tier. Wu Yan very elegantly waited for them to finish chatting before he moved the shana in his hand. Looking at Tigray, who was shocked by his own actions, Wu Yan smiled. What's wrong? Commander Tigray, didn't you say that I'm not a big deal? Why aren't you continuing? Tigray secretly sighed in relief. Since Wu Yan didn't make a move immediately, it meant that he didn't intend to do anything to him. This more or less calmed him down. But when he heard Wu Yan's words, he pursed his lips and forced himself to say, Lil, what do you want? How could Wu Yan not see through Tigray's act of calmness? Disdainful and amused, he tilted his head and said, It's not what I want, it's what you want, isn't it? You were the one who said it yourself, so what if you threaten me? Tigray choked and glared at Wu Yan hatefully. The situation was beyond his control, he could only say, It's my bad luck that I'm not as good as you. He was just threatening Wu Yan not to get involved in this mess, and now he's compromised under Wu Yan's threat. It's ironic, but it's only to the point where Tigray can only admit that he's unlucky. It's impossible for him to say, It's my fault to Wu Yan. Unless Wu Yan really threatened Tigray directly, Tigray could only compromise in order to save his life. But Wu Yan didn't intend to push him too hard. A dog would jump over a wall when cornered. This dog-rearing mercenary group must have understood this principle. Wu Yan smiled and waved his empty hand at Tigray. This casual gesture made Tigray feel strangely angry. Tigray suppressed the anger in his heart and said sullenly, Can you let me go now? Wu Yan nodded indifferently and looked at Tigray's face. I didn't intend to offend Commander Tigray. It's just that Commander Tigray said he wanted to see what kind of person I am, so I showed a few moves. Please don't take offense. Tigray was furious. He felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He was angry every day, but he'd never been as angry as he was today. Plus, he couldn't vent his anger like he usually did. Then, Wu Yan suddenly acted as if he suddenly realized something and continued, All right, there's also that good brother of yours. You don't have to go look for him. Even if you go look for him, you'll probably only find his corpse. You killed him? Tigray cried out involuntarily. Wu Yan laughed mockingly. Ah yes. He had designs on my wife. If I didn't kill him, was I supposed to keep him around and waste food? You! Tigray gritted his teeth and stared at Wu Yan. All he saw was Wu Yan's cold gaze. He could only turn his head dejectedly. If he died, then he died. He failed the mission, so he was just a piece of trash. Seeing that Tigray didn't intend to pursue his brother's death, Wu Yan's mocking smile became even wider. As expected, both brothers were animals. Removing Niden Zhanna from Tigray's neck, Tigray immediately channeled his Do Chi and jumped back, as if he was afraid that Wu Yan would come and put a blade on his neck again. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to it. He lifted Niden Zhanna and twirled his blade around before walking back to Chuju and the others. Looking at Wu Yan's back, Tigray wanted to sneak up and kill him countless times. However, Wu Yan's ghostly figure made him not dare to act rashly. He could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and roar at the mercenaries behind him. Let's go! The Iron Dog's mercenaries slowly retreated. The bystanders were afraid of touching the fire. Plus, there was no good show to watch, so they scattered like birds and beasts. Wu Yan brought Chuju and the others to Gray's side. Looking at Gray, who still hasn't recovered from the series of events, Wu Yan was speechless. You're still the head of a tribe. Can't you adapt a little? Of course, Wu Yan didn't know how it felt to have your lifelong enemy taken down by a 20-something-year-old youth in an instant. If it was someone else, perhaps, they would be even worse than Gray. Chapter 119. Pang! Damn it! Damn it! That little bastard! How dare he! Damn it! Bitter curses resounded throughout the Iron Dog's mercenary group's office, followed by the sound of objects shattering and falling to the ground. Tigray, however, didn't feel relieved at all and flew into a rage in front of the entire mercenary group. Thinking of how he was threatened by an unknown little bastard in front of so many people and was even forced to compromise, Tigray's anger surged. Once he thought of this, his Do Chi flew into a frenzy, destroying everything in front of him. The group of Iron Dog's mercenary group's upper echelons looked at their leader's angry appearance and bowed down timidly, afraid that if they were the slightest bit careless, they would bump into their leader's fire. In the Iron Dog's mercenary group, regardless of whether it was the new or old members, they all knew that once their leader got angry, if they made a small mistake in front of him, they would be tortured to death. And now, they had never seen their leader's anger greater than this time. If they bumped into him at this time, they would only die a horrible death. Therefore, they could only fearfully lower their heads and hope that their leader wouldn't find trouble with them. Once again destroying a table into powder, Tigre's face was gloomy as he panted heavily. Once he saw the cowering appearance of the people below, his anger rose again. You bunch of rice buckets. None of you are useful. I was held hostage by that little bastard. Did none of you think of a way to save me? Ah! What use do you have? As expected, they were scolded harshly. They could only obediently agree, but their hearts were filled with bitterness. Even the strongest sixth-step warrior in the mercenary group, Tigre, didn't have time to react and was threatened. What could these fifth and fourth-step warriors do? Of course, this could only be said in their hearts. No one dared to complain out loud. They could only face Tigre's saliva and be fiercely scolded by him, hoping that this period of time would pass quickly and not let them suffer anymore. After venting his anger on his subordinates, Tigre finally felt a bit better. However, his expression is still as dark as ever. Without a doubt, he's holding a grudge against Wu Yan. Sitting at the head of the table, Tigre took a sip of water to quench his thirsty throat. He said in a low voice, "How is it? Have you found out the background of that brat?" Hearing this, the group of higher-ups looked at each other and looked at one person. This person could only brace himself and take 2 or 3 steps forward. "See, Commander, we tried everything we could think of to find out where he came from, but not a single person was able to find out where he came from. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of him at all. We could only find out that he had lived in the supply town for 2 or 3 months, and then recently came to Betrayal." The more Tigre listened, the darker his expression became. In the end, he simply waved his hand and sent him flying with a palm strike. He crashed into the wall and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Tigre didn't even look at him as he coldly snorted. "Rice bucket." The higher-ups swallowed their saliva and laughed bitterly. They had already guessed this result when they received the investigation report from their subordinates. They could only rejoice that no one had died yet. At this time, the atmosphere in the Iron Dog's mercenary group's office was extremely stifling. Everyone looked at the gloomy Tigre sitting at the head of the table and could only lower their heads in silence, fear in their hearts. Tigre's eyes flashed with a trace of venomous resentment. He was not willing to accept this. He had fallen so hard in front of this abominable brat who came out of nowhere. By now, the entire Betrayal probably knew that he, a warrior of the 6th step, had become a powerless character. With Tigre's temper, of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. If he didn't vent this anger, he felt that he would never be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of his life. But what could he do? Even if he was furious, he had to admit that he hadn't discovered the opponent's strength. He had been taken down in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen that the opponent was definitely stronger than him. Tigre was confident that even if a peak 6th rank warrior was in front of him, he would still have the confidence to fight him. He himself was only a little bit away from the peak 6th rank. And since the opponent could take him down in an instant, even if he had been careless and the opponent's sneak attack, there was no doubt about the opponent's strength. Then, that brat was most likely a 7th rank warrior. Tigre's face turned extremely ugly at this thought. He didn't want to admit that a 20-something-year-old had actually reached the level he himself hadn't reached yet. But he had to admit that to be able to take him down in an instant, a 6th rank warrior was definitely impossible. It could only be a 7th rank. 7th rank. Why couldn't a 20-something-year-old 7th rank warrior's origin be investigated? To be able to reach the 7th rank at such a young age, it was impossible for him to be unknown in the Ailu Empire. Why? If he was a descendant of a big family, then it was impossible for him to not investigate his origin. How many of the children from the big families could reach the 7th order at such a young age? Now that there was such a genius in their family, they couldn't wait to push him out and fiercely promote him to strengthen their family's reputation, expand their influence, and expand their sphere of influence, developing and growing stronger. Therefore, Tigray concluded that the opponent was definitely not someone from a big family. Not someone from a big family? Then he must be a commoner. A commoner who reached the 7th rank in his 20s? Tigray felt that it was inconceivable. But other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Tigray could only accept this fact. But even if he was a commoner to have such talent, it was impossible for him to be unknown. He needed to gain experience, he needed to travel around. Those who came in contact with him, there was definitely someone who noticed his talent. Even if some big family saw him, they would definitely try to recruit him. But Wu Yan was just like that. No origin, no trace. Only a report of him living in a supply town for 2 to 3 months. Could it be that he only came to this world 2 to 3 months ago? Tigray didn't know that the thought that flashed through his mind was the truth. The more Tigray thought about it, the more he couldn't understand and the more irritated he became. He angrily slammed the table, leaving a palm print on the hard surface. He roared. Could it be that Tigray can only admit defeat and do nothing? Even though his Iron Dog's mercenary group has a lot of manpower and influence, and even if they were to face a 7th rank warrior, he was confident that he would be able to overwhelm him. However, the problem was that the other party was so close to the little girl from the Madobia family. The Madobia family would definitely not let the other party be bullied by them. Moreover, even if this relationship wasn't taken into account, Gray wouldn't mind adding insult to injury when he was facing a 7th step warrior. With the help of a 7th step warrior, when the time comes, the Iron Dog's mercenary group's chances of surviving against them would be nil. It's because of this that Tigray couldn't decide whether to fight or not to fight. That's why he was so angry. When the higher-ups heard Tigray's words, they could only remain silent. Only one of the higher-ups' eyes suddenly lit up, smiling mischievously as he came to Tigray's side. Leader, actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with them. Tigray looked at him suspiciously. What method can you think of? That person respectfully said. Leader Tigray, according to the report from our subordinates, not long later, a disciple from a big family will pass by our Behurl. At that time, he should be resting in Behurl for 2 to 3 days. If we can get close to this big family, then they will definitely help us vent our anger. You're telling the truth. Tigray's eyes lit up. That big family, is it worth it for us to get close to them? Definitely. Leader, the opponent is our Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. Lori family. Tigray laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha, with the #1 family's help, what's a 7th rank? What's the Madobia family? Great, let's do it. Chapter 120. Just when the Iron Dog's mercenary group was happy that they found a way to deal with Wu Yan and the Madobia family, a sneaky silhouette appeared in the Madobia family. It was already night time. There were people patrolling everywhere in the Madobia family. However, this silhouette seemed to have entered a deserted area, dodging one patrol after another with extreme speed and hiding in the shadows. Very quickly, he arrived at a room not far from the Madobia family. Hearing the faint sound of breathing coming from the room, he smiled with satisfaction and walked out from the shadows. If the patrolling personnel saw this person at this time, they would definitely be surprised. Because this person was the young warrior that the patriarch of the family solemnly invited today to save the young miss of the family. That's right, this person is Wu Yan. Today, after being in the limelight and intimidating the feared leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Wu Yan came to the Madobia family under the invitation of Gray, who was still in disbelief. After explaining why little Liren was with them, Gray was furious on the spot and declared that he would not let the Iron Dog's mercenary group off so easily. Moreover, he was deeply grateful to Wu Yan's group. Especially after finding out that Wu Yan is a tier 7, Gray became even more happy. He's happy that his daughter is acquainted with such a strong and talented individual. He's also happy that his family is able to have a relationship with such a strong individual. Of course, Wu Yan is the only one who exposed his strength. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't, so they were treated like normal people. Otherwise, if Gray knew that there was a 7th stage and 2 8th stage warriors on his side, he would definitely pinch his thigh until it turned blue. After that, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros stayed at the Madobia family's residence under Gray's persuasion and little Liren's tearful pleading. As for why Wu Yan would sneak out in the middle of the night, that would require a good explanation. This was because Wu Yan wasn't here to steal, nor was he here to steal information, nor was he here to assassinate someone. Since the Midobia clan didn't do anything to offend him, he naturally wouldn't do anything. The reason why he sneaked in was because he wasn't here to be a thief or an assassin. He would never harm the people in the room. Because the room in front of him is Mikoto's room. Sneaking into Mikoto's room in the middle of the night, what he wants to do, that's Sima Zhao's intention, everyone knows. Other than being a rapist, what else could he be doing here? It was also hard on Wu Yan. After eating meat, he was restrained. He had just gotten rid of his virgin identity. No matter what, Wu Yan did not want to stay in a room alone. It's been 3 to 4 days, Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon shouldn't be that angry anymore, right? Plus, this was someone else's house, they would definitely be restrained, afraid of waking up unrelated people. Wu Yan's chances of success were still very high. As for why he chose Sis Cannon and not Kaisha-sama? Simple, because Kaisha-sama and Little Liren were the closest, so she was asked to sleep with her. Since Kaisha-sama went to sleep with Little Liren, then Sis Cannon would naturally sleep with him. Holding the door handle with familiarity, he activated his power. The door opened at the same time as lightning flashed. Wu Yan sneakily looked around before entering the room like a rapist. Who is it? Just as Wu Yan entered the room, a delicate voice called out. However, the voice was soft and weak. Compared to the shouts of people who had discovered a rapist, it was filled with shyness. Wu Yan jumped in fright. He thought he made sure to minimize the sound of his footsteps. Even a Tier 8 Mikoto would have to wait for him to get close to her before noticing him. How did he get discovered as soon as he came in? And that soft voice, no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like she's shy. Did Sis Cannon know I would come? Of course Wu Yan did not know. Because he had the same superpower as Mikoto, even the electromagnetic waves he emitted were the same as Sis Cannon's. Thus, the moment she entered the room, Mikoto found another individual who has the same electromagnetic waves as her. Other than the sisters that Wu Yan mentioned, the only other person who has the same electromagnetic waves as her is Wu Yan, who has the same superpower as her. As mentioned before, Sis Cannon is smart enough to know what Wu Yan is up to by barging into her room in the middle of the night. Thus, due to her shyness and the fact that she's afraid of making too much noise, she changed her tone to a softer one. Wu Yan could not figure it out, so he threw it away and walked towards Mikoto. "It's me, Mikoto. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get out." She knew what he came here for, but it's precisely because she thought of it that Mikoto got so shy that her face turned red. She shrunk her body further into the bed as she purposely yelled at him with a stern voice. Wu Yan looked at the shy Mikoto and felt a surge of excitement. As expected, I am a pervert. After lamenting in his heart, Wu Yan walked over with a grin and sat beside the bed, looking at the blushing Mikoto. "Mikoto, what do you think I'm here for?" Is your head filled with that kind of stuff? This is someone else's house. She just lost her virginity 3 days ago, which means this is Mikoto's second time. Sundra Sis Cannon naturally couldn't get used to Wu Yan's teasing no matter what. Besides, this is someone else's house. How could she get used to it? However, Wu Yan had made up his mind to ignore Sis Cannon's words. Looking at Mikoto's bashful face, Wu Yan could no longer hold it in. Mikoto screamed in surprise as he flipped her over and pressed her under his body. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Mikoto felt the weight on her body and her whole body soften. Stop. Don't. Wu Yan chuckled and ignored Sis Cannon's pleas, blocking all her words with one action. Ugh. Although it was not the first time she kissed Wu Yan, Mikoto still felt dizzy. She could feel her tongue being captured quickly. She could only make ugh sounds, forgetting all about her superpowers and subconsciously acknowledging Wu Yan's actions. Wu Yan did his best to carry out his task. Tears were streaming down his face. Finally, there is meat to eat. Very quickly, under Mikoto's feeble resistance, Wu Yan took off all of Sis Cannon's clothing and stripped her down like a little lamb. Then, under her feeble resistance, he caressed her soft breasts and started massaging them. Ugh. Mikoto couldn't help but moan when her private parts were being grasped. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She could only raise her hands to cover her face, but her moans continued. Wu Yan practiced Tai Chi on Mikoto's body while taking off his own clothes. He smiled and teased. "Mikoto, did you notice that this part of yours is a little bigger?" Really? Mikoto discreetly put down the hand that was covering her face. She blushed and asked in a small voice. Looks like Wu Yan's words gave her a pleasant surprise. Looks like all girls care about their size, especially flat-chested girls like Sis Cannon. Although no matter the size, Wu Yan likes them all the same. Of course, it's all thanks to me. Wu Yan tried his best to recommend himself. So we should do this more often, that way it can become bigger. Who wants that? To become bigger? I don't want to. Do it with you. Ugh. You're not being honest. Wu Yan reached a hand under Mikoto's body, and the sound of water could be heard. Your body is more honest than you, Mikoto. No. Mikoto pleaded weakly. Then, she felt Wu Yan enter her body forcefully. She moaned softly and immersed herself in the pleasure that Wu Yan brought her. The night is still long. Chapter 121. On this day, there were quite a number of people standing at the entrance of the Madobia family. There were both men and women among these people, but the aura on their bodies was quite strong. It was obvious that without exception, all of them had unique skills, and were either warriors or mages who had achieved success in their cultivation. There are 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, standing in front of these people. One of the women has a beautiful head of long silver hair, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her voluptuous breasts hold up her clothes, as if they would burst out of her clothes at any time. Her figure is very tall and hot. Her delicate face is gentle and serious at the same time. She holds a long sword in her hand. With one look you can tell she is a female warrior. The other woman is not as mature as the former. Her pretty face has a hint of immaturity. She still looks very young. Her long black hair is like a waterfall that hangs behind her head. Although her voluptuous breasts are not as big as the former, they are still quite large. Although she is wearing a long robe, it can't cover it up. Both women are equally beautiful. As for the man, he is wearing a magician's robe, standing behind the 2 women. His handsome face also has a hint of immaturity. He also looks very young. However, his eyes are on the black-haired woman in front of him. There is a blurred look in his eyes, as if there is nothing in this world that can attract his attention more than this girl in front of him. As for the other man, it was obvious that he was the oldest of the 4. Compared to the 3 who were still in their youth, this man was a middle-aged man. His appearance was not considered ugly, but there was a trace of viciousness between his eyebrows, which greatly ruined his image. Moreover, he had a bald dog by his side, which made him the one with the worst image among the 4. And he is Tigre. If Wu Yan was here, then he would realize that among the 4 leaders, other than the pretty boy, he knows the other 3. The silver-haired beautiful woman with a long sword is Fei Fei. The young girl with long black hair dressed as a magician is Wu Yan's first friend in the Spalier world, Lulu. At this moment, under the protection of a large group of people behind her, Lulu pouted her lips and puffed up her cheeks. She muttered something unhappily and did not restrain her voice at all. What is this? So many people are blocking my door. It's as if they're here to bully me. It's really uncomfortable. Hearing this, Fei Fei, who was standing beside Lulu, could not help but frown. It seemed that she was also rather unhappy with such actions. I don't like this kind of thing either. Hearing Lulu and Fei Fei's words, the young man standing behind them could only helplessly say, I know that Miss Lulu and Miss Fei Fei don't like such big movements, but in any case, they did fulfill their duties as the host yesterday and treated us in every possible way. Since that's the case, it's only right for us to help them with a small request. Anyway, it's just a small family. If the 2 misses don't like it, it's fine if you don't participate. Ah, you said it. Lulu immediately said happily, then I won't participate. That's only natural. At this moment, Tigre, who had been sneering at the Madobia family's door, finally spoke up. He walked in front of Lulu fawningly and smiled. Miss Lilu Plum is of noble status. Naturally, you can't act together with us servants. Originally, the Iron Dog's mercenaries thought that the one who came to Bahurl was just a small figure from the Lori family. Who would have thought that after seeing the person, they would be shocked to find out that the one who came was actually the only daughter of the Lori family, the daughter of the head of the Lori family. How is this a small figure? It's clearly a big deal. Thus, after the initial excitement, Tigre worked even harder to curry favor with Lulu. With this big tree, don't even mention the Madobia family. Even if there were 10 more, Tigre would not care. And if he was lucky enough to catch her eye, Perhaps the Iron Dog's mercenaries would be able to make friends with the Lori family in the future. When that time comes, he would really have a meteoric rise. Tigray even thought about finding a young, promising and handsome man to try and woo the beloved daughter of the Lori family. If he really succeeded, then wouldn't he be able to get whatever he wanted? Unfortunately, he could see that the pretty boy following the eldest daughter of the Lori family also had feelings for her. Thus, he temporarily put away those thoughts. After a few days of doing his best to curry favor and entertain, Tigray took the opportunity to ask Lulu and the others to help him deal with the Madobia family and Wu Yan. Since Tigray did his best to entertain them, the Lori family could not refuse. Moreover, the Madobia family was only a small family in their eyes. Thus, the young magician agreed. It seemed that other than Lulu and Feifei, he was the Lori family's #1 leader this time. Of course, when Lulu and Feifei heard about this, they were very dissatisfied. The two girls were not people who bullied others using their family's power. The two girls did not like to bully others using their family's power and influence to bully others. But since they had already agreed, as the #1 family in the kingdom, of course they could not go back on their words. They could only helplessly lead the team here, which led to the current situation. Lulu did not like this kind of work to begin with. Now that there was a chance to watch, she was naturally happy to do so. She could not wait to agree on the spot. Feifei also seemed to be a little moved. After all, Feifei also did not like this kind of work. It would be best if she could not participate. Tigray, who was beside her, saw the change in Feifei's expression and hurriedly said, "The Madobia family has a level 7 fighter. None of us here are a match for him. So we would like to ask for Miss Feifei's help." Feifei could only helplessly give up on the idea of watching. She nodded impatiently, but there was a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Although she did not like this operation, but according to Tigray, the level 7 fighter in the Madobia family was about the same age as her. Feifei grew up in the Lori family. Because her talent was too good, she was heavily nurtured by the Lori family. She reached level 7 at the age of 20 and became one of the top geniuses in the Ailu Empire. As the #1 family in the Ailu Empire, Feifei had seen many level 7 fighters. But a level 7 fighter of the same age as her, Feifei had not seen many of them. So when she heard that there was a level 7 fighter of the same age as her nearby, Feifei wanted to meet him. Of course, she also had the intention to compete with him. Let's hope he's not an annoying fellow, Feifei thought in her heart. Feifei had seen a lot of people who relied on their talent to be better than others. These kinds of people were the ones she hated the most. So, she hoped that the other party would be someone who could surprise her. What Feifei didn't know was that she was destined to be surprised today. In the Madobia family, Gray was sitting on the main seat in the main hall with a document in his hand. Beside him, Della was holding his sword and standing straight, playing the role of the leader of the guards. "Patriarch, something bad has happened." Gray frowned, but he also knew that if it wasn't a serious matter, these guards wouldn't be so impulsive. Thus, he could only look at the guard who just came in and said in a low voice, "Let's go, sir." "Sir. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? What's wrong?" "Patriarch," the guard reported to Gray with a face full of panic. "Outside the door, Tigray brought the Iron Dog's mercenaries and came looking for us." "Tigray." Gray was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. "I didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for me first. Just in time, I'll have to settle the score with him." The guard didn't hide the panic on his face and continued, "Patriarch, it's not just the Iron Dog's mercenaries, they also found helpers." "Helpers?" Gray furrowed his brows. It wasn't like he didn't have this kind of helper before, but those small clans didn't have any effect on him. Tigray should be aware of this as well. What kind of helpers did they find? The guard looked at Gray and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They found people from the Empire's #1 family, the Lori family." "What did you say?" Gray lost his voice. Chapter 122. Lori family. How could this be? Gray felt his head spinning. What is the Lori family? In the entire Ailu Empire, or even the entire Spalier world, there's no one who doesn't know of them. That's the #1 family of an empire. Other than the Ailu, Fea, and Baruba Empire's royal families, The other two empires' #1 families could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. That's the #1 family of an empire. If the three empires are said to be the strongest forces in the world, then excluding the empires themselves, the #1 families of the three empires are the strongest forces in the world. The Medobia family was not small. In Bihurl, other than the Iron Dog's mercenary group, the Medobia family was the strongest family. However, this strength was nothing in front of the empire's #1 family. Let's not talk about the others. Within the Medobia family, the strongest is Gray himself, a rank 6 warrior. However, within the Lori family, there are at least 1,000 people of that rank. It's not that a 6th order warrior is worthless, it's just that the Lori family is too strong. In the entire family, there are close to 1,000,000 5th order warriors and below. In this million, there are only 1,000 6th order warriors. This ratio shows just how precious a 6th order warrior is. Yet the Lori family is able to recruit more than 1,000 6th order warriors. This is the strength of the #1 family of the empire. Therefore, in the eyes of the Lori family, a 6th order warrior is considered average. Only a 7th order warrior can enter their eyes. Such a powerful family, if they want to deal with a small family like him who doesn't even have a 7th order warrior, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Gray couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Now that the Iron Dogs can invite the Lori family to help them, with Tigre's personality, there's no way he will let the Medobia family go. The Medobia family, this is the end. Gray laughed bitterly. Who can he blame? He could only blame himself. A few days ago, he had received news that the Lori family had come to Bihurl. However, he did not contact them as much as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. That was why he did not contact them. Who would have thought that the Iron Dog's mercenary group would have the Lori family? Seeing Gray's sorrowful expression, Della couldn't help but walk to his side and support him. Patriarch, now is not the time to despair. Even if the Lori family came with the Iron Dog's mercenary group, things still have a chance. Patriarch, you can't give up until the end. Hearing this, Gray roused his spirits and gritted his teeth. Yes, you're right. We still don't know what's going on. It's too early to despair. Let's go take a look at the situation first. What's the situation? As soon as Gray's words fell, a voice rang out. Gray and Della looked towards the direction of the voice. There, Wu Yen walked out with Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros and little Liren. Feeling that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, Wu Yen curiously looked at Gray and asked, "What's wrong? Patriarch Gray, it seems like you're not in the right mood." Gray went silent and suddenly grabbed Wu Yan's hands. "Little brother Wu Yen, I, Gray, would like to ask you for a favor." The sudden action startled Wu Yen. If it wasn't for Gray's serious expression, Wu Yen would have sent him flying with a kick. Hearing the meaning behind Gray's words, Wu Yen frowned. "Patriarch Gray, what's going on? What is it that made you beg me for help?" Gray bitterly smiled and shook his head. "My Medobia family might be facing a great calamity soon. So I want to ask you, little brother Wu Yen." Gray hesitated for a moment, then looked firmly at Wu Yen and said, "If something happens later, please take Liren and leave this place." Wu Yen and the rest were shocked. Little Liren was even more shocked. She flew to Gray's side and clutched his clothes tightly. "Daddy, Liren won't go. Listen to me, Liren." Gray scolded. "Today you must listen to me." No, I won't go. Wu Yen raised his hand to stop the father and daughter duo from acting out such a scene. He looked straight at Gray. "Patriarch Gray, what's going on?" Gray sighed deeply. "The Iron Dog's mercenary group came to our door." Hearing this, Wu Yen didn't move. He continued to look at Gray. He knew that just the Iron Dog's mercenary group wouldn't be able to make Gray act so unbearably. There must be more to it. They found help from the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. This time, they might really want to eradicate my Medobia family. Lori family. Wu Yen frowned. This so-called Lori family, isn't it Lulu's family? That's right, Gray said to Wu Yen. Although I don't know if the Lori family is here to help the Iron Dog's mercenary group, but, just in case. That's why I want you to help me take care of my daughter. Please, little brother Wu Yen. Gray wanted to bow to Wu Yen, but Wu Yen grabbed his shoulder and stopped him from bowing. He smiled and said, Patriarch Gray, you said it yourself, they might not be here to help the Iron Dog's mercenary group. So, let's not talk too early. How about this? I'll accompany you to take a look. What? No. Gray quickly objected. If you guys go out and something happens, what should we do? Don't worry, if something really happens, even if we can't win, we'll still be able to escape. Although Wu Yan didn't want to offend the Lori family, after all, it's Lulu's family. But this matter concerns little Liren and her family. Wu Yan can't just ignore it. Moreover, even if he can't, there's still Ikaros and Mikoto. With these two tier 8, the Lori family won't be able to do anything to them, right? Unless it's the previous patriarch of the Lori family that Fei mentioned before, Lulu's grandfather, who can stop them. If it doesn't work, I'll just F***ck them. Wu Yan realized that every time something happens, he's always thinking about F***ck them. This isn't a good sign. Now that he's a tier 7, he can be considered strong. How can he let himself F***ck them whenever something happens? If it becomes a habit, then it'll be troublesome because it means that he doesn't believe in his own strength. If a person doesn't believe in his own strength, then what courage does he have to face stronger opponents and take another step forward? Although there's the system and he can level up as long as there's monsters to kill, but this is an issue of mentality and state of mind. Wu Yan secretly made a decision. In the future, he won't use resplendent breath unless it's a critical moment. This is to remind himself that he can't rely too much on external items. Of course, Wu Yan doesn't want to set such restrictions on Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. They're much more important than him. If they get hurt accidentally, he'll be heartbroken. How can this be? What if? Don't keep thinking about what if, Patriarch Gray. Wu Yan patted Gray's shoulder and said with a smile, everything has a bad side and a good side. Don't keep thinking about the bad side. Sometimes you have to think about what if, but if you think about what if for everything, then what's the use of feeling? Seeing Gray's hesitant face, Wu Yan softly persuaded him. Well, don't worry. As long as you believe in us, it'll be fine. At least, I'm confident in staying alive. Gray lowered his head and thought about it. After a while he sighed. All right, but you have to promise me. If a fight really breaks out, you have to remember to bring Lin Lin. Seeing that Liren still wanted to say something, Gray glared at her. Liren pouted her lips in grievance. Don't worry. It'll be fine. The group walked towards the gate. On the way, Wu Yan suddenly thought. If the person who comes is Lulu, then it'll be fun. Chapter 123. Midobia Clan's Main Gate. Perhaps the news of the Iron Dog's mercenary group coming to the Midobia clan was leaked. Originally there were only the Iron Dog's mercenary group and the Lori family here. But now, there's a crowd that's no less than the former. From time to time, cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. That's because they knew that the #1 family of the empire, the Lori family, was among the people who came to the Midobia clan. Hearing the cries and whispers from the crowd, Tigre's face couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. As long as today's news reaches the entire Bahurl, then the Iron Dog's mercenary group's reputation will be even greater, even stronger. Contrary to Tigre's proud expression, Lulu and Fei's faces were tense. They already hated this job, and the more people know about it, the more they hate it. As for the young gigolo, he just stood there indifferently, as if he didn't care about anything. His eyes were still on Lulu. At a certain moment, the Midobia clan's main gate finally opened. Seeing this, the crowd quieted down. Because they know, what's coming next is the climax of the matter. Not long after, the scene of Gray leading his tribesmen and guards appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But what surprised everyone was that standing at the front, it wasn't just Gray. There was also a young man, 3 beautiful girls, and a cute little girl. When they saw the young man, Lulu and Fei were stunned. Tigre saw this and retracted his proud expression, turning it into a cold smile. Gray, you're finally willing to show yourself. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Gray didn't say anything, but Wu Yan, who was standing beside him, noticed. He clenched his fist tightly. Looks like Gray's heart isn't as calm as he looks. If it was anyone else, the result would be the same, as long as they see the lineup in front of them. As for the number of people, there's no need to count. Using his Do Chi and magic senses, Gray can feel that in this group of people, other than Tigray, there are 10 others who are about the same level as him. In other words, what he had to face next were 10 stage 6 powerhouses who were as strong as him, or even stronger than him. Not only that, among the 4 people standing at the front, there was a beautiful woman with silver hair, gray. Since he couldn't sense her exact strength. Under normal circumstances, if a person couldn't sense the specific strength of another person, then there were only 2 situations. One was that the other person cultivated some special method that concealed his own do qi and magic power. The other was that the other person's strength far exceeded his own and he didn't have the ability to sense it. Gray could feel a sense of danger from the beautiful silver-haired woman. Therefore, he concluded that the situation of this person before him should be the second type. That was also to say that the other party was a Tier 7 powerhouse. Gray laughed bitterly in his heart. Although he had already expected such a situation, how could the Lori family not have a Class 7 powerhouse? But when he really faced it, he realized that he had been hoping for a fluke all along. What he didn't know was that fluke was completely unnecessary. Today, it was destined to be a farce. Lulu and Feifei stood at the front of the crowd, such a conspicuous place. How could Wu Yan not see them? Looking at the 2 familiar figures, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. Then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before coming here, he was still thinking that if the people he met were Lulu and Feifei, then it would be fun. He didn't think that he would actually meet them today. After regaining his senses, Wu Yan looked at the high-spirited Tigray, the corners of his mouth widening into a smile. His smile was filled with playfulness. If Tigray knew that he was acquainted with Lulu and Feifei, what kind of expression would he have? Wu Yan was suddenly filled with anticipation. Thus, his eyes turned and an idea came to his mind. He quickly put on a serious expression and followed behind Gray, walking towards Tigray and the others. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Gray directly ignored Tigray and asked the other 3, "You 3 are?" Gray's disregard angered Tigray. Hearing Gray's words, Tigray sneered a few times and said, "The identities of the lords are honorable. Although it's not something you can know, let me tell you. I just hope you won't be scared." After saying that, Tigray pointed at the young pretty boy. This one is the direct disciple of the Lori family head. He's also a genius that the head of the Lori family personally bestowed with the surname Lori, Lord Hughes Lori. Gray's body trembled slightly. At first, he thought that the one who came was just a small figure from the Lori family. He didn't expect it to be the direct disciple of the head of the Lori family. On this point, he had the same thought as Tigray. Gray's expression changed. Of course Tigray saw it. After a triumphant smile, he pointed at Feifei. This one is also the direct disciple of the head of the Lori family. She entered the family earlier than Lord Hughes. She's also the guardian of the head of the Lori family's only child, Lord Feifei Lori. Tigray continued to point at Lulu. The smile on his face widened. As for this one, she's the only daughter of the head of the Lori family, the eldest daughter of the Lori family, Lilu Mei Lori. As Tigray introduced them one by one, Gray's heart started to feel bitter. When he heard the words "the only daughter of the Lori family," the bitterness in his heart intensified. The direct disciple of the Lori family? Only daughter? Forget about him. Even if it was any other family in the Ailu Empire, they wouldn't dare to offend her. This kind of person wants to touch the Madobia family. Gray felt bitter inside, but he still bowed to Feifei, Lulu and Hughes. The head of the Madobia family, Gray Madobia, greets the 3 of you. Tigray was about to use Gray's authority to scold him for not addressing them as Lord when Feifei and Lulu noticed that the Wu Yan standing beside Gray was the Wu Yan they knew. Whether it was Lulu or Feifei, both of them were overjoyed to see Wu Yan. Especially Lulu. As the only daughter of the Lori family, Lulu could be said to be the center of attention. In the entire Ailu Empire, other than the princesses of the royal family, who else could compare to her life? But it was this kind of life that allowed Lulu to transcend the ranks of the commoners. The people around her, regardless of gender, all of them had some sort of interest in them, especially the men. Lulu may be a little young, but her looks are truly devastatingly beautiful. Even Chuju and Makoto paled in comparison to her. Only Ikaros could surpass Lulu in terms of looks. With this kind of appearance and background, who wouldn't want to embrace Lulu in their arms? As long as they could win Lulu's heart, then not only would they would also gain the Lori family. After all, the Lori family only has one direct descendant. In the future, If Lulu doesn't become the head of the Lori family, then it would be Lulu's husband becoming the head of the Lori family. The head of the empire's #1 family. Just thinking about it is enough to make people drool, right? Because of this, Lulu didn't have a single true friend. Other than the few people who could compare to her in the world, there wasn't a single male among them. However, a few months ago, Lulu got to know the first person in her life who is worthy of being her friend. That person is Wu Yan. Lulu will never forget that day in the Behemoth Forest, when she met Wu Yan for the first time. In his eyes, other than admiration, there wasn't any greed or lust that other men have. That's why Lulu treated Wu Yan as a true friend. Of course, it's only at the level of a friend. Seeing Wu Yan again, Lulu's surprise is unimaginable. Seeing Lulu's expression, Wu Yan suddenly jumped out, pointed at Lulu and shouted, "Which? Are you the one who wants to mess with our Madobia family?" This guy is messing around again. That's Chuju and Makoto's first thought. Chapter 124. Which? You're the one who wants to mess with our Madobia family? Time came to a standstill as Wu Yan continued his speech. Lulu was stunned, her originally happy face froze just like that. She didn't know what Wu Yan was trying to do. Fei Fei was stunned, she didn't know what was going on, she didn't know why things would develop like this, she didn't know how to react for a moment. Gray was stunned. Then he started to get anxious. He didn't know what Wu Yan was trying to do, but he knew that Wu Yan's words definitely offended the other party. Tigray was stunned, he kept his expression and didn't say anything, but there was only one thought in his mind, he's dead for sure. Hughes was stunned, he threw all his indifference into the trash can, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Wu Yan. Chuju, Mikoto, Liren, and even Ikaros were stunned. Even if they were with Wu Yan day and night, they didn't know what to do with Wu Yan's sudden outburst. Everyone present was stunned, even though they didn't know what was wrong with this person who defeated the Iron Dog's mercenary group leader a few days ago. But they knew that if he offended the Lori family, no matter how strong he is, he's dead for sure, unless he's a tier 9. But, is that possible? At least, no one in the audience would believe it. So they can only think that Wu Yan is young and frivolous, thinking that he's invincible after defeating the Iron Dog's mercenary group leader, and now his Chinibu syndrome is acting up. Lulu, who didn't react for a long time, even though she didn't know why Wu Yan acted like this, but when she heard Wu Yan call her a witch, she got angry. Lulu put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. Her pair of full breasts became even more prominent, blinding Chuju and Makoto's eyes. But she didn't notice. She pointed at Wu Yan and loudly retorted, "What witch? How do I look like a demon?" Wu Yan sneered and waved his hand. He pointed at Lulu and said confidently, "Then tell me, which part of you doesn't look like a demon?" "I don't look like a demon in any way. I'm a real human," Lulu shouted angrily. Wu Yan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Not only him, but everyone present felt the same way. This is not the place to refute, is it? No one doubts that you are not human. Wu Yan smiled embarrassedly and shrugged. "All right, let's just say you're a human." "What do you mean by even if?" "I am a human, a real human," Lulu immediately retorted loudly, as if the so-called witch was a great insult to her. Wu Yan coughed and continued with a straight face. "Then, are you the human who wants to make a move on our Madobia family?" "Who wants to make a move?" Lulu pouted and said unhappily, "I don't like to bully people. It's all his fault. He forced me to come." After saying that, she pointed at the stunned Tigray and pushed all the responsibility away. She even said it in a righteous manner. She didn't have any self-awareness that she dragged Tigray down with her. Wu Yan's face fell, he rolled his eyes at Lulu and said unhappily, "Aren't you the one with the most authority here? You're blaming others like that. Aren't you a little too undisciplined?" "What? It's the truth," Lulu said angrily. "I didn't want to bully people here at all." "Then what are you doing here?" Wu Yan looked at Lulu suspiciously. To be honest, this was the question in his heart. He really didn't know why Lulu would appear here. As for Lulu leading the way to Madobia family to pick a fight, it's not that Wu Yan looked down on her, but Wu Yan felt that if she was sold one day, he wouldn't even be able to find her, let alone pick a fight. Lulu directly opened her mouth and said 5 words. Wu Yan's face turned awkward and the others were stunned. "I'm just passing by." Wu Yan looked at Lulu speechlessly and sighed. All right, then young lady passing by, what are you doing here? Hearing Wu Yan's question, Lulu started explaining to Wu Yan. She talked about how she's trying to please him, how she's trying to be a good host, how she's too embarrassed to refuse. She spilled everything out as if she's venting her dissatisfaction. While Wu Yan blushed with shame, it also confirmed another thought in his mind. Lulu was sold to help count the money, that's right. On the other hand, Tigre's face turned ugly. Let's not talk about the harmonious atmosphere between the young miss of the Lorry family and that little bastard. Just the fact that Lulu told them about how he fawned over them was enough to embarrass him. In Behurl, he was considered a person of status. Even though it wasn't something to be despised for currying favor with the Empire's #1 family. But in an instant, the fact that he tried to curry favor with them to get their hands on the Madobia family was completely exposed. At the same time, when he saw how Lulu and Wu Yan were conversing with each other, as if they knew each other, Tigre had a bad premonition. Hughes also had a bad premonition. When he saw how familiar Wu Yan and Lulu were, he frowned and didn't let go for a long time. When Wu Yan finished listening to Lulu's explanation, he finally understood. Lulu really was just passing by and wanted to rest here. In the end, she tried to curry favor with them and acted as a host. Therefore, when Tigre asked the Lorry family for help, they naturally couldn't refuse and came here together. In other words, you were tricked here. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and said with sudden realization. Yes, yes. Lulu nodded repeatedly, then suddenly thought of something and shook her head furiously. No, it's not a trick, it's not. It's a trick, it's not. Aya, I'm so confused. Lulu's face was distressed. Her pondering look immediately made everyone laugh. Of course, it was a very kind laugh. Only now did they realize that the high and mighty young miss of the Lorry family in their hearts was actually just a cute little girl. Of course, in Wu Yan's words, she was just a little naive and muddle-headed, but could also be said to be natural. I think you should stop thinking about it. Just take it that you were really tricked. Wu Yan looked at Lulu and smiled. How can I just let it go? Lulu wrinkled her little nose. I don't want to admit that I was tricked. It's like I'm stupid. When Wu Yan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you're stupid, you're really stupid. You're the stupid one. Lulu shouted in dissatisfaction. The two of them quarreled as if there was no one around, but no one jumped out to stop them. How should I put it? Although they were quarreling, no matter how one looked at it, the two of them were so familiar with each other that even if they quarreled, there wasn't the slightest bit of tension. So much so that even though Wu Yan is being so unreasonable in front of their family's Missy, none of the Lorry family members reacted in time to deal with the guy who offended their Missy. Fei Fei is the only one who is bitterly smiling at the side. Back when they were still in the supply town, back when they were still working with Wu Yan, this kind of scene happened almost every day. Fei Fei didn't object because even though it seemed like Lulu was being bullied by Wu Yan every time, Fei Fei, who raised Lulu since she was a child, how could she not know that Lulu was actually very happy to be able to communicate with Wu Yan like this? Wu Yan and Lulu don't know what other people are thinking, but the two of them are having a good time bickering with each other because they can feel that the sense of unfamiliarity they felt after their separation is gradually disappearing. The sense of familiarity from before is returning to them. At this moment, Gray finally recovered from his stupor. He thought that Wu Yan's offensive words towards the young miss of the Lorry family would cause irreparable damage, but in the end, the situation developed in such a dramatic way. Just a moment ago, he was seen as a formidable foe, but now, he's happily chatting with Wu Yan. The bystanders can see that the two of them are very familiar with each other. Gray can also see that. Do they know each other? Gray looked at Wu Yan suspiciously and asked softly, Do you know each other? Chapter 125. After hearing Gray's words, Wu Yan and Lulu looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they replied in unison. Don't know. Gray's mouth twitched as he looked at the two girls who seemed to know each other very well. Suddenly, he felt a slight pain coming from a certain part of his lower body. After Wu Yan and Lulu said, don't know at the same time, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Fei Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. For a moment, Wu Yan's laughter and Lulu's and Fei Fei's soft giggles echoed in the unusually silent room. What a familiar scene. When Wu Yan first met Fei Fei, Fei Fei also asked him and Lulu the same question. At that time, he and Lulu also replied that they didn't know each other. The three of them recalled that day at the same time. Although only 2 to 3 months had passed, whether it was Wu Yan who had experienced the instance dungeon or Lulu and Feifei who hadn't experienced it, they all felt that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After a while, Feifei stopped laughing and turned to look at Wu Yan suspiciously. Yan, you said, our Medobia family, just now. Are you from the Medobia family? That's right, that's right. Lulu had the same doubts. Didn't you say that you don't have a family and that you're a barbarian from the mountains? Although I did say that, why do I feel displeased when I hear it from your mouth? Wu Yan sighed and waved his hand at the two girls with a smile. Well, I was just joking. However, I do have a good relationship with the Medobia family. If you want to find fault with me, I'm afraid you'll have to go through me first. You think you're worthy of going against our Lori family? An untimely voice sounded after Wu Yan finished speaking. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked behind Lulu and Feifei. He saw that the handsome guy named Hughes who was standing with Lulu, Feifei and Tigray appeared in front of Wu Yan. He crossed his arms and looked at Wu Yan indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain and disgust as if he was a refugee. Wu Yan looked at him and then turned to Lulu and asked, Lulu, who is he? Before Lulu could answer, Hughes's expression changed, and a hint of gloom appeared between his brows. Impudent! What did you call me? The young miss of our Lori family is not someone you can call. Hearing this, Wu Yan finally understood. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu. It was another slime. Hughes Lori. Level 42. His strength is much stronger than that slime. He's at least rank 5. Hey Hughes, what's the meaning of this? Lulu frowned and looked at Hughes with a trace of displeasure. She said to Hughes, what does it have to do with you how my friend likes to call me? Friend. Hughes paused and pointed at Wu Yan in disbelief. You said he's your friend? Is there a problem? Lulu snorted. Although it was a cold snort, it was still pleasing to the eye when Lulu did it. On the other hand, Hugh's face had completely sunk. Friend. If this word came out from someone else's mouth, it would be normal. However, when it came from Lulu's mouth, it was completely different. Hughes, who had been brought into the Lori family since he was young, had practically grown up with Lulu. It wasn't that he didn't hear the word friend from Lulu, but it was pitifully few. Even if he used his fingers to count, it would still be absolutely clear. Hughes liked Lulu since he was young. It could be said that when he first met Lulu, he was infatuated with her. She had a high status, but she only had a kind and cute personality. She didn't have the arrogant and spoiled personality of other young misses. On top of that, her cultivation talent was even stronger than his, as well as her beauty that could cause the downfall of a city since she was young. When Hughes first saw Lulu, he silently said to himself in his heart, she's mine. As Lulu's childhood friend, if Hughes wanted to pursue Lulu, it could be said that he had a much better chance than others. He had always worked hard, but for some reason, no matter how he pursued, Lulu didn't care. If Lulu didn't treat other men the same way, Hughes would have been anxious. However, Lulu, who used to be a stranger to all men, actually said today that a man was her friend. Hughes was silent. When he turned to look at Wu Yan, his gaze carried a shocking murderous aura. Tigray, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. Feifei frowned and fixed her gaze on Hughes. As for Wu Yan, he smiled and didn't say anything else. This caused Hughes' face to twist a little. This commoner with average looks compared to him, low status, deduced from Lulu's words about coming from the mountains, and no strength, no dochi or magic, so he couldn't sense it. What right did he have to make his beloved young miss recognize him as a friend? When he thought of the family drama that Wu Yan and Lulu just put on, the murderous aura in Hugh's heart couldn't be retracted. Everyone present could feel Hugh's murderous intent. Ikaro's pupils shrunk. She wanted to change into her Sky Queen form. For her, anyone who wanted to harm Wu Yan must be eradicated. Chuju and Mikoto pulled Ikaros back and shook their heads at her, indicating that she shouldn't move. Ikaros hesitated for a moment and stopped what she was doing. Of course Hughes, who only had eyes for Wu Yan, didn't know that just now, he had taken a trip around the gates of hell. In his heart, he only wanted to torture Wu Yan to death. But when he saw Lulu standing beside him, Hughes suppressed the impulse in his heart. Commoner, if you know what's good for you, Leave the young miss side. She's not someone you can associate with. Hughes fixed his gaze on Wu Yan. His tone was full of threat. Wu Yan was about to say something to Hughes' threat when Lulu's face turned angry. She stood in front of Wu Yan and said loudly, "Hey! What right do you have to say that? If I say Yan is my friend, then he's my friend. It's not like I can't associate with him." Hughes didn't say anything. He only looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of anger and murderous intent. Lulu's protection of Wu Yan only made Hughes' desire to kill Wu Yan even more resolute. From the beginning to the end, no one said anything. Even Tigray, who was the one who came to cause trouble, and Gray, who thought that a disaster was about to befall them, couldn't get a word in. Right now, the development of this matter was no longer just a power struggle, but a personal problem. They didn't know what to do, so they could only observe the situation for now. Chuju and Mikoto were in the same situation. However, compared to Tigray and Gray who were looking at the development of this matter, the two girls were looking at Lulu. This girl, they had heard Wu Yan talk about her before. They were also curious about the first friend Wu Yan made in this world. Therefore, when they looked at Lulu, Chuju and Mikoto were already examining her. At this time, Wu Yan finally moved. With a move of his hand, Wu Yan rubbed Lulu's head, messing up her beautiful hair. Ignoring Lulu's dissatisfaction, he pulled her behind him. "Let go of your dirty hands." Wu Yan's series of actions caused Hughes to completely explode. Those intimate actions and Lulu's coquettish pouting expression were all challenging the bottom line of Hughes' heart. In a fit of anger, Hughes' noble and indifferent temperament completely disappeared. Anger filled his face. He took out a staff-shaped popular armament. With a raise of his hand, a wind blade shot out towards Wu Yan's hand on Lulu's body. Almost at the same time, an icicle met the wind blade and neutralized it. Lulu put down the staff in her hand and angrily glared at Hughes. She mobilized all the magic in her body. Lulu is angry. The consequences are serious. Chapter 126. Lilu Mei Loli, Level 44. As Lulu mobilized all the mana in her body, Wu Yan also activated the system perception. When he saw Lulu's current level, Wu Yan couldn't help but be shocked. When Wu Yan and Lulu separated 2 to 3 months ago, Lulu was only level 35 at that time. He didn't expect that in just 2 to 3 months, Lulu's strength would directly increase by 9 levels, almost an entire rank. Although it was said that a mid-rank promotion from rank 4 to rank 5 wasn't as difficult as a high-rank promotion, it still wasn't something a low-rank promotion could compare to, at this time. Even someone like Wu Yan who rose from nothing to rank 7 in less than half a year couldn't help but praise Lulu's talent. After all, Lulu wasn't like him. Even if she had the support of the Empire's #1 family, she still couldn't compare to Wu Yan who was using cheats. Lulu and Hughes's sudden wind blades and ice cones also shocked everyone present. Other than being shocked by the development of the two's battle without any warning, they were also shocked by Hughes and Lulu's strength. Everyone could see that the two weren't very old, at least not even in their 20s. They didn't expect them to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, they cast spells without seeing the two chanting at all. Of course, after being shocked, everyone returned to normal. After all, a rank 7 in his 20s appeared a few days ago. Naturally, this level of strength wasn't anything strange. Returning to the field, Hughes was startled as he looked at Lulu who suddenly attacked. Meanwhile, Lulu's beautiful face was filled with anger. "Hughes! You actually dared to attack my friend." Lulu was so angry that she even stomped her feet. Back in the supply town, her people had attacked Wu Yan. Although nothing happened to Wu Yan in the end, Lulu had always kept this matter in her heart because she felt very guilty. Wu Yan was her friend. Her own people actually attacked her own friend. The kind and innocent Lulu put all the blame on herself. Fortunately, Wu Yan was fine. Otherwise, Lulu might not feel at ease for the rest of her life. When they met again, Lulu was also nervous. She didn't know if the friend she had made with great difficulty would leave her because of this. Fortunately, Wu Yan didn't take this matter to heart. Although they felt a little unfamiliar when they first met, the two of them quickly returned to how they were when they were in the supply town. Lulu finally felt at ease. In the end, her own people attacked Wu Yan again. Since she was young, Lulu was good at observing people's expressions because of others' coveting of her status. How could she not know that the reason why Hughes attacked Wu Yan was because of her? Therefore, Lulu was angry. Her first and possibly only male friend in her life was attacked again and again by the people around her. Lulu felt guilty, but at the same time, her anger was completely ignited. It could be said that Hughes had hit the right target. Yan, I'm sorry. Turning to look at Wu Yan, Lulu wanted to say something, but she really didn't know what to say. In the end, her eyes were wet. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Lulu's wronged eyes, he said, Lulu, you don't think that I will be angry at you because of someone I just met today and have a bad impression of, right? You won't? Lulu tilted her head and said timidly. Wu Yan sighed. Of course not. No matter how you look at it, left, right, horizontal or vertical, it has nothing to do with you. But. No buts. Wu Yan pressed Lulu's head again and rubbed it hard until Lulu's hair looked like a chicken's nest. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. Anyway, you just need to know that this isn't your fault. That's enough. Lulu nodded blankly. Looking at Wu Yan's face, her tears turned into a smile. Then, she unhappily tidied up her hairstyle that Wu Yan had made into a chicken's nest. Bastard. Abominable bastard. Hugh's lifetime of self-cultivation had vanished into thin air today. Regardless of whether it was the way he addressed her as little Lulu, or the intimate act of touching her head, or the interaction between the two of them, it all made Hugh's heart turn black. Miss, the other party is just a bastard with no status. How can you lower yourself to befriend such a bastard? If the clan leader finds out, he will object. Hughes's hand was already turning blue from gripping the magic staff, but he didn't feel it. His face was gloomy as he looked at Wu Yan. He wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you blame me? Lulu only felt that her mood, which had just gotten better with great difficulty, was once again ruined. Don't talk about whether Dad will think that I'm lowering myself. Even if he does, he won't blame me. When she said this, Lulu appeared to be full of confidence. This made Hughes finally remember that the clan leader doted on this precious daughter the most. Hughes gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Wu Yan. He said sarcastically, Bastard! I don't care what methods you use to deceive Miss, but as a person, you must know your place. Putting aside your status, do you dare to stay by Miss' side without any strength? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Joke. It was indeed a joke. When Hughes said this, it wasn't just the surrounding people who laughed in their hearts. Even Gray and T-Gray's expressions were marvelous. A rank 7 warrior in his 20s was called not having any strength? If that was the case, then what were they, and what were you, Hughes? They didn't say anything. At this time, Hughes was in a fit of anger. They weren't like Wu Yan, who had the protection of the Lorry family's young miss. If they were to bump into Hughes's fire, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Lulu didn't say anything. It was obvious that Lulu hated Hughes more and more. She didn't even want to talk to him. She just looked at Wu Yan. Yan, don't listen to him. Strength and whatnot, I don't care about that at all. Is that so? After being provoked again and again, and being called a bastard, Wu Yan didn't have the slightest bit of anger. For this to happen to the petty Wu Yan was simply inconceivable. I know that, Lulu, you don't mind this. In front of everyone, Wu Yan slowly walked in front of Lulu and looked at Hughes. But I do mind. Yan, you. Lulu looked at Wu Yan in shock, as if she couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Even Feifei was stunned and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Hughes's face lit up and he sneered. At least you know what's good for you. Know what's good for me? Wu Yan spread his hands helplessly and said with a smile, Sorry, people of my generation don't know what's good for them. You? Hey, Gigolo, what did you call me? Hughes was so angry that he laughed. At this moment, he had already decided that no matter how the young miss treated him after this matter, this guy had to die. Whether it was because of her calling him a gigolo or because of his threat to himself. Wu Yan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had completely changed. There was no longer any banter, no longer his usual playfulness, but a serious look. Just like you said, staying by Lulu's side in terms of status and talent, if I don't have a bit of strength, then not only would I be laughed at, I'm afraid even I would feel pressured. Yan! Lulu was already anxious. Yen can't be planning to cut ties with me because of this, right? Looking around at the expressions on everyone's faces, Wu Yan smiled faintly and spoke softly. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through the entire scene, as if it came from the horizon, calm and clear. So in order to prevent any accidents from happening and to reassure Lulu, I'll let you all see if I, Wu Yan, have the qualifications to stand by Lulu's side. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, as well as Hinajuku and Makoto behind him who are grinning, Wu Yan looked straight at Hughes and said with a smile. Make your move. As long as I take a step back, my life is yours. Chapter 127. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone present, except for Lulu, Feifei and Chuju, held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Because they could already see the ending. Now what they were concerned about was how the super genius of the Lori family, the rank 5 Hughes, would react after being defeated by this unknown rank 7 youth who came out of nowhere. Even Gray and Tigray, who were supposed to be the main characters of today's event, stood quietly at the side, watching the development of the situation. Gray felt that the current situation was obviously not something he could interfere in. Even if he wanted to help Wu Yan, the colossal power of the Lori family made him not dare to act rashly. In addition, the eldest daughter of the Lori family acted towards Wu Yan. He felt that no matter how bad the situation was, she would still protect Wu Yan. Tigray on the surface looked the same, but on the inside, he was laughing out loud. Although the plan to deal with the Madobia family was temporarily out of the question after the strange development of the situation, Tigray felt that the current situation wasn't bad. He knew that with Wu Yan's strength, dealing with Hughes would be a piece of cake. But, in this way, Wu Yan would have thoroughly offended the disciple of the Lori family. Being targeted by the #1 family of the empire, even if Wu Yan was a rank 7, he would still have no chance of winning. Even if he couldn't take care of the Madobia family, taking care of this despicable brat would still be good enough. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Hughes couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was so happy, but also so angry. At this moment, he couldn't hold back the killing intent in his heart, releasing it all. Originally, he wanted nothing more than to tear Wu Yan into pieces, but Lulu had always been on Wu Yan's side, making it difficult for him to do so. Now, the opponent actually came looking for death. How could Hughes hold back his laughter? How could he hold back and let Wu Yan go? Good. Very good. Hughes laughed loudly. He looked at Wu Yan as though he were looking at a dead man and suddenly said coldly, "Since that's the case, let me see how you're going to prove your so-called qualifications." Yan, how can you be so reckless? Lulu was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was very anxious. Wu Yan's words had indeed moved her. However, Lulu wasn't sure how strong Wu Yan was right now, but Lulu was very clear. 2 to 3 months ago, when they were still in the supply town, Wu Yan was a stage 2. 2 to 3 months had passed, and she had advanced by almost 1 level. But what about Wu Yan? Even if he advanced by 1 level, it would only be 3 levels. A tier 3 versus a tier 5? Even if Lulu was very naive and stupid, she could still tell from such a simple comparison of strength. The difference of 2 ranks was not a joke. It was indeed a difference of 2 ranks. However, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Lulu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She hurriedly pulled Wu Yan back. "No, I don't agree." After saying that, Lulu immediately glared hatefully at Hughes and loudly shouted, "Hughes! If you want to fight, I'll fight with you." Lulu turned to look at Wu Yan. She saw that Wu Yan was looking at her with a slight smile on his face. He said to her, "All right, Lulu, just watch from the side." "But you..." Lulu's expression kept changing as she paced back and forth in hesitation. Seeing this, Wu Yan pulled her aside and walked forward. Lulu's expression changed. Just as she was about to chase after him, she felt her clothes being pulled. The person who pulled her was Feifei. Feifei held Lulu's hand, but her face was always looking at Wu Yan. She said, "Lulu, let's just watch." "Feifei." Lulu looked at Feifei worriedly. "Aren't you going to stop him?" Feifei smiled and said, Don't worry. Even though I haven't known Yen for long, I feel that he's not the kind of person who would make a foolish decision. So, Let's just watch the situation first. Seeing that Lulu's expression was still very worried, Fei Fei sighed in her heart. It seemed that Lulu really treated Wu Yan as a very important friend. She then said to Lulu, "Don't worry if necessary, I'll go up and stop him." Lulu finally let go of some of her worries and nodded. She looked at Wu Yan in front of her and Hughes who was facing Wu Yan. She muttered to herself, "If you can win, I'll treat you to ice cream." On the other side, Chuju and Mikoto. It seems that girl named Lulu really cares about Yen. Mikoto smoothed her hair and said with a hint of jealousy, "It seems that this jealous girl is jealous of Lulu." Chuju shook her head. "That pretty girl really cares about Yen, but I don't think it's to the extent that she likes him." "How do you know?" Mikoto turned to Chuju and asked in confusion. Chuju smiled. "Because when she looks at Wu Yen, there's no love or affection in her eyes." "How can you tell?" Mikoto laughed dryly as if she was surprised by Chuju's opinion. Chuju suddenly blushed and rolled her eyes at Mikoto. She didn't say anything. Did she have to say that she looked at Wu Yen like that? If she did, she wouldn't be the Kaisha-sama. On the stage, Hughes had already swapped out the staff in his hand. Compared to the previous one, this one is much thinner and the craftsmanship is more refined. Other than that, there's nothing else that's different. However, Wu Yan knew that the difference between the two isn't something that can be compared to one another. The staff in front was a common armament, but the staff in Hugh's hand was a rare armament. A fifth-stage magician with the strength of an intermediate stage has a rare armament? Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Lori family, as expected of the Empire's #1 family. So rich. Wu Yan was sigh at the other party's wealth, but he didn't know that what he should be sigh about wasn't that. At least, when the others saw the rare armament in Hugh's hand, their faces changed. Although the rare armament was only one grade lower than the common armament, the power of the rare armament was on a completely different level. If Hugh's without the armament is 100%, then with the common armament, it's 120%. With the rare armament, it's 150%. It's almost a 50% increase in power. But Wu Yan really didn't put it in his eyes. Hughes sneered at Wu Yan and didn't say anything. He raised his staff and quickly chanted an incantation. Lulu's face changed again. Hughes wanted to kill Wu Yan. At this time, it was impossible to stop him. Although the incantation wasn't short, Hughes was obviously very familiar with it. He quickly finished chanting and a green magic array appeared in front of him. Then, a huge green lion appeared in front of everyone. A huge magic wave was emitted from the lion's body, allowing everyone to clearly feel its power. Hugh's eyes turned cold and he waved his staff. Fierce wind beast technique in that instant. The lion roared soundlessly and brought a huge wave with it. With a kick of its 4 limbs, it charged towards Wu Yan with a terrifying momentum. "Be careful." Lulu couldn't help but cry out. Fei Fei had already raised the weapon in her hand. Wu Yan looked indifferently at the huge and seemingly powerful green lion. He didn't take out Shauna but instead stretched out a hand and a finger. Under everyone's gaze, a burst of electricity flashed from Wu Yan's body and made beep 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 sounds. The electricity flowed towards Wu Yan's outstretched finger. "Lightning Magus!" Hughes cried out in surprise. Even Lulu was stunned. Before anyone could react, Wu Yan pointed at the charging lion's head. With the sound of electricity, the green lion suddenly exploded and disappeared into thin air. "That's impossible." Hughes was dumbfounded. Chapter 128. Impossible. 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 Like a broken doll, Hughes had a blank look on his face as he kept repeating this sentence. This made the people around him feel pity for him. This result was obvious. Everyone present had already guessed it, so they weren't surprised. They were just speechless. 7th rank, really strong. Of course, not everyone was as relieved as the onlookers, the Medobia family, and the Iron Dogs mercenary group. The people from the Lori family were all in a daze like Hughes. Even Lulu and Fei Fei were the same. Is this really Yen? Lulu looked at Wu Yan who was still surrounded by lightning in a daze. She didn't know where her thoughts had flown to. Compared to the dazed Lulu, Fei Fei was much better. Seeing Wu Yan break the Wind Strike Beast spell, Feifei's pupils shrank for a moment before returning to normal. Not for anything else, but because she, Feifei, is also a 7th rank. This scene may seem inconceivable to others, but to Feifei, it was nothing. If she wanted to do it, she could do it too. Just like Wu Yan, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Therefore, Feifei stood there calmly. But from her trembling hands, it was obvious that her heart wasn't calm. She had too many questions in her heart. For example, 2 to 3 months ago, Wu Yan was only a 2nd rank. How did he become so strong after 2 to 3 months? Another example, as long as you're from the Spalier world, you know that magic and battle energy can't coexist. But, Feifei still clearly remembered that Wu Yan was a warrior who used swords and sabers 2 to 3 months ago. But now, Wu Yan is using lightning magic. This is another question in Feifei's heart. And many. But after thinking about it, everyone has their own secrets. Even Feifei herself was no exception. So, even though she had many questions, Feifei didn't think about it anymore. As long as she was sure that Wu Yan wouldn't harm Lulu, then it didn't matter. At this moment, Feifei had already guessed that the young 7th rank powerhouse that Tigray mentioned was probably Wu Yan. Rising from the 2nd rank to the 7th rank in 2 to 3 months, Feifei just thinking about it, she felt that it was unbelievable. But this trace of incredulity quickly turned into an endless battle intent. Wu Yan and Feifei's age were actually about the same. To be able to reach the 7th rank at this age, all of them were geniuses that could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't that Feifei hadn't seen other 7th rank geniuses of the same age, but they gave Feifei a very bad feeling. Proud of their talents, that was probably how they were described. Feifei hated people like this very much. So, before coming, she was incomparably anticipating that this 7th rank genius wouldn't have such a detestable personality. This expectation had now become a reality. Without a doubt, Feifei, who had interacted with Wu Yan before, knew that Wu Yan wasn't that kind of person. This made her very happy in her heart. At the same time, she was very happy. She was happy that there was finally a genius of the same age that she didn't hate to have a battle with her. Feifei's lips curled into a smile. Her hands were still trembling uncontrollably. She only hoped that Wu Yan on the field would quickly finish off Hughes so that he could battle with her. By the way, Hughes was also among the so-called detestable people Feifei mentioned, even if the other party was from the same sect as her. On the field, Wu Yan had already retracted the electric current in his body. Looking at Hughes, who had a face full of shock, he laughed. "Young Master Hughes of noble status, are you satisfied with my ability?" Hearing that, Hughes was still in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time before answering Wu Yan's question. This was also understandable because the fierce wind beast technique was Hughes' strongest magic. In order to make sure that Wu Yan couldn't be more dead, Hughes could be said to have used all of his power. The full strength of a 5th rank, rare armament, strongest magic, all of these were brought out. That attack just now was Hughes' strongest attack. However, in the end, such a strong attack was actually broken by a finger of the lowly commoner in his eyes. What did this mean? This meant that the lowly commoner in his eyes who had no strength was stronger than him. And who knew how much stronger he was? Hughes was confident that his attack just now, even if a 6th rank came, although it could be resolved, it definitely wouldn't be that easy. If one was not careful, they might even be injured by him. However, an attack that could possibly injure a 6th rank was broken by Wu Yan with a single move. Didn't this mean that Wu Yan's strength was much stronger than a 6th rank? Stronger than a 6th rank without a doubt. He was only a 7th rank. Wu Yan was a 7th rank? That lowly commoner who he looked down on so much, who made him so angry, who intended to taint his beloved woman, was a 7th rank? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Hughes roared crazily. His dazed expression had already become distorted. His eyes became incomparably red, just like an injured wild beast. However, there was no difference. The current Hughes was a severely injured wild beast. It was just that his pride had been hurt. He had completely gone crazy. The mana in his body was adjusted to the maximum limit. A huge mana fluctuation rose from his body, causing the air around him to become thick and heavy. Suddenly, Hughes waved the armament in his hand again. 5 wind blades formed around him. With another wave, They advanced dauntlessly and cut at Wu Yan's body. Their speed was incomparably fast. With regards to Hugh's sudden attack, Wu Yan only frowned and ignored him. He stood on the spot without moving, waiting for the 5 wind blades to arrive. Only when the wind blades were about to reach him did Wu Yan move. He reached out and snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless iron sand rose from the ground and rolled into a black wave that reverberated around Wu Yan. The wind blades hit the iron sand wave and only created a few sparks before disappearing. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. What was this black wave? To the people of this world, using electromagnetic force to control iron sand was definitely something that they wouldn't even think of. They would only think of it as another method of Wu Yan's. His attack sank like a rock into the ocean and did not cause any damage to his opponent. Hugh's twisted expression deepened. He waved the armament in his hand again and 5 wind blades shot out. Hughes did not stop because of this. Instead, he waved it again and shot out another 5 wind blades. His armament waved continuously and 5 wind blades flew out one after another, hitting the iron sand wave. However, no matter how many wind blades came at him, Wu Yan did not move at all. He only surrounded himself with the iron sand wave and blocked all the wind blades. The wind blades kept hitting the iron sand wave, producing crisp sounds. In an instant, the entire scene was filled with crazy crisp sounds that resounded in every corner. At this moment, the onlookers, including the people from the 3 factions, looked at Hughes with pity in their eyes. Between Wu Yan and Hughes, one has a calm expression, blocking all of the other's attacks without even moving an inch. The other is in a frenzy, attacking non-stop but to no avail. As long as one isn't an idiot, one can see the final result. As time passed, the frequency at which Hughes waved his magic staff slowed down. The mana fluctuations on his body also gradually calmed down. The wind blades also became fewer and fewer. In the end, Hughes directly knelt on the ground, dazed. Exhaustion once again covered his entire face. It was obvious that such a crazy spree of magic had exhausted his mana long ago. He could no longer continue the battle. From beginning to end, Wu Yan did not move at all apart from extending a finger, snapping a finger, and saying a sentence. It just so happened to confirm Wu Yan's words before the battle started. As long as you take a step back, I'll give you my life. In the end, of course, Wu Yan did not even move a single step. Wu Yan's overwhelming victory had ended this duel. The black wave had already calmed down. Wu Yan walked in front of the dazed Hughes and said in a loud voice, "I won. Young master of the Lori family, please remember to tell all those people with status, and power that I, Wu Yan, am a friend of Plum Li Lu Lori. Now is, and will be in the future." Chapter 129. Lulu stared blankly at Wu Yan. Her nose turned sour and tears almost flowed out. However, she quickly wiped her eyes and tried her best to hold back her tears. It wasn't that Lulu didn't have any friends. Although she only had a few, she still had them. However, there had never been a day when the simple word friend could move her to tears. As a descendant of a great clan, Lulu's life was both fortunate and unfortunate. She enjoyed all the extraordinary things, but all the ordinary things were far away from her. In the past, she had longed for a friend who could treat her seriously instead of her family. However, time and time again, she saw the word benefit in those people's eyes. Time and time again, she was disappointed. She no longer had extravagant hopes for a friend. Even though she still had a few female friends, each of them had the same troubles as her. Therefore, their friendship was not heart to heart. It could be said that no one could walk through the door of friendship in her heart. Fei could, but Fei was her guardian. It was more like family than friendship. However, it didn't matter anymore. The past had become the past. Now, there was someone who had enough weight to walk through the door of friendship in her heart. Of course, whether or not he would walk through this door and enter another door in the future, that would depend on the future. Looking at Wu Yan's straight back, Lulu smiled. Her smile was so moving and so beautiful. Even Fei, who was standing beside her, could say with certainty that this was the most beautiful moment of Lulu's first half of her life. Big brother is so handsome. Outside the arena, little Lilin's eyes were full of stars as she looked at Wu Yan. Obviously, for a child, being strong and handsome was indeed very attractive. "TSK, you only know how to act cool," Chuju muttered in dissatisfaction. However, she quickly sighed. Because she had to admit, Wu Yan at this moment was indeed very attractive. Still using someone else's ability to act cool. Damn it, I suddenly feel like beating someone up. A bolt of electricity similar to the one on Wu Yan's body flashed through Mikoto's forehead, illuminating its owner's face that is tense due to her displeasure. "Master. This is Ikaros who has no sense of presence." On the stage, Hughes glared at Wu Yan who is standing in front of him with a venomous expression. Due to the depletion of his mana, he didn't have the strength to stand up anymore. He could only look up at Wu Yan like a stray dog. Seeing Hughes defeated, Tigray smiled sinisterly. This time, Wu Yan has thoroughly offended Hughes. Based on the tolerance Hughes showed just now, Tigray is sure that he will madly retaliate against Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled indifferently. Of course, he knew he had thoroughly offended this pretty boy. However, he really didn't care. If Hughes wants revenge, Wu Yan is looking forward to it. If Hughes wants revenge, then he must borrow the power of his family. However, that so-called power, in Wu Yan's eyes, is nothing but experience delivered to his doorstep. As for scheming, in this world, he has no relatives, no family, only himself. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he set his sights on Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, it's useless. In the face of absolute power, scheming is the most useless method. Therefore, in Wu Yan's eyes, the colossal existence of the Lori family, other than the old patriarch of the 9th rank, there's nothing else to care about. And can Hughes ask the old patriarch to take action? Even if he can, at that time, Wu Yan's side might already have a 9th rank powerhouse. Well, it's finally over. Let's all go home and find our mothers, Wu Yan said with a grin. Once the matter is over, the seriousness also disappeared. Wu Yan's face became frivolous again, making Chuju and Mikoto who were not far away feel helpless. The people around them also smiled kindly and were about to disperse. However, one person's action made them stop in their tracks and surround them again. Looking at Fei Fei standing in front of him, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Fei Fei, what are you doing now?" Hearing this, Fei Fei raised the katana in her hand and said seriously, "Lori family. Fei Fei, Lori challenges you." "Challenge?" Wu Yan looked at Fei Fei in surprise and then frowned. Fei Fei's challenge at this time made him wonder if she wanted to avenge Hughes. Lulu also shouted in surprise. "Whoa, Fei Fei, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly challenge me?" Fei Fei didn't say anything, she just raised the katana and looked at Wu Yan with a serious and determined face. Lulu knew that Fei Fei wasn't joking. This made Lulu anxious. Her friend was fighting with her family. How could she not be anxious? Wu Yan originally thought that Fei Fei felt that he had tarnished her family's reputation, so she wanted to get back at him. But when he saw the intense fighting spirit in Fei Fei's eyes, he didn't think so anymore. The Fei Fei he knew wasn't that kind of person. Seeing the fighting spirit in her eyes, if Wu Yan still couldn't guess why, then all the hot-blooded anime he watched were wasted. Fei Fei is itching for a fight. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Fei Fei to have such a fighting spirit. But in the blink of an eye, he also became excited. Recently, if he wasn't being ganged up on, he met an opponent that he couldn't handle, or the opponent was too weak. Wu Yan also considered that it's been a long time since he had a good fight. Today, Wu Yan is no longer a weak newbie. He is now rank 7. Fei Fei is level 68, and he is level 65. Although Fei Fei is 3 levels higher than him, the 3 levels aren't that big of a gap. Fei Fei is stronger than him, but not by much. If they fight, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Thinking of this, Wu Yan felt a fire burning in his heart. It made his blood boil and boil. So Wu Yan grinned. "I accept. Yan Yu." Lulu didn't know what to say. This sudden scene made her brain unable to wrap around it. She didn't know what to do. Wu Yan looked at Lulu, smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lulu couldn't help but be anxious. It's already a duel, and you say it'll be fine? No matter which one of you is in trouble, it's considered a problem to me. Fei Fei also gestured to Lulu, telling her not to worry. Lulu realized that the two won't change their minds. She shouted frantically. Ah! I don't care. Do whatever you want. Humph. With a cold snort, Lulu walked to the side without looking back. If she didn't stop and look at the center of the field, Feifei and Wu Yan would have thought that this half-natural girl would have run away in a fit of anger. Gray and Tigray were silent again. This is another matter that they can't interfere in. They should be the main characters today. One came looking for trouble, the other is being looked for trouble. Wu Yan walked in front of Feifei, looked directly at her face and sighed. I didn't think that there would be a day where I would go against you, Feifei. Feifei blinked and smiled lightly. Yeah, I didn't think that the little guy who got lost in the behemoth forest would make me treat him seriously one day. Wu Yan suddenly felt awkward. He didn't mind Feifei calling him a little guy, because at that time, Wu Yan was indeed a little guy, not in terms of age, but in terms of strength. Feifei, can you not talk about getting lost? Wu Yan scratched his head. Feifei smiled and raised the sword in her hand. As long as you can defeat me, I promise I'll forget everything. Is this a bet? You can say that. Then I accept. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it made the surrounding people stunned. Didn't they want to duel? Chapter 130. The distance between them wasn't too far, but it wasn't too long either. The two of them stared at each other and didn't make any movements. However, anyone with a bit of strength could feel a surge of aura rising from the two of them and attacking each other. A clash of auras. In a place where the crowd couldn't see or hear, the two of them had already begun their duel. Perhaps to the man and woman on the field, the duel had already begun. Feifei sized up Wu Yan for a while and said, What? Do you need me to let you go? Of course, Feifei didn't say this because she looked down on Wu Yan. Instead, she saw that Wu Yan didn't seem to be carrying any weapons, so she made a concession. After all, the long sword in Feifei's hand was a rare armament. Hearing this, Wu Yan knew what Feifei was talking about and smiled. No need. In the blink of an eye, a strange light and nimble sword appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan let it twist around his wrist and then grabbed it with a paw sound. Is this your weapon? Seeing the Xianxia in Wu Yan's hand, Feifei's eyes lit up and she nodded in praise. Without a doubt, the Xianxia's light and nimble design made Feifei quite fond of it. Wu Yan nodded and raised the Xianxia. It's called the Xianxia. It's a rare armament. Rare armament. Feifei couldn't help but smile and nod. This was for the best. Everyone didn't have to hold back and the conditions were the same. They could go all out. The appearance of the Xianxia not only made Feifei happy, but also shocked countless people. They didn't understand why Wu Yan took out a sword. This was because they believed that even if Wu Yan used a weapon, it should be a magic staff or something like that. After all, what Wu Yan used before was lightning magic. Now that he had taken out a sword, could it be that he was still a warrior? Thinking of this, countless people laughed. Magic and Do-Chi couldn't coexist. This was the most basic common sense of the Spalier world. Who didn't know this? But otherwise, why would Wu Yan take out a sword? At this point, someone recalled that when Captain Tigray had been kidnapped by Wu Yan a few days ago, the other party had used a knife. Could it be that he could use both magic and chi at the same time? Everyone present couldn't help but have such a ridiculous idea. Of course, what they didn't know was that Wu Yan didn't know battle chi, nor did he know magic. What used the blade was his physical strength, and what used the lightning was his computing power. Superpower. Hughes stood in front of Laurie's house and looked at Wu Yan in the arena. His vicious gaze shot at him as if he wanted to see two holes in his body. He didn't care whether magic and chi could coexist or not. He only knew that when he was dealing with him just now, not to mention an armament, he didn't even have a weapon. He didn't even use his full strength. He hated it. He hated that the one standing in the arena wasn't himself. One had to know that challenging a senior sister who was stronger than him, but only a few years older than him had always been his goal. So, there was one more reason for Wu Yan to be hated by Hughes. Let's begin. Feifei focused her gaze and slowly drew her long sword. It was a real long sword. The blade was about the same length as Feifei's body. It was bright silver and extremely slender. It wasn't much worse than Wu Yan's Xianxia. The entire blade was connected to the hilt perfectly. There was no guard and it looked similar to Wu Yan's Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword. It was just that the blade was longer and slightly curved. Fei Fei stroked the blade and looked at it as if she was looking at her family. It's called Night Elf. I personally designed it. I asked my teacher to find a tailor-made armament for me. It's also a rare armament. Wu Yan's mouth twitched and smiled. Now, he understood why Fei Fei looked at Xianxia with love. It turned out that the night elf designed by Fei Fei wasn't much different from Xianxia. They were both light and lightweight weapons. Wu Yan also quickly pulled out Xianxia. This action made everyone present finally realize that Wu Yan really intended to use a sword to fight. Wasn't he a magician? Could he really coexist magic and qi? Wu Yan didn't know about other people's troubles. Because as the two of them brandished their weapons, the invisible auras clashed with each other. Their auras clashed with each other. The auras that soared into the sky suddenly collided without the slightest sound. There was clearly no sound, but everyone present felt as if their ears were ringing, exploding in their heads, making them feel uncomfortable. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros and little Lirin who was being held by Chuju, Lulu was the only one who didn't feel anything. As for the reason, probably no one knows. The invisible collision made the hair of both of them flutter. It also made them realize how strong their opponent is. That's why Fei Fei and Wu Yan didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Instead, they both laughed. Ha! At some point, Fei Fei finally made the first move. Night Elf swayed in her hand, turned around and pointed at Wu Yan. Then she sprinted. Her body turned into a straight line, leaving a long trail behind. Fei Fei charged at Wu Yan. The gleaming tip of her sword clearly lit up, making everyone feel a chill. However, when Fei Fei sprinted halfway, a figure appeared in front of her. A gleaming blade appeared in front of her, causing Fei Fei's pupils to shrink. That's Wu Yan's Xianxia. Clang! Sword and sword collided. Shockwaves surged. Just like how Fei Fei didn't know how Wu Yan suddenly appeared in front of her, Wu Yan also didn't know how Fei Fei's night elf appeared in front of him. In the end, of course, the two armaments collided. The confrontation turned into a stalemate. The two blades were in a deadlock, constantly rubbing against each other. Sparks flew from the friction like raindrops. As expected, Fei Fei is very strong. Wu Yan looked at Fei Fei's face that was close at hand and said with a smile, "That's the same for you." Fei Fei was also very happy. This kind of battle between confidants was what she had always been pursuing. Perhaps, this was what her teacher meant when he said that on the road forward, there must be an opponent, a confidant. Thinking of this, Fei Fei smiled again. Then, her eyes sharpened. She shouted and began to exert strength on Night Elf. Feeling Fei Fei's strength, Wu Yan also began to exert strength. Soon, Fei Fei was suppressed by Wu Yan. In terms of level, Fei Fei was a little higher. In terms of strength, Wu Yan was also a little higher. After all, a girl's strength wasn't always comparable to a boy's. In terms of strength, it was still unknown. Knowing that she couldn't win against Wu Yan in terms of strength, Fei Fei twisted the blade and pulled the Xianxia to the side. With a pull, the two armaments were pulled to her side. Then, Fei Fei turned around and slashed at Wu Yan with Night Elf. When Fei Fei turned around, Wu Yan turned his blade and held it to his side to block Fei Fei's slash. Then, he used his other hand to push Fei Fei away. With a smile, Wu Yan turned the Xianxia again and pointed the tip of the blade at Fei Fei who was retreating. Fei Fei dodged to the side and the Xianxia brushed past her cheek. A small strand of hair fell down and floated to the ground. Seeing that his attack failed, Wu Yan swung the Xianxia at Fei Fei. However, it only hit Night Elf. With a flick, the Xianxia was pushed away by Fei Fei. Instantly, Wu Yan's front was exposed. Fei Fei raised the blade with both hands and fiercely slashed at Wu Yan's chest. Without enough time to pull the Xianxia back, Wu Yan could only move his feet and retreat. Night Elf slashed the ground while Wu Yan was retreating. Whoosh! Night Elf opened a hole in the ground, telling everyone that this attack was no joke. In response, Wu Yan only pulled back the Xianxia and charged. Body movement. Blade cry. Chapter 131. Behurl, Madobia's main gate. The entrance of the Madobia family was quite spacious. Judging by the number of people present, there were at least 1,000 people standing here. However, in this place filled with thousands of people, there's not even the slightest bit of noise. They're very quiet as they look at the center of the stage. Even their breathing is soft, as if they're afraid of disturbing something. The only thing that can be heard is the sound of blades clashing against each other, as well as the sound of wind whistling due to the huge amount of energy being squandered. Occasionally, there's a shout. The male and female figures on the stage are constantly clashing. After clashing, they'll quickly separate. Then they'll meet again, clash again, separate again, and meet again. They're repeating the same action, but it's not boring at all. Bang! After another clash, the two separated. Looking at their opponent, they both smiled at the same time. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Sure enough, fighting with you was the right decision. Fei Fei sighed. Although it's a sigh, anyone with a discerning eye can see the joy on her face. Wu Yan shrugged and didn't say anything. He only waved his hand at Shauna. It's rare for him to be hot-blooded. Naturally, he doesn't want it to end like this. When Fei Fei saw this, she still had a smile on her face, making her already beautiful face even more charming. Suddenly she said, "Don't worry. Then was that your full strength just now?" Hearing this, Wu Yan lightly smiled and raised his head to look at Fei Fei. Full strength? How is that possible? That's right, the battle just now was just a warm-up for Wu Yan. I believe that even Fei Fei would be the same, otherwise she wouldn't ask this question. Of course, Wu Yan didn't know how much shock his words caused to the crowd. That wasn't his full strength just now? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what to say. To them, the battle just now was already enough for them to look up to. Even the 6th rank Gray and Tigray were about the same. But, at this level, he actually didn't use his full strength? Regardless of whether everyone believed it or not, for Fei Fei and Wu Yan, this kind of battle was only a warm-up. Really? After hearing Wu Yan's words, Fei Fei gradually retracted her smile and tightened her grip on Night Elf. That's great! A huge wave of energy rose from Fei Fei's body. A steam-like gas swirled around her body. A powerful force swept up the dust in the air and scattered it all over the arena. Sister Fei Fei, you finally used your Do Qi. That's right, in the battle just now from beginning to end, Fei Fei didn't use Do Qi, and Wu Yan also didn't use his full strength. Aren't you going to use your Do Qi? I won't be merciful anymore. Fei Fei raised her head slightly. Such a small movement could be accompanied by a strong surge of Do Qi, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. On the other hand, Wu Yan could only smile. There was no other way. He didn't have any Do Qi to use. What he cultivated wasn't Do Qi, so how could he use it? Fei Fei, what I learned is a bit special, and it's hard to explain, but I won't disappoint you. Wu Yan tilted his head. There wasn't such a huge phenomenon like Fei Fei's, but when Fei Fei's Duki hit Wu Yan's body, it didn't cause any waves at all. Instead, it separated like a flood. If the current Fei Fei was like a majestic sea, then the current Wu Yan was like an immovable reef. Fei Fei could clearly feel that the current Wu Yan was a little different from the previous Wu Yan, so she didn't say anything. Then it's coming. Fei Fei held the hilt of her saber tightly with both hands and turned it upside down. At the same time, her entire body's Do Qi surged into the saber in her hand. Fei Fei forcefully pulled back and slashed down in Wu Yan's direction. A dazzling sword beam made of Do Qi shot out from Night Elf towards Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wu Yan like a hot knife through butter. Wu Yan's expression changed. He shouted and raised Nidian Zhanna to meet the attack instead of retreating. Nidian Zhanna slashed at the saber with a loud bang, and the saber slammed into Nidian Zhanna's saber. An indescribable force came from Nidian Zhanna's saber and pushed Wu Yan back. Instantly, Wu Yan could only be pushed back passively, his feet leaving 2 scratches on the ground. Wu Yan gripped the saber so hard that his veins were bulging. His eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted again and swung Nidian Zhanna fiercely. Under the guidance of Nidian Zhanna and Wu Yan's swing, the saber was sent flying into the sky by Wu Yan. It shot into the sky like a rocket and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The surrounding audience had already gradually opened their mouths, forming an O shape. Without a doubt, They were all frightened by the terrifying combat chi blade aura. Yen, what do you think of my move? Fei Fei slightly raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a smile. Wu Yen also let out a sigh of relief. He opened his hands that were holding the saber to release some of his strength and smiled slightly. Not bad, it's quite powerful. Then, take another move from me. Do Chi once again surged towards Night Elf. A thin light appeared on Night Elf's body, illuminating Fei Fei's beautiful face. With a raise of her hand, a second saber beam shot towards Wu Yen. This time, Wu Yen didn't wait for the saber beam to get close to him. Instead, he directly stepped on the ground and leaped towards the saber beam. He raised Nidian Zhana and stabbed towards the center of the saber beam. A burst of light came from the tip of Nidian Zhana's saber when it came in contact with the saber beam. Following that, a muffled sound rang out. Chapter 132. What the hell happened? That's the question that popped up in everyone's mind. Fei Fei clearly had the upper hand, so how did Fei Fei get sent flying? Why does it sound like Wu Yen is the one taking advantage of the situation? Right now, everyone's heart was itching to know what happened. Only Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't seem to have any questions. Fei Fei's Do Chi sword aura is really powerful, Wu Yen said with a sigh. This isn't fake, it's not like Wu Yen hasn't seen Do Chi sword aura before. Back in the treasure trove, Wu Yen saw Cullus's blood soul slash. Fei Fei's Do Chi sword aura may not be as strong as Cullus's, but it's definitely one of a kind in the realm of the seventh step. Maybe she heard Wu Yan's muttering. Fei Fei explained. This is my special technique. Compared to pure sword and sword skills, my Do Chi sword aura is more outstanding than my Do Chi sword aura. Wu Yen nodded in understanding. This can be considered Fei Fei's specialty. With her outstanding Do Chi sword aura, Fei Fei can already stand firmly in the front row of the seventh step. After all, that was just a pure Do Chi saber light formed from Do Chi, not a Do Chi saber light emitted from a battle technique. Battle technique and simple Do Chi, which one has more lethality? Without a doubt, it's the former. Then it's my turn to ask. Fei Fei's beautiful eyes looked at Wu Yen and asked curiously. What method did you use to cancel out my Do Chi sword aura and send me flying? That's right, when Fei Fei released her Do Chi sword aura, Wu Yen used some unknown method to cancel out her Do Chi sword aura and even sent her flying. Oh. Fei Fei, you didn't see it clearly? Wu Yen pretended to be surprised and then smiled wickedly. Then I'll use it one more time. This time you have to see it clearly. As soon as his words fell, the wind started to blow and everyone saw that the atmosphere around Wu Yen suddenly became clear. It turned into streams of air and rushed towards the Nipponese temple Shana in Wu Yan's hand. Fei Fei's expression tightened. She raised Night Elf and faced Wu Yen with a sense of urgency. She could feel that at this moment, the sword in Wu Yan's hand became a little dangerous. The streams of air flowed towards the blade and then rolled onto the Nipponese temple Shana. As more and more streams of air rolled onto the blade, all of the air seemed to be absorbed into the Nipponese temple Shana. With a buzzing sound, the Nipponese temple Shana suddenly trembled and emitted a fiery red light. Little bits of sparks jumped out from the blade and merged into it. A red halo surrounded the blade and made it extremely dazzling. Do Chi sword aura. Fei Fei looked at the strange state of the Nipponese temple Shana in Wu Yan's hand in surprise. She really didn't expect that in the end. The thing that cancelled out her Do Chi sword aura was also a Do Chi sword aura. Wu Yen also didn't explain. His chaotic return to Horizon Dance was indeed very similar to a Do Chi sword aura. Speaking of which, the range of Do Chi sword aura was very large. No matter if it was a sword or saber type battle technique or simply using a sword or saber to strike with Do Chi, it was all called a Do Chi sword aura. After Fei Fei's surprise, she became excited. In the past, she had always used her Do Chi sword aura to suppress her opponents. She didn't expect that there would be a day where she would be suppressed by a Do Chi sword aura. It was really refreshing. Then let me see how powerful your Do Chi sword aura is. Fei Fei was ready for battle. She quickly mobilized the Do Chi in her body. She wasn't Wu Yen and didn't dare to block a Do Chi sword aura with her body alone. Although she didn't know that. Seeing that Fei Fei was planning to block his chaotic return to Horizon Dance head-on, Wu Yan felt a bit helpless. The power of the chaotic return to horizon dance wasn't something that could be blocked head-on. Compared to Fei Fei's Do Qi sword aura, the chaotic return to horizon dance was much stronger. Subconsciously, Wu Yan dispersed more than half of the power of the chaotic return to horizon dance. Then, he raised the Nipponese temple Shana and slashed it in the air. In an instant, the halo on the Nipponese temple Shana turned into a red arc. It smoothed out the vibrations in the air, cut open the rocks on the ground, and crushed the debris. It was like a red arc of light that attacked Fei Fei. Fei Fei only felt that her vision was filled with a red light. That was the sword aura of the chaotic return to horizon dance. It arrived in front of Fei Fei at a speed that was 3 times faster than Fei Fei's Do Qi sword aura. When the chaotic return to horizon dance arrived, Fei Fei knew that if she blocked it head-on like Wu Yan, she definitely wouldn't be able to block it. She gritted her teeth and the familiar light on Fei Fei's night elf shone again. Do Qi sword aura. Facing Wu Yan's chaotic return to horizon dance, Fei Fei could only use her Do Qi sword aura to attack the red arc of light. Boom! The Do Qi sword aura and the arc of light collided. A loud boom sounded. The Do Qi sword aura and the arc of light violently collided, and the sound of collision was exceptionally clear. Too powerful. Lulu stuck out her little tongue, indicating that she wasn't in the same group as them. The surrounding people also nodded in succession. A battle between rank 7 powerhouses was indeed very terrifying. Even standing far away, they could feel how intense the battle between the two people on the battlefield was. The stalemate between sword aura and sword aura didn't last for long. Soon, after an even louder sound of collision sounded, the Do Qi sword aura was torn apart by the arc of light. What? The sword aura didn't dim in the slightest. With a thunderous momentum, it swept through everything in front of it, and then without slowing down, it blasted towards the dazed Fei Fei. Ah! Seeing such a terrifying attack heading towards Fei Fei, and Fei Fei's helpless appearance, many women outside the battlefield couldn't help but cry out. Even some men closed their eyes as if they were afraid of seeing a bloody scene, and couldn't bear to continue watching. The victor has been decided. Some people who were barely passable watched this scene and secretly thought in their hearts. At this critical moment, Fei Fei's eyes flashed with determination, as if she had made a decision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she closed her eyes. The surrounding people had already started to clamor. To them, Fei Fei closing her eyes at this moment meant that she had accepted her fate. Only 2 people were shocked after seeing Fei Fei's action. That is, Lulu was stunned. She cutely opened her little mouth, and had an expression of super disbelief. Other than her, there was another person who had the same expression, and that was Hugh's. Could it be? Senior sister is going to use that move? When he said this, Hugh's eyes were filled with shock, envy, unwillingness, disbelief, and an extremely complicated expression. In addition, there was also a malevolent look towards Wu Yan. What is she doing? This was the thought in Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's minds. Under the sword aura of chaotic return to horizon dance, Fei Fei's body was extremely relaxed. It was as if what was about to come wasn't a fatal attack, but a light breeze. She completely ignored it. She held the sword in one hand, and the other hand drew an arc in the air, as if she was dancing. She lightly tiptoed and then, the night elf in her hand lightly waved it forward. The sword swung down. The world was silent. At this moment, the world seemed to have suddenly darkened, losing all color. Everyone's eyes darkened, and then, everything turned black. Only the red arc of chaotic return to horizon dance was left shining, and it continued to slash towards Fei Fei. At this moment, a brilliance like the Milky Way, and even more like moonlight, suddenly appeared in this dark world. It carried a beautiful silver brilliance, and it welcomed the red arc of sword aura. When the moonlight and sword aura met, it didn't cause any sound, nor did it cause any energy. It was like water meeting water. They merged, intersected, and merged. Everything seemed so natural. Chaotic return to horizon dance was like salt in water, slowly being dissolved by the moonlight. In the end, it directly turned into specks of starlight, and together with the moonlight, it disappeared from this world. Chapter 133. Everyone couldn't help but be immersed in the beautiful scenery, unable to return to their senses for a long time. This. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though the chaotic return to Horizon Waltz didn't even have half of its original power, it was still dissolved in an instant. It's Night Moon Flash. Outside the arena, Lulu exclaimed. She looked as if she saw a ghost, as if Fei using this skill was something unbelievable. Damn it! I didn't think that lowly commoner could force Senpai to use Night Moon Flash. Hughes hatefully glared at Wu Yan for a while. Even his teeth were chattering. What an unbelievable attack. Chuju praised. After all, she's also someone who fights with swords. Mikoto nodded beside her. Night Moon Flash. Hearing Lulu's exclamation outside the arena, Wu Yan muttered a few words and remembered the name. Fei opened her eyes and looked at Wu Yan, who still hasn't recovered from the shock. She sighed softly. Yan, you're really strong. That Do Chi sword slash was also very powerful. If I hadn't used Night Moon Flash, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything other than admit defeat. Night Moon Flash, is that a battle skill? Wu Yan muttered hesitantly, as if he was still thinking about the attack from before. Fei nodded. Night Moon Flash is my strongest combat skill. Other than my teacher, there has never been anyone who could make me use this move before. Of course, it has finally appeared today. That's an honor. Putting on a fake smile, Wu Yan realized that he lost his composure a little. He quickly adjusted his expression and put on a serious face. But, that's really a powerful battle skill. Wu Yan calmed himself down and suddenly laughed. It really makes me want to destroy it. Fei was stunned. Not only her, but even Lulu, Hughes, and everyone else present were stunned. They never thought that Wu Yan's first words after seeing such a powerful combat skill would be this. Hughes quickly retracted his dazed expression and revealed a mocking expression. Humph, how arrogant. You can still say such words after seeing senior sister's Night Moon Flash. Should I say you're bold or arrogant? Do you think you're so great just because you want to move? It was understandable for Hughes to think this way. After all, even his and senior sister's teacher had praised senior sister's Night Moon Flash. How could a lowly commoner like you be able to withstand it, much less defeat it? Even Lulu was looking at Wu Yan with a hint of suspicion. But she had to admit that after hearing Wu Yan's words, Lulu was also looking forward to it. Fei looked at Wu Yan with a different expression. She seemed to be praising him, affirming him, and disbelieving at the same time. She parted her lips and she started speaking. Can you do it? Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled but didn't say anything. However, the air around him shook at this moment, as if it had shattered, turning into a frenzied flow of air. Wu Yan raised the sword Xianxia lightly. Instantly, the frenzied flow of air flowed towards the sword like bees that had seen honey. How would you know if you don't try? A violent aura emanated from the small blade. Fei finally became serious. Obviously, from the phenomenon caused by Wu Yan's battle technique, Fei was certain that Wu Yan wasn't joking. Everyone else also noticed this. Wu Yan did the same thing not too long ago. This means that Wu Yan is still using the same move as before. However, the same move brought about an even more intense phenomenon. They were shocked to find out that Wu Yan is using the same move as before. Wu Yan didn't use his full strength in the previous move. The Tier 6 experts who were closest in strength to Wu Yan and Fei were already numb. It wasn't that they didn't know how big the gap was between them and a Tier 7 expert. However, the battle happening in front of them had already exceeded their scope of understanding. Of course. After all, the battle between Wu Yan and Fei was considered a peak existence among Tier 7 experts. As a level 68 Fei, coupled with her powerful combat aura blade and Night Moon Flash, it wasn't surprising for her to be able to fight at such a level. However, for a level 65 Wu Yan to be able to fight at such a level, even someone of the same level as him might not be able to do so. With the support of sword mastery and chaotic return to Horizon Dance, Wu Yan had already become one of the top existences among Tier 7 experts. Interesting. The sky darkened again. Day turned into night. Under the colorless night sky, a ray of moonlight descended from the sky and turned into a beautiful Milky Way. It was a Milky Way, but it emitted moonlight. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a rope. Under the influence of an invisible force, It slowly wrapped around Night Elf and Feifei's hand, causing Night Elf's crystal-clear blade to be dyed in moonlight. If this is a challenge from you, then I accept it. Feifei raised Night Elf and looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. Even she didn't realize that under that serious expression of hers, there's a joyful heart. This should be the last. Wu Yan also raised his Nyeten temple shana and pointed it at Feifei. The surrounding atmosphere was constantly replenishing the light, making it brighter and stronger. On one side is the moonlight, on the other side is the flame under the wind. They are facing each other from afar, displaying their power to the sky and the earth. Do your best. Lulu had already forgotten her original intention. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but cheer. To her, she felt proud that her family and friends could be this strong. Hughes, Gray, and Tigray all gulped. Although they had their own thoughts, they couldn't deny that they were all looking forward to what would happen next. Ikaros Mikoto, if you see Yen in danger, save him immediately. Hinajaku said to Mikoto and Ikaros. She couldn't take her eyes off the shocking scene on the stage. Ikaros didn't say anything, but her pupils had already turned deep red. As soon as she sees Wu Yen in danger, she'll go up and stop him. Only she and Mikoto, who are both Tier 8, have the ability to stop a duel between two Tier 7. That bastard, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Isn't he afraid of throwing his life away? Mikoto gritted her teeth, but her brown eyes were also staring at the stage. The two on the stage didn't have the spare energy to observe what was happening outside the stage. They had to admit, the more they fought, the more their blood boiled. Gradually, they had to use their full strength in this duel. If they couldn't fight to their heart's content, it'd be a pity for them and for others. Come, Yen! Feifei shouted excitedly. Her fighting spirit shot through the clouds. As you wish. Wu Yen roared. He took a step forward and rushed towards Feifei. Wherever he passed, the air trembled and dust was extinguished. The red glowing Ni Diansho cut through the wind and waves. Under Wu Yan's guidance, it was surging violently. Feifei lowered her head and shouted. She also rushed towards Wu Yan. Like the queen of the night moved with her movements. Moonlight danced with her movements. The elves of the night chirped excitedly. In an instant or maybe 10,000 years the two met in the middle of the stage. Looking at each other's faces, they swung their swords and moonlight towards each other without mercy. Heaven and earth went silent, all sound disappeared, and then, boom, silver and red light filled everyone's eyes. Between heaven and earth, only these two colors were left. A deafening sound that was enough to shatter one's eardrums exploded under the silent sky. Ah! Countless people raised their hands in pain and covered their ears, trying to slow down the sound. But soon, their hands weren't enough. A violent shockwave blew from the center of the stage, blowing up sand and dust towards the people around. They wanted to raise their hands to block it, but they were afraid of shattering their eardrums. For a moment, there was nothing they could do. How terrifying! Chapter 134. The sky was no longer blue and the ground was no longer covered. At this moment, there were only red and silver lights shining between the heavens and the earth. The sandstorm blew on everyone's bodies, causing them to sway from side to side. When the sandstorm hit their bodies, they howled in pain. However, there was nothing they could do. They still had to cover their ears with their hands. The sound of the collision between the chaotic return to horizon dance and the night moon flash was simply too frightening. It was so frightening that if one didn't cover their ears, their eardrums would definitely burst from the vibrations. Only those warriors and mages who had cultivated warrior energy and magic power could mobilize some of their warrior energy and magic power to protect themselves from the loud noise, the sand, and the wind. However, they couldn't stop the shock in their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, the howling wind gradually calmed down. The loud noise no longer ravaged their ears. Only then did they slowly straighten their battered and exhausted bodies. They raised their heads with lingering fear and opened their eyes to look at the scene. At the same time, shock and horror climbed up their faces. In the field the people disappeared. The ground also disappeared. Countless rocks and sand were lying on the ground. The only thing left was a nearly 5 meters deep hole. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Those who were closest to them, or those who were close to them, looked at each other in tacit understanding. Their faces and eyes were filled with dumbfounded expressions. It was unknown what method Lulu had used, but compared to the battered and exhausted people around her, her body was in perfect condition. Even her clothes were not disheveled. However, at this time, she was staring blankly at the scene in front of her with a frightened expression on her face. Where are they? Where's Yen? Where's Fei Fei? Where did they go? Lulu was like a puppet that lost its soul. She didn't know what to do. She was afraid. She was most afraid that the two people who were very important to her would be smashed into pieces under the terrifying attack just now. Nothing was left behind. Beside her, no one wanted to go up and comfort her. Perhaps, even they thought that Wu Yan and Fei Fei were already dead under such a terrifying attack. Lulu clenched her teeth and kept looking around, trying to find the two figures. As time passed, the silence and despair began to creep into her heart. Don't worry, they're fine. A voice as gentle as a breeze suddenly sounded in Lulu's ears. The content of the voice made Lulu's eyes light up. She looked over with a face full of hope. She saw a very beautiful girl with long pink hair. She was holding the hand of a cute little girl with blonde hair. She came in front of her and said to her, "Really? Then where are they?" Lulu said timidly. Her pitiful look made Chuju love her. She spoke softly to Lulu as if she was coaxing a child. At the same time, she pointed to a direction. "Look, they're over there." Everyone's eyes immediately looked in the direction that Chuju pointed. What appeared in front of them were rocks and rocks. There was no one at all. They looked at Chuju suspiciously and confusedly. Let's observe carefully. Hinajiku was both annoyed and amused at the same time. From the looks of it, she couldn't do anything about the way the people around her looked at her like she was some kind of fraud. Hearing that, people began to look for it seriously. Soon, someone exclaimed and shouted loudly. "Look over there." In a very inconspicuous corner behind a rock, people saw that there was a black wall and a crystal-clear transparent blue wall of light. Just as everyone was wondering what that was, the black wall started to slowly shatter and scatter. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that those were black granules. The black wall scattered and turned into black particles. At the same time, the blue light wall gradually disappeared. Then the main characters who caused this scene, Wu Yan and Fei Fei, appeared in front of everyone. "Yan! Fei Fei!" Lulu shouted and ran towards the two. She seemed to be in high spirits. Chuju couldn't help but smile. This girl is too cute. However, Lulu stopped running quickly. Her eyes bulged slightly. She looked behind Wu Yan and Fei Fei and shouted again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Of course they were like Lulu. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as if they were looking at a dead ancestor. Chuju, on the other hand, could only smile bitterly. Let's not talk about them making a fuss over nothing. Although today's events have already left them with a lifetime of shock, the scene in front of them still shocked them. Oh my God! Is that an angel? Yes, the one who made everyone's eyes pop out is Ikaros. A pair of blue light wings fluttered behind her back and suspended her in mid-air. A pure white halo was inverted above her head, making her look so holy and beautiful. Some people were stunned. They felt like the good thing of their life was finally revealed to God. That's why an angel came to visit them. Some people were infatuated. They felt like they have no more regrets in their lives. Perhaps she didn't like everyone's attention on her. Ikaros spread her wings of light and turned them into a pair of pink wings. The circle of light disappeared and her crimson eyes turned back to an indigo color. What she didn't know was that this image was closer to an angel than her previous image of Sky Queen mode. "Master, are you okay?" Ikaros was carrying Wu Yan in her arms. His face was pale and his whole body was powerless. He smiled bitterly. "Ah, I'm fine. Just a little tired. Don't worry." He shook his head with a bitter smile. He can't help it. This time he really went too far. He was only slightly affected by the shockwave and he had to use up all his strength to block it. If Ikaros didn't come to his side in time with absolute defense circle, it wouldn't be as simple as just being tired. Serves you right. Mikoto put down the equally pale Fei Fei in her arms. She didn't hold back and scolded him. Seeing Wu Yan is fine, she sighed in relief. "Fei Fei." Lulu finally recovered from her shock and ran to Fei Fei's side to support her. She looked at Fei with tears in her eyes. It's like she's looking at a cockroach that survived a great battle. Fei felt even more powerless. Shaking her head in exasperation, Fei looked at Mikoto. "Thank you for saving me." "No. No need to be so polite." Mikoto scratched her face in embarrassment and replied shyly. Her stuttering made Fei smile involuntarily and feel closer to Mikoto. "Oh, did you have to risk your life like that?" Chuju walked in front of Wu Yan and said with dissatisfaction. That stern look made Wu Yan turn his head away awkwardly and laugh dryly. Lulu saw that Fei is fine and returned to her cheerful self. She curiously looked at Ikaros and ran in front of her. Staring at her wings, she asked, "Hey, big sister, are those wings? Are you an angel?" Ikaros didn't know what to do with such a passionate attitude. She could only walk to Wu Yan's side in silence. Wu Yan could only laugh and interrupt. "Looks like there's no winner in this duel." "Yeah." Fei was a little disappointed but very satisfied. "But Yan, you're really strong." "Same here." Wu Yan could only reply with a smile. Fei smiled and looked at Ikaros and Mikoto. Her eyes turned serious. "I didn't expect the two ladies to be Tier 8 fighters. I didn't see it before." One sentence and it caused 1,000 ripples. They had originally thought that their hearts had become numb after this series of developments, but they were shocked once again. Looking at the beautiful and holy Ikaros and the heroic and domineering Mikoto, the crowd was confused. They're both Tier 8 fighters. Chapter 135. There's no way they wouldn't be suspicious. One had to know that for Fei to reach the 7th level at her age, she was already an amazing genius. Looking at the entire continent, there weren't many geniuses like her. In this tiny Behurl, it's already unbelievable that two geniuses reached Tier 7 in their 20s. But she's saying these two super young girls are actually Tier 8? How is that possible? Appeared in everyone's mind. Only Wu Yan and Chuju smiled bitterly. Fei-sama, you're saying they're Tier 8? Tigray had an ugly smile on his face as he walked up to ask with a trembling voice. Almost everyone at this moment magnified their ears, which had been tightly covered just a moment ago, several times over, fearing that they would mishear a word or two. Fei looked at Ikaros and Mikoto with a small smile. To be able to save me and Yen so effortlessly when my night moon flash collided with a battle skill of the same level, other than my teacher, I don't believe that there is anyone at the 7th tier who can do that. Fei's meaning is clear. A Tier 7 can't do it but her sensei can. Everyone knows the head of the Lori family is a Tier 8. In other words, Fei is indirectly answering the question. These two girls are indeed Tier 8. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at Ikaros, who's about the same age as Wu Yan and Fei, and Mikoto, who's domineering and heroic but still a little childish, they felt like the world was surreal. A Tier 8 isn't a cabbage. Just look at Lulu's father, Fei sensei, the head of the Lori family. A Tier 8 is enough to become the head of the Empire's #1 family. One can imagine how high a Tier 8 is in people's hearts. Don't look at how Ikaros killed 3 Tier 8 powerhouses in one go, and think that Tier 8 powerhouses are easy to reach. In fact, that's not the case. Out of the countless forces that went out to hunt for treasures, only 3 of them managed to reach Tier 8. This just goes to show how powerful and precious a Tier 8 powerhouse is. Because of this, everyone felt a bit unnatural. After all, such a character was right next to them. Especially Gray and Tigray. Both of their hands were trembling. It was easy to see how unsettled they were. One of them felt like he was floating. 2 Tier 8 stayed in his house for a few days and they even have such a good relationship with his daughter. My Midobia family sure is strong. The other one felt fear in his heart. Before this, he had his eyes on them. Not only did he want to kill Wu Yan, he also wanted to take these 2 beautiful girls into his arms. But now, the 2 girls he had his eyes on are actually Tier 8? Thinking up to here, Tigray sweated profusely. He's not afraid of a single Wu Yan. Even if Wu Yan is a Tier 7, with the power of the Lori family, Tigray would still dare to try. But if it's a Tier 8, forget about him. Even if he did, the Lori family wouldn't agree to it. As the #1 family in the Empire, The Lori family definitely has more than one rank 8 warrior. However, the number of them can be counted with one hand. Offending 2 rank 8 warriors for a person like him. Even an idiot would know what to do. Someone that even the number 1 family doesn't want to offend. If Tigray had any ideas, wouldn't that be courting death? In his fear, Tigray could only try his best to reduce his presence and not let anyone notice him. Aside from him, there's another person who had some strange thoughts in his heart. That person is Hughes. Of course, he's not afraid. Even though he can't afford to offend a tier 8, if they want to touch him, his sensei would never agree. So Hughes isn't afraid of himself, he's just jealous. Based on what? Based on what can that lowly commoner get the attention of 2 such beautiful tier 8s? Looking at Mikoto, who's younger than him but full of charm, and Ikaros, who's older than him but prettier than the Missy in his heart, Hughes's face was full of jealousy. How could Hughes not see that the feelings of these 2 exceptionally beautiful tier 8 women in front of him towards that lowly commoner were definitely not ordinary? Such beautiful and powerful women, why don't they belong to me, Hughes, but to that lowly commoner instead? Under the influence of this thought, Hughes's hatred for Wu Yan increased by a few notches. Of course, even if you hate, people look down on you. Tier 8. So strong. Lulu's eyes were practically sparkling as she looked at Ikaros and Mikoto. She doesn't have as many complicated thoughts as the others. She only knows that they're as strong as her father. Hey, this older sister and this younger sister, how did you train? One is a little older than me, the other is a little younger than me. How did you train so well? Lulu stared at the 2 with starry eyes and asked. Ha, it's nothing, it's just some casual training. Even though Mikoto wasn't happy with Lulu's description of her as a little bit smaller, but Lulu's current appearance really did resemble the twin ponytailed juniors who came to her bed every night. Mikoto shuddered and hurriedly said perfunctorily. Of course, the words out loud are pretty shocking. Casually training and you can train to tier 8 and whatnot. It made everyone's eyebrows twitch uncontrollably. In fact, Feifei was also curious about Ikaros and Mikoto. They're more talented than her, but she didn't feel any jealousy. She's just curious about how these 2 girls could train to her sensei's level at such a young age. But seeing Mikoto's perfunctory answer to Lulu, Feifei knew that this kind of training is an absolute secret. Of course, it's not something that can be casually mentioned, so she didn't ask. She just made up her mind to train harder in the future. Hearing Mikoto's words, Lulu could only pout and look at Chuju. Yen is so strong, so is this little sister, and that big sister over there is also very strong. Don't tell me this little sister is also a tier 8? This sentence is purely a joke, Lulu said. What she didn't know is that her words made everyone's heart jump to their throat. The way they look at Chuju changed. Chuju can only bitterly smile at this. I'm not as strong as Ikaros and Mikoto. I'm only a tier 7. Another tier 7. Feifei bitterly smiled. The rest of them compared themselves to the others. Everyone here numbly realized that they've wasted so many years of their lives. As for Tigray and Hughes, one is more afraid and the other is more jealous. Wu Yan, who's been sitting on the ground all this time, sighed helplessly at the girls who've fallen into a daze because of their strength. All right, let's stop chatting over there. Let's go back, I don't want to sit here and chat. Ikaros quickly helped Wu Yan up. Chuju and Mikoto also hurried to Wu Yan's side. Seeing this scene, if the people here didn't realize that Wu Yan is the center of attention, then they're not very smart. This scene also made Tigray's heart drop. Looking at the person he's been trying to get rid of for the past few days, Tigray's heart is filled with fear. So he quietly retreated, planning to leave without saying goodbye. Wu Yan, who's being supported by Ikaros, saw this scene. So, he suddenly thought of something. All right, Commander Tigray, you're here to look for us, right? Is there anything you need? With a swoosh, everyone's gaze landed on Tigray. Tigray's face stiffened. Under everyone's gaze, he stuttered. And nothing. I am just here to pay a visit. Oh, a visit, of course. Wu Yan grinned as he said this in a weird tone. Then Commander Tigray, why don't you come in and have a seat? And no need. I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he ran away with a swoosh. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Lulu, Feifei and Gray looked at each other and laughed out loud. Chapter 136. Betrayal, Floating Plaza. Sob sob, everyone remember to miss me. Lulu held her hand, looking at Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and her dad standing in front of her. Lulu waved at them with a face full of reluctance. It's been a few days since Wu Yan and Feifei's battle. In these few days, everyone has gotten closer to each other. Lulu and Feifei have become very close to Chuju and Mikoto. Even Ikaros, under the lead of the other girls, is getting closer to Lulu and Feifei. Speaking of which, Lulu and Feifei are very easy to get along with. If it wasn't for the fact that they're from a big family and have seen too many hypocrites, their social circle would have been pretty good. In these few days, the two girls also found out that Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros are very worthy of being friends. So in a short time, the girls became familiar with each other and are just short of calling each other sister and sister. Now, it's time for Lulu and Feifei to leave. After all, they're just passing by Betrayal. If it wasn't for the Iron Dog's mercenary group's hospitality, they would have left long ago and none of this would have happened. Under the two girls' explanation, Wu Yan and the rest found out that Lulu and Feifei were originally going to bring the rest of the Lori family back to the academy. Wu Yan's expression was weird when he heard this. It's hard for him to imagine that people like Lulu and Feifei still have to go to school. Only later did he find out that the so-called academy doesn't teach books, but Qi and magic. Of course, after hearing this, Wu Yan's expression became even weirder. He kept sighing. Sure enough, a different world can't be separated from a magic Qi academy. As for why Liren would follow Lulu and Feifei to the academy, it's actually Gray's decision. Something like cultivation, if it's too young, it's definitely harmful. Even though Liren is still young, it's time for her to cultivate. Education has to start from a young age. Cultivation is also the same. That's why Gray asked Lulu and Feifei to bring Liren to the academy. Lulu and Feifei also liked this cute little girl from the bottom of their hearts, so they agreed without hesitation. As for Lulu and Feifei, Gray and Liren trusted them quite a bit, so this matter was settled just like that. In fact, at the beginning, Lulu and Feifei also invited Wu Yan and the rest to go to the academy. Wu Yan was also quite interested in this world's academy, so he agreed. But for some reason, Mikoto hinted for him to stay first. This made Wu Yan confused, so he could only agree to go after a period of time. Liren, when you get to the academy, remember to listen to Miss Lulu and Miss Feifei, okay? Gray couldn't help but walk in front of Liren and give her a hug. I know, Dad. Liren rubbed against her dad's chest, then turned to look at Wu Yan and the rest. Big brother, Chuju Jejia Mikoto Jejia, Ikaros Jejia, you must remember to come find me. Chuju ruffled Liren's hair and said with a smile. And we'll come find you soon. Little girl, I hope that by that time, you'll already be a great warrior or magician. Wu Yan glanced at Liren and said with a chuckle. Liren nodded vigorously, then ran to Feifei's side and grabbed her clothes. Lulu watched Liren run away, dissatisfied, then looked at Wu Yan. Hey, I'm also leaving, why don't you talk to me about something else? Hearing this, Wu Yan immediately pulled out a friendly smile and said with concern to Lulu. Then Lulu, remember not to be sold by others again. You're the one who was sold. So annoying. Making a face at Wu Yan, Lulu angrily ran to Feifei's side, making Feifei feel helpless. Feifei looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile. Then we'll be leaving when you guys get to the academy, we'll spar again. Well, spar is fine, as long as you don't exhaust yourself. Wu Yan laughed dryly, making Feifei burst out laughing. Actually, both of them know that even though the battle a few days ago was really intense, but against someone they know, even if they use their full strength, they still have something to hide. Let's not talk about others, just take Wu Yan for example. Even though he used his full strength in that battle, it was only a part of it. Don't forget, he still has a LV4 ability that he hasn't used yet. As for Feifei, as the disciple of the Lori family head, she definitely has some trump cards in her hands, so it can be said that she's hiding her full strength. Then we'll be leaving. We look forward to your arrival. Feifei looked at Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, then pulled Liren and Lulu, bringing them along with the rest of the Lori family towards the airship. Yan and everyone, goodbye. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, big sisters. Goodbye, daddy. Goodbye. Everyone said their goodbyes to Lulu, Feifei, and Liren. Before leaving, Hughes gave Wu Yan a death glare before running onto the airship. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at that, but didn't say anything. And just like that, Lulu, Feifei, Liren, and the rest of the Lori family members boarded the plane, which is the airship. Under the watchful eyes of Wu Yan and the rest, they flew into the distance. So what are we going to do next? Back at the Midobia house, in the room, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaro sat down. Wu Yan said, but his eyes were on Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaros did the same. After all, it was Mikoto who suggested to stay. Under everyone's gaze, Mikoto's eyes flickered, her face full of hesitation as if she didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She just stood there, hesitating. Seeing how hesitant Sis Cannon was, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel helpless. Mikoto, if there's something you want to say, just say it. Don't be shy, don't tell me. Wu Yan leaned his face forward, snickered a few times. You want to stay and do the H thing? Who wants to stay and do that kind of thing? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She pointed at Wu Yan, her face red. Beside her, Chuju's face was also red. She glared at Wu Yan, scolding him for not being serious at a time like this. Then she turned to Mikoto. Mikoto, what's the matter? Mikoto snorted coldly at Wu Yan before sitting back down. She hesitated for a while before looking at Wu Yan. Yan, I'm already level 8 now. Shouldn't we go back to Academy City? Hearing this, Wu Yan and Chuju were stunned. Now they understood that Mikoto was thinking about her sisters. It's no wonder. Her sister's safety has always been on her mind. Under Wu Yan's persuasion, Mikoto understood that she still wasn't strong enough. She had no choice but to give up on the idea of going back and focus on increasing her own strength. Now, Mikoto is level 8. Although she just reached level 8, she has the power to fight. She can't wait to go back to Academy City and save her sisters. Wu Yan frowned, looking at Mikoto's worried face, he sighed. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to go back to Academy City so soon. After all, there's not only Accelerator, there's also the Angel AI Was. She. Her strength is at least level 8. Not to mention, the enemy this time, other than these two bosses, there's also the final boss, Alistair. Alistair's strength is probably about the same as that Angel. In terms of strength, Wu Yan isn't afraid. With Ikaros, as long as it's not level 9, it's fine. What Wu Yan is afraid of is his monstrous mind. But it's obvious from Mikoto's expression that Wu Yan knows that she can't sit still anymore. If they don't save her sisters, she won't be able to rest easy. Under Mikoto's surprised expression, Wu Yan finally nodded. All right. Let's go to Academy City. Chapter 137. Night. In a room in the Midobia residence. Wu Yan was sitting alone on his bed, his hand constantly gesturing something in the air. Only Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros knew that Wu Yan was looking through the system list. Too bad they weren't there. In this system list that only he and his summons could see, Wu Yan was constantly flipping through it. He flipped to the ability list, then to the item list, then to the equipment list, and sometimes to the summons list, looking for anything he could use. As long as he felt that it would be useful for his upcoming trip to Academy City, he would exchange it without hesitation. Of course, only items can be so open-minded. Like equipment and abilities, they don't have as many points as item points, so he can only choose carefully. Even though he's decided to bring Mikoto back to Academy City to save his sisters, it's not that easy to break into Academy City. If he isn't fully prepared, even if Wu Yan has the confidence to stay alive, Alistair still has the ability to toy with him to death. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want to come into contact with that monster with an IQ that breaks through the sky. So without enough assurance, Wu Yan doesn't want to rush in like an idiot. Now he's looking through the system list to see if there's anything he can use. But very quickly, he closed the equipment list and turned to study the ability list. After all, if it wasn't a B-grade gold armament, it wouldn't add much to his strength. He already had 2 rare armaments, so adding another one wouldn't be of much use. As for the ability list, he had no choice but to give up on it. If it's cheap, nothing good will come out of it. If it's not cheap, he can't afford it. At his level, normal abilities don't have much use for him. The same goes for talents and bloodlines, cheap things don't have much use for him. Looks like he'll have to wait a while before he can exchange abilities. Wu Yan sighed and closed the list of abilities. Instead of exchanging them for cheap and practical abilities, he would rather keep the points and exchange them for more powerful abilities in the future. Until now, Wu Yan hadn't exchanged for any innate ability or bloodline ability. His superpowers were obtained through trickery from Mikoto. Therefore, Wu Yan chose his first innate ability or bloodline very carefully. He didn't want to put them in a useless position in the end. Having given up on equipment and abilities, Wu Yan could only turn his attention to the item list. Speaking of which, item points were the points that he did not lack the least. It was all thanks to the monsters and magical beasts that contributed points. Needless to say, in the list of items, there were all kinds of magical things, which made Wu Yan's eyes light up. Biological storage device. A storage device that can store living beings. Living beings that enter it will fall into a deep sleep and become unable to move. Cost: 300,000 item points. Genetic life supplement. When used on genetic life forms, it can restore them to their original state of life. Note: unable to use on life forms above level 30. Cost: 1 million item points. Genetic life supplement. When used on genetic life forms, it can restore the defective parts of their life to a perfect state. Cost: 100,000 item points. Character placement card. A dungeon-specific item. When used before the user enters the dungeon, it can arrange a suitable identity for the user to be placed into the dungeon world. The placed character is a character that doesn't exist in the dungeon world. Unable to be placed into a storyline character. Cost: 20,000 item points. Electromagnetic shield. An electronic item that can block the effects of all electronic machinery. Cost: 10,000 item points. Biodimensional device. Genetic life replenishment fluid, gene perfect replenishment fluid, character insertion card, and electromagnetic barrier. These 5 items could be said to be quite useful in this trip to Academy City. Previously, Wu Yan had been having a headache because he didn't know how to deal with his sisters. Even if he saved them, who could guarantee that they would be safe in the future? It must be known that in the original work, the existence of his sisters was something that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. The biological storage device solved this problem and could be used to settle his sisters. Although they would fall asleep after entering, compared to having to put out fires from time to time, Wu Yan would rather have them by his side. The use of the genetic life supplement was even more important. The Absolute Aptitude project was definitely in progress before the storyline started. Otherwise, even if 10 sisters died in a day, from the start of the storyline to the appearance of the sisters, there would definitely be less than 10,000 deaths. In other words, when the storyline started, many sisters had already died. Therefore, this genetic life supplement could be used to save his dead sisters. Even if the genetic life supplement was a little expensive and required 1 million item points, if it could save his sisters, not to mention 1 million, Wu Yan would even throw in 10 million. The gene recovery fluid was also meant to be used on his younger sisters. His younger sisters' lives had been accelerated in the first place, so they had a huge flaw and could not live for more than a few years. This gene recovery fluid was just right to treat his younger sisters. The character insertion card was also very necessary. In a place like Academy City, without an ID, there would definitely be problems. Even if there were no problems, it would still be noticed by Alistair. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare an ID. As for the electromagnetic shield, of course it was used to protect the right to privacy. Who in the 21st century didn't know that Alistair was a voyeur? The thought of those ubiquitous suspension loops made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Therefore, the electromagnetic shield was absolutely necessary. Wu Yan's hand tapped the void a few times. After a while, a black bracelet, 2 bottles filled with golden and green liquid, 4 cards, and 2 necklaces appeared in front of him. Wu Yan took them into his arms. The black bracelet was the biostorage device, the golden bottle was the genetic life supplement fluid, the green bottle was the genetic perfection supplement fluid, and the card was naturally the character insertion card. As for the 2 necklaces, they were naturally the electromagnetic shield. Because Ikaros was an omnipotent angel, Her body was originally equipped with a system that could block electronic devices. Therefore, the electromagnetic shield was enough for Wu Yan and Chuju to use. As for Mikoto, there was no need to use it. Wu Yan and Chuju's characters were not from the original novel. Alistair definitely didn't have the free time to observe everyone. Therefore, if Wu Yan and Chuju blocked the suspension loops, it wouldn't attract any attention. But Mikoto was different. As one of the only 7 LV5 in Academy City, and the original version of his sisters, how could Alistair not use the suspension loops to observe Mikoto? If Mikoto suddenly disappeared from the suspension loops, it would definitely attract Alistair's attention. Then, everyone would be exposed. In order to not alert the enemy, and to not fall into Alistair's trap, Wu Yan had no choice but to let Sis Cannon suffer a little. After spending 1.5 million item points to exchange for these items, Wu Yan put them all into the infinite space ring. He flipped through the item list again. If there was something useful, there was no such thing as too much. However, although there were many items that were useful, there was also a possibility that they would become useless. After all, each item had their own uses and he hadn't thought of using them yet. As for the items that would definitely be useful, if they weren't exchanged before, they were extremely expensive. Even Wu Yan couldn't afford to exchange for them with his points. Of course, their uses would definitely be heaven-defying. At this time, Wu Yan regrettably realized that he didn't have many item points left. He continued to flip through the list with disinterest. There really wasn't anything to find. Wu Yan had no choice but to close it. He had points and the items in the system wouldn't run away. He could always exchange them when he needed them. Looking at the remaining 7.3 million item points, Wu Yan closed the system and walked towards Mikoto's room. Chapter 138. Mikoto, open the door. Wu Yan knocked on Mikoto's door. However, Mikoto let out a cry of surprise and Wu Yan heard a series of palipala sounds as if something dropped in Mikoto's frantic footsteps. Wu Yan's expression turned awkward but he soon found it strange. What is Mikoto doing? Why is she so flustered? Is there something shameful? Wu Yan used his superpower to open the door and walked in. Wu Yan saw Mikoto's flushed face. Her face was filled with panic and when she saw him enter, her face turned even redder and her expression became even more panicked. What are you doing in here? Get out. Mikoto retreated 2 steps back in a fluster and pointed at the door while shouting. She looked like a flower girl who just saw a flower thief. Wu Yan was stunned. Why are you so nervous? It's not like I haven't entered your room before. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Mikoto. Mikoto clenched her teeth as her face turned redder and redder. In the end, she lowered her head and stammered, we're going back to Academy City tomorrow. Can we not do it tonight? Tonight. Looking at the shy railgun and listening to her words, Wu Yan was completely speechless. No wonder she looked so flustered. She thought he was here to do something intimate with her. I say, what are you thinking? I'm just here to give you some instructions. What are you thinking? Although it was very tempting to have sex, it was better to tell them about his plans. Who would believe you? Mikoto's cheeks were pink as she looked at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. She said indignantly, You said that every time you snuck into my room. I can't refute her. This time, I'm really here to hand over some things. Under Mikoto's scrutiny, Wu Yan could only weakly raise his hand to express that his purpose for coming here is really pure. Really? Mikoto's suspicious gaze immediately landed on Wu Yan. This caused Wu Yan to cry out in his heart. If he wanted to push her away, he would have done so already. Why would he still be standing 8 feet away from her? All right, I'll believe you this time. If you dare to mess around later? Mikoto forcefully suppressed the shyness in her heart and threatened Wu Yan. She wanted to use electricity to increase her deterrence, but then she remembered that Wu Yan wasn't afraid of her electricity at all. So she changed her hand and made a scissors gesture. This made Wu Yan's back shiver and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then, what are you doing here? Mikoto's face was still a bit red as she forced herself to ask Wu Yan. About that, call Chuju and Ikaros over. Let's talk about it together. We're already here, no need to call them. Just as Wu Yan finished speaking, a voice came from behind Wu Yan, startling Wu Yan. Chuju and Ikaros were standing at the door. When they saw him looking over, they walked in with Ikaros. "Why are you guys here?" Wu Yan asked suspiciously. Good thing he didn't come here to have sex with Sis Cannon, or else he would have been caught. When she heard Wu Yan's question, Chuju rolled her eyes at him. Mikoto's screams were so loud. Ikaros and I were in the room next door. How could we not hear it? So we came over to check on the situation. As soon as we arrived, we heard you say that. Not only did Wu Yan not feel relieved, he was sweating all over. If he could hear Mikoto's screams, then wouldn't he be able to hear Mikoto's moans at night? Good thing Kaisha-sama didn't show any signs of uneasiness, or else he'd be in trouble. Even though both girls have been pushed down by Wu Yan, because Kaisha-sama always sleeps with Liren, Wu Yan hasn't touched her a second time. On the contrary, in the past few days at Madobia's house, Sis Cannon would be pushed down by him n+1 times every night. If Kaisha-sama found out, Wu Yan wasn't sure if she'd get mad, even though the three of them already knew about each other's relationship. "What are you spacing out for? Didn't you have something to say?" "And nothing." Laughing dryly with a guilty conscience, Wu Yan quickly took out all the items he just exchanged for and placed them in front of everyone. He then explained to them with a serious face. After he finished, Chuju and Ikaros nodded. Mikoto was silent for a while before looking up at Wu Yan with gratitude and tenderness in her eyes. "Thank you, Yan." From the items in front of her, Mikoto could see that Wu Yan was really thinking about saving her sisters. He really cared about her words. How could she not be touched? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile and stroked her bangs. The intimate action made her blush again. "What are you thanking me for? Isn't helping you something I should do?" Chuju pursed her lips in dissatisfaction at the sudden interaction between the two, but she didn't say anything. Compared to what he did to the two of them last time, this is much purer. Of course, the intimate scene didn't last long. Mikoto picked up a character insertion card and complained to Wu Yan. "You can think of Ikaros not using an EMP barrier, but why didn't you think of me not needing a character insertion card? I'm from that world to begin with, you idiot." Wu Yan took the character insertion card, in a daze. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, Mikoto is from the Forbidden World, why would she need a character insertion card? Sighing, Wu Yan could only say, "Well, I guess it's better to keep it for next time." "No, you can use it now," Chuju suddenly said and snatched the character insertion card from Wu Yan, not letting him keep it in his space ring. "Use it? Who is it for?" Wu Yan and Mikoto looked at Chuju strangely. Not just anyone can enter a dungeon world. Other than the system's owner, Wu Yan, only Wu Yan's summons can enter. Chuju should know this. "Of course it's for my new companions," Chuju said matter-of-factly, ignoring Wu Yan and Mikoto, who were even more confused by her words. "New companions?" Chuju said helplessly. "Yeah, it's not like we don't have summoning points. Why don't we summon more companions to help us?" Wu Yan nodded in realization. Then he went into deep thought. Speaking of which, Wu Yan still has 120,000 summoning points. There are at least 4 Tier 8 players in Academy City. The first is Alistair, a legendary magician. His strength is undeniable. The second is Iwas. As an angel, Iwas is definitely stronger than Accelerator, who didn't have his wings. The third is Accelerator. To be able to defeat the level 68 Mikoto in less than 100 moves, he's definitely a Tier 8. As for the fourth, it's the only person in Academy City who can fight Accelerator with his superpower. Number 2, Kakin Taitaku. Among these 4 people, the first 3 would definitely be messed with because of the purpose this time. As for the fourth one, if necessary, as a member of the Dark Group, this ambitious guy would definitely not mind meddling in it. 4 Tier 8 players, even if Alistair won't fight himself, that's still 3 of them. Even if Ikaros can take on 2 or 3 of them, accidents happen every year. Who's to say there won't be any this time? To be safe, it's better to summon one more Tier 8 companion. Like Chuju said, it's not like they don't have summoning points. All right. It's decided. Summon. Wu Yan clapped his hands and made the decision. He felt a faint sense of excitement. Of course, this feeling of excitement is something he gets every time he summons a girl. "Yan, who are you going to summon?" Hinajuku, Mikoto, and even Ikaros looked at Wu Yan curiously. Wu Yan pondered for a bit before looking at Ikaros. Under Ikaros's slightly stunned gaze, he said, "This time, I'll summon Ikaros' companion." Chapter 140. Is everyone ready? Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria stood in a circle. Other than Mikoto, all four of them raised their character insertion cards. Astria nodded furiously when she heard Wu Yan's question. The other girls nodded as well. Wu Yan opened the system and clicked on the dungeon tab. Of course, the dungeon that appeared in front of Wu Yan, except for the lit option of Whirlwind Butler, the others are all grayed out. This means that he can't enter. Of course, entering a dungeon requires points. Of course, Wu Yan could choose not to pay points, but the system would randomly decide which dungeon to enter. Just like the first time Wu Yan entered a dungeon, he randomly selected the Whirlwind Butler dungeon. Wu Yan didn't panic. He spoke to the system. System. Request entry into the summoned character's dungeon world. Beep. User requests entry into the summoned character's dungeon world. Request in progress. That's right. If you don't want to pay points to activate the dungeon world, other than randomly selecting a dungeon world, there is another way. That is to request entry into the summoned character's dungeon world. Ding. Request successful. Just as the system's voice rang, Wu Yan's options lit up in his dungeon list: Magic, ****, Catalog, and Heavenly Gift. Seeing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Then, they raised the character insertion card in their hands and chose to use it. The card turned into several rays of light and blended into the list of dungeons. Ding! Characters Wu Yan, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria have used character insertion cards. When the characters enter the dungeon, the system will randomly assign them an identity and place them into the dungeon world. The girls nodded at Wu Yan. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the magic tab and clicked on it. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria all vanished into thin air. They disappeared without a trace. Academy City. It's a place isolated from the outside world. It's a place of its own because it's 30 years ahead of the outside world in terms of technology. This is a paradise for espers. Espers receive research and development from various research institutes to obtain their own abilities. They live here and use abilities that normal people can't get. They have special privileges that normal people can't get. This is hell for espers. Maybe in places unknown to others, there are one or two people who were happily shopping yesterday, but today they're being dissected on a dissection table. They're the guinea pigs of those so-called scientists. There are also humans without abilities here. They're known as the powerless. In this academy city where abilities are paramount, they live a life of complacency and self-destruction. In the eyes of a group of powerless people who were jealous of the world, powerhouses were hateful people. They would often gather together and entertain those who looked weak and powerless. If you are a cute girl, then please be careful. Perhaps when you walk in some deserted alleys, some people will stay and interact with you. For example, at this time, in a certain alley, there was such a cute girl who was forced into a corner. She looked at the boy in front of her who had his eyes closed and was thinking about something. She stood there trembling. Even though she called the disciplinary committee for help, who knows if the guy in front of her will make a move on her when the committee arrives. She could only pray in her heart that the guy in front of her will continue to meditate and won't wake up. However, the hope in her heart was quickly dashed. After a bout of dizziness, Wu Yan felt his body return to his control. He quickly opened his eyes and tried to see the scene in front of him. What appeared in front of Wu Yan stunned him. It took him a while to come back to his senses. A girl. A very cute girl. Even compared to Hinajaku and Mikoto, she wasn't too far off. At this time, her eyes were filled with tears, trembling less than 10 centimeters away from him. When she saw him open his eyes, her face was filled with shock and fear. What's going on? Before Wu Yan could figure out what's going on, the system beeped like crazy, knocking Wu Yan's head so hard he felt dizzy. Dungeon World. Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission. Rescue. Mission 1. Save 20,000 Misaka sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Mission reward, equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 100,000 each. Mission 2. Yet to be activated. Mission 3. Yet to be activated. Beep. User, you will only be able to leave this instance dungeon after completing all the quests in this instance dungeon. When Quest 1 is completed, Quest 2 will be activated. When Quest 2 is completed, Quest 3 will be activated. When Quest 3 is completed, user will be able to leave this instance dungeon. Before entering this dungeon world, the user used the character insertion card. The system has set the user's identity. Name, Wu Yan. Ability, incompetent age, 22. Character introduction, a permanent resident of Academy City. Currently, he has no friends, no girlfriend, and no parents. The most valuable thing in his family is a small house that can only accommodate a kitchen, bathroom, table, and bed. Normally, he takes it upon himself to rob the rich to help the poor. He barely managed to survive and is a good-for-nothing delinquent. Sometimes, he will take on a side job and counsel troubled young girls. So, apart from being a delinquent, he is also a complete scumbag. Identity setup complete. Reminder, the time ratio between the dungeon world and the real world is 100:1. Therefore, the user can train in this dungeon world without any worries. I wish you a pleasant time in this dungeon world. F***CK your asterisk. After accepting the identity that the system inserted into him and the memories of his life in the Academy City, Wu Yan started cursing without hesitation, scaring the girl in front of him so much that she didn't cry out loud. No, she was already crying. Woo woo woo, I beg you to let me go. I will give you all the money I have. I beg you, woo woo woo. The young girl's tears flowed down. Moreover, she kept begging. Her appearance was very pitiful. Wu Yan's body stiffened. His face was stiff as well. He cursed the system's entire family. Even he wasn't sure if the system had that many. Please don't cry, okay? Squeezing out a stiff smile, Wu Yan dryly laughed. He doesn't know the other party, but he can't do anything about a girl crying and whatnot. Let me go, sob sob sob. The young girl didn't seem to hear Wu Yan's words. She kept crying and mumbling as if she was wronged. Please don't cry, okay? Although Wu Yan really wanted to let her go, his reputation would be ruined. Even though the system's introduction showed that Wu Yan's reputation was ruined beyond repair, Wu Yan still wanted to salvage something. He really didn't want to be treated as a scum. Therefore, Wu Yan could only soften his tone and gently persuade the young girl. At least give him a chance to explain. Sob sob sob. The young girl completely ignored Wu Yan. She didn't care what Wu Yan said and continued crying. Wu Yan's head was about to swell. However, Wu Yan didn't know that he would soon regret it. He regretted not letting the girl go. Chapter 141. A young and powerful man and a delicate and cute girl were in an empty alley. Moreover, the delicate and cute girl was crying pitifully. Anyone who saw this scene would automatically imagine a scene of molesting an innocent woman. Needless to say, young Lady Justice of the Justice Organization who had just arrived and witnessed this scene, she would definitely think the same way. I'm a disciplinary committee member. I received a report and came here. Please don't make any unnecessary resistance. Hearing this delicate voice, Wu Yan and the girl's reactions were different. The girl raised her tear-stained face and looked at her in surprise. Wu Yan's face stiffened again. Please don't be her. 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 In his heart, he prayed to all his ancestors from the ape age to his great-grandfather and great-grandmother. He only hoped that this voice that he heard in front of the screen 8,800 times was an illusion. Wu Yan slowly turned his head like a machine. His neck even made a kaka-kaka sound. But when he saw the owner of the voice, Wu Yan knew that his ancestors also wanted him to accompany them. A beautiful girl with a height of only 1.5 meters and pink ponytails appeared in front of him. She was wearing the Toki Wadai uniform and the discipline committee's armband was pinned on her hand. She had a serious expression on her face. She was just short of writing the word, justice, on her face. The petite girl was standing right there. And it was this figure that made Wu Yan want to find a hole to hide in and bury himself. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can reincarnate. Of all the people, why did it have to be her? How could Wu Yan not recognize the girl in front of him? She was the one who looked cute but had a twisted heart. She could be considered one of his rivals in love, the girl who wrote the novel Kuriko, read as a pervert, Shiroi Kuriko. At this moment, this girl who is most likely going to transfer him to the sewers after finding out that he pushed down her beloved One-sama is looking at him like he's a scumbag, causing him to feel ashamed. Shiroi Kuriko pulled on her disciplinary committee member's armband and squinted her eyes at Wu Yan. She shouted, "You barbarian over there, put down the girl in your hand." Wu Yan's hands trembled, his legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. He finally understood how that bastard Tai Li felt when he shouted, "Put down the lowly in your hand." Even the girl who was looking at Shiroi Kuriko in surprise was startled. She wondered if she asked for help from the wrong person. Shiroi Kuriko didn't realize what she said at all. She just stared at Wu Yan and her hands started to move under her skirt. Of course, Wu Yan definitely didn't think that she was trying to give him benefits. Looking at the girl and then looking at Shiroi Kuriko, Wu Yan smiled very brightly. Wu Yan looked at Shiroi Kuriko and said softly, "If I said that it was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" As soon as he said that, Wu Yan saw that Shiroi Kuriko's expressionless face had a pair of eyes full of contempt. Her bright expression immediately turned into depression. This really is a misunderstanding. Wu Yan felt like he was about to cry. If you want to appeal, please go to the disciplinary committee's branch office. Shiroi Kuriko took out a pair of handcuffs. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous light. It was obvious that she wanted to arrest Wu Yan first. Maybe it's because of Shiroi Kuriko's imposing manner. The girl timidly glanced at Wu Yan before running over to Shiroi Kuriko's side. She hid behind Shiroi Kuriko's back. Although, Shiroi Kuriko's height is not enough to cover her. "Oh? You didn't stop the hostage from escaping." When the girl ran to her side, Shiroi Kuriko put down her other hand that was reaching for the steel nail and looked at Wu Yan with some surprise. "I already told you, it's a misunderstanding." Wu Yan felt wronged. Who else can he blame? He could only blame the system. He couldn't report the system, so he could only swallow his anger. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shiroi Kuriko's eyes still had obvious doubt. But perhaps because Wu Yan didn't stop the girl from escaping, she believed him a little. So she didn't say anything and directly walked in front of Wu Yan. "Then, please come with me to the disciplinary committee's branch office." "Must it be like this?" Wu Yan looked at Shiroi Kuriko with a pained expression. He really didn't think that after coming to Academy City, things would unfold like this. In fact, Wu Yan should be happy because the system didn't give him the identity of a murderer or arsonist. "It's already good enough. If you really want to prove your innocence, you must go." Shiroi Kuriko's meaning was clear. If you don't go, it means you have a guilty conscience. Looking at Shiroi Kuriko, who was staring at him to prevent him from escaping, Wu Yan inexplicably had the urge to curse her mother. "Okay." After saying that, Wu Yan felt all the strength in his body leaving him along with his voice. Shiroi Kuriko didn't relax her strict watch on Wu Yan because of this. She brought Wu Yan to the disciplinary committee's branch office, which is the legendary branch office 177. Looking at Shiroi Kuriko, who was walking with unusual elegance, Wu Yan silently complained in his heart. "You damn Yuri. Why are you pretending to be elegant? As long as you keep your saliva and go for Makoto, that's enough." Disciplinary Committee's Activity Branch Office 177. Coming here, Wu Yan admitted his mistake. Although the process was a bit of a scam, being able to come to Supergun's daily activity base at least satisfied Wu Yan's curiosity. It's pretty much the same as what's on the screen. It's similar to a small company's office. Desks, documents, computers. It's a place with a bit of flavor. Here, Wu Yan saw two people. One of them is a tall and sexy woman with a pair of glasses on her face. Her breasts aren't as plump as Ikaros and Astria, but they're still much better than her peers. She doesn't have the aura of an older sister, but she has the looks of an older sister. The other one has short black hair. She's as petite as Shiroi Kuriko. She's wearing Sakugawa Middle School's uniform with a garland of flowers on her head. She's known as the guardian angel and walking vase. Wiharu Hikari. She's a celebrity. Wu Yan sighed as Shiroi Kuriko invited him in. Soon, the two working girls saw the two people walking in. Thank you for your hard work, Shiroi-san. Wiharu said softly to Shiroi Kuriko. She looked like a wife waiting for her husband to come home from a business trip. Wu Yan wondered if this poor girl has already been taken in by that Yuri girl. It's nothing. The prisoner didn't resist and surrendered. Shiroi Kuriko said. Wu Yan felt a bit of sadness in his lower body. Can you not call me a prisoner? Wu Yan raised his hand in protest. Trying to molest an underage girl, sir, that's a crime. Wiharu Hikari said righteously. Even though Wu Yan agreed with what she said, Wu Yan felt something was off. I'm not a prisoner. I didn't molest an underage girl. Letting out an aggrieved cry, Wu Yan had no choice but to clear his name. After all, this crime is too much for him to bear. Well, that's how it is. He claims it's all a misunderstanding. Shiroi Kuriko said nonchalantly. Misunderstanding? Wiharu looked at Shiroi Kuriko suspiciously. She then looked at Wu Yan and said, but in the records, Wu Yan-san, you have attempted to molest more than 10 girls. Wu Yan felt his head go black. He had already lost all hope in this dungeon world. The records Wiharu mentioned were in the system's memories. Seeing Wiharu Hikari Kuriko, Konori Miho, and Shiroi Kuriko looking at him like he's a scumbag, Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted himself hoarse. It's really a misunderstanding this time. Chapter 142. No matter what Wu Yan said, the three girls were suspicious of him, making Wu Yan want to cry but no tears came out. Perhaps it's because of Wu Yan's frivolous personality, the three girls were a lot nicer to him. Of course, the nicer words coming out of that Yuri girl's mouth weren't so nice. In the end, under Wu Yan's efforts, they didn't add another record to his record. They only gave him a warning. Especially Shiroi Kuriko. She said something like she won't let him go the next time she sees him. She's just like a bad girl. After writing a bad review warning on the file, Konami looked at Wu Yan and said, okay, let your friend vouch for you and you can go. Wu Yan flinched. Let's not talk about the official's guarantee. Just finding a guarantor is a problem. Don't forget, the identity given by the system is that he has no friends, no parents, no girlfriend. Where is he going to find a guarantor? Do I have to have someone vouch for me before I can go? Wu Yan said with a hollow laugh. It's been an hour since he came to Academy City and he felt his heart weaken a lot. Item? Konami frowned and stared at Wu Yan. She said seriously, this is the rule. As a citizen of Academy City, you should know about it. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. To be honest, he really didn't know. The anime hasn't been broadcasted, the manga hasn't been drawn, the novel hasn't been written, how could he know about this rule? But I can't find anyone to vouch for me. Wu Yan held back for a long time and said this. You can't find anyone? The three girls were stunned. Shiroi Kuriko looked at Wu Yan strangely. That look was exactly the same as when Wu Yan met Lulu in the Behemoth Forest. Lulu looked at him with the same look. That look of looking at a mountain savage. Don't tell me your relationships are so bad that you don't have a friend who can vouch for you. Although I don't want to admit it. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. His resentment towards the system deepened. Shiroi Kuriko stared at Wu Yan seriously for a while, then sighed and spread out her hands. Looks like you'll be detained here for a few days. Must it be like this? The three girls nodded in unison. Even Chu Chun was no exception. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. His face was filled with grief. He was speechless for a long time. In Academy City, it's not that Wu Yan doesn't know anyone. On the contrary, he knows a lot of people. He even knows that damn otaku Alistair. It's just that they don't know him. The only people who know him are the girls who came with Wu Yan. But who knows what identities they were given and where they are now. This time, Wu Yan's intestines are turning green from regret. He didn't expect them to be separated. He changed so many items, why didn't he think of a different method of communication? Even though they can sense each other's presence due to the intertwining of life force, they didn't expect him to be arrested the moment he arrived. Without a way to contact them, by the time they come looking for him, he would have already been detained to the point where he can be released. Sigh, I wonder how they are doing. Wu Yan isn't worried about Chuju. She has strong self-discipline. Wu Yan is a bit worried about Ikaros. Ikaros isn't good at interacting with people. Wu Yan is worried about Astria. Who knows if that idiot can survive in this place? There's also Mikoto. Wu Yan isn't worried about her. After all, she's a resident of this place. She's probably in her dorm right now, waiting for this Yuri girl to go back to Yuri. Suddenly, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. I got it! The sudden shout startled all the women present. Early Spring screamed as her head hit the computer. It was so painful that she was about to cry. What are you shouting for, all of a sudden? Shiroi Kuriko shouted in dissatisfaction. Her two pink ponytails stood up. Even Konorimi was dissatisfied. Seeing the three girls glaring at him, Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. He quickly said to Shiroi Kuriko. All right, I found someone to vouch for me. Kuriko, lend me your phone. Shiroi Kuriko jumped up and glared at Wu Yan. She gritted her teeth and shouted. Don't call me that. I'm not familiar with you at all. Wu Yan just remembered that in Japan, only people who are very familiar with each other can call each other by their names. You can't blame Wu Yan, he's not from Japan. He laughed dryly. Don't mind the details. Shiroi Kuriko snorted before taking out her phone and shoving it into Wu Yan's hand. Then, she sat down and ignored Wu Yan. Wu Yan held the phone that looked more like a Bluetooth headset than a mobile phone. His eyebrows twitched. This is high-tech. She's trying to kill me. Luckily, Wu Yan often saw Kuriko using her phone on the screen. He clumsily used the phone to search for something. Soon, a name appeared on the screen. Wu Yan's face lit up. He quickly dialed the number back. Under the confused eyes of the three women, the call was finally picked up after a series of busy tones. An extremely familiar voice also sounded. Oh, Kuriko. On the other side of the phone, the owner's voice rang out as soon as he picked up the call. Moreover, it rang throughout the entire branch 177. It was unusually loud, causing Hazy to instantly stand up and exclaim in shock. Wani-sama. Wu Yan wanted to smash the phone. Not only was it hard to control, it even put the phone on speaker. Kuriko, what's wrong? Mikoto's voice came again. However, the room was eerily quiet. Shiroi Kuriko looked at Wu Yan like she wanted to eat him alive. Wu Yan's head was about to explode. Ape, how dare you use my phone to harass my Wani-sama? She put one hand under her skirt and the other hand reached for the phone in Wu Yan's hand. She wanted to take back the phone and Wu Yan at the same time. Wait. Let me finish. When Wu Yan's voice rang out, Mikoto on the other side of the phone was shocked. How could Mikoto not hear Wu Yan's voice wrong? But why is Wu Yan with Kuriko? Yen? Is it Yen? Mikoto's words made Kuriko's hand stop. At the same time, it also made Wu Yan give up on taking her down. Kuriko's mouth was wide open. Wu Yan smiled bitterly at the phone. Mikoto, it's me. Why are you holding Kuriko's phone? Even if Mikoto wasn't here, Wu Yan could imagine how strange and confused she must be right now. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Can't help it. This trip to Academy City didn't go well from the start. Listen to me first. Thus, Wu Yan blurted out an ambiguous explanation. After all, there were three girls present. Wu Yan couldn't explain it clearly. On the side, Kuriko opened and closed her mouth in disbelief. She looked at Wu Yan calling out Mikoto's name and Mikoto calling out Yan's name so intimately, so familiarly. Not long after, the explanation ended. Everyone was silent. Mikoto was also silent on the other side of the phone. After a while, Mikoto's voice came through. In other words, you've been arrested by Kuriko and you're waiting for me to vouch for you. That's what happened. Wu Yan turned his face away unnaturally. Even if Mikoto wasn't in front of him, he didn't feel like he could face anyone. Where's the perverted girl? Wu Yan wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Wu Yan felt like Sis Cannon's voice had a tinge of darkness to it. You should know that's not the case. Wu Yan sighed. After a few seconds Mikoto said unhappily, Wait there. She hung up. Wu Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. If possible, he didn't want to stay here anymore. However, while Wu Yan's side was settled, Kuriko's side was freaking out. What the hell is going on? Why, you scum! How could you know Wani-sama? Chapter 143. Mikoto hurriedly ran to branch 177 and politely knocked on the door. After all, this is her first time here. She can't just barge in without saying anything, can she? Of course, after knocking on the door, Mikoto pushed the door open and walked in. She seemed a bit impatient. Soon, she saw the following scene. A senpai with a great figure, was sitting on a chair. Her eyes kept darting to the side. Mikoto could even see her eyebrows twitching. A very petite and cute girl with a garland on her head was sitting in front of a computer. Her head was lowered, and the corners of her eyes were glistening with tears. It seemed that there was something unsightly that made her so afraid that she didn't even dare to look at it. It was a stark contrast to that senior. There was another person, a very, very familiar person. He was also sitting on a chair, looking out of the window. Occasionally, he would glance at a certain seat, and then continue to look out of the window in a lonely manner. He had a posture as lonely as snow. What's going on? Such a strange scene made Mikoto's body a bit stiff. She was slightly stunned and rubbed her eyes. In the end, it was still the same. Although it looked like a normal scene, for some reason, Mikoto felt that the atmosphere was very strange. She didn't know if Wu Yan just noticed or if he was pretending. Looking at Mikoto, Wu Yan smiled. Coming, Mikoto. Mikoto took 2 steps forward and came to Wu Yan's side. She frowned and asked, "What's going on? Weren't you in a hurry when we were on the phone?" AI. Wu Yan sighed and looked at Mikoto sympathetically. He put a hand on her shoulder and told her in a serious tone. "Mikoto, now I know just how painful your daily life really is." Ha! Mikoto was confused. On the other side, Kanori-mi and Waharu Kaori also walked over. However, their expressions were different. One had curiosity, the other had stars in her eyes. They looked at Mikoto like a groupie. "Your Tokiwadai's trump card, that Misaka Mikoto?" Miwei looked at Mikoto from head to toe, as if trying to see if there was anything different about her. She smiled and said. Mikoto was very polite to strangers, not to mention this person was her senior. "Yes. I'm Misaka Mikoto. Nice to meet you, senpai." "You don't have to be so polite. I'm Kanori Miwei. Nice to meet you, Misaka." Hello, Misaka-senpai, I'm Waharu Hikari." Waharu's cheeks were slightly flushed as she greeted Mikoto in an embarrassed manner. I'm really sorry for the trouble." Mikoto scratched her face and said. This exceptionally good atmosphere in front of him made Wu Yan feel a little helpless. The 3 people who should have been very familiar with each other were actually acting out the scene of their first meeting in front of him. This made Wu Yan feel a little uncomfortable. However, it was understandable. After all, Wu Yan and the others would enter the dungeon a day before the start of the storyline. It was normal that Sis Canon did not know Waharu Hikari and Kanori Miwei at this time. Seeing that they were regretting that they did not meet earlier and wanted to have a good chat, Wu Yan quickly interrupted them. Miss, can I leave now?" Hearing this, the 3 of them stopped. Kanori adjusted her glasses and nodded. Since someone is here to vouch for you, we will naturally let you go." Miwei then turned to Mikoto and said, "Misaka-san, you have to help me keep an eye on your friend. Don't let him do anything that doesn't conform to the code of conduct. You should know that he has quite a few bad records." Wu Yan laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Mikoto was the same. Of course, this was only because she knew about Wu Yan's situation. If Wu Yan really did something perverted, it would be strange if she did not seduce him. Mikoto glared at Wu Yan fiercely. In return, Wu Yan looked back at her innocently. Mikoto could not help but laugh. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and looked around. "Oh right, where's Kuriko?" The scene suddenly quieted down. Mikoto looked at the silent Kanori and Waharu Hikari curiously, then looked at the expressionless Wu Yan. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Kuriko?" "No. It's nothing." Waharu quickly waved her hand at Makoto, but no matter how you look at her, she looked guilty. Shirai-sen just received a report, so he went out to deal with it. Kanori quickly pulled Waharu away and smiled at Makoto. Of course, if one looked closely, one could see the unnatural look in her eyes. Oh, is that so? All right, Makoto, let's go. Wu Yen pulled Makoto and walked out. Gura-senpai, Waharu classmate, we'll be going first. Kanori and Waharu quickly nodded. Compared to before, when they couldn't wait to chat with Makoto until the sky turned dark, it was a completely different attitude. Makoto tilted her head in confusion and quickly followed Wu Yen. After Wu Yen and Makoto left, Kanori and Waharu looked at each other and ran under a table to look inside. There, Shiroi Kuriko was tied up and thrown there like a bag. Her mouth kept making woo-woo-woo sounds. It was obvious that her mouth was sealed. The two girls bitterly smiled. They did not seem to be surprised. Instead, they quietly pulled Shiroi Kuriko out and untied her. That scum. How dare he treat me like this? I'm going to stuff him into the ground. Shiroi Kuriko didn't care about her body that was still tied up and screamed at the top of her lungs. Kanori and Waharu couldn't help but cover their ears. Kanori bitterly smiled and put down her hands. She continued to untie Kuriko while saying, Shiroi, you can't blame him for this. You didn't listen to what he said and even wanted to move the phone into his body. But that scum, since he wants to touch Wani-sama, as Wani-sama's attendant, how can I let him continue to exist in this world? Shiroi Kuriko said as if it was a matter of fact. Then she suddenly remembered something and screamed. All right. Wani-sama. Wani-sama left with that scum. That scum must be trying to take Wani-sama to a place where no one is around and do this and that to her. No. Wani-sama. Wani-sama. Wait for me, Kuriko is coming to save you. Her voice echoed throughout the entire discipline committee branch. Too bad your Wani-sama won't be able to hear it. Also, who knows how many times he's done this and that. On the other hand, Makoto finally understood what happened after Wu Yen explained in a helpless voice. So that means you're now a delinquent. Makoto looked at Wu Yen with a smile. Yeah, that's why don't you go out and flirt with delinquents for the time being. Wu Yen said in an annoyed tone. Makoto couldn't help but laugh again. After laughing, Makoto said worriedly, I wonder how Chuju, Ikaros and Astria are doing? Well, they won't turn into delinquents too, right? Wu Yen was actually looking forward to seeing Kaisha-sama, Ikaros, and Astria turn into delinquents. Wu Yen smiled as he thought of something. Then he put on a serious face. Makoto, you're more familiar with Academy City. Why don't you go look for Chuju and the others? What about you? Makoto stopped and turned around to look at Wu Yen. It's like she's trying to see through Wu Yen's heart. Wu Yen smiled and ruffled Makoto's hair. Of course I'll follow the plan. Makoto wasn't embarrassed by Wu Yen's intimate action this time. She looked at Wu Yen seriously and said softly, Don't force yourself. Wu Yen nodded, but Makoto was still worried. You can't do it alone, we agreed to do it together. Wu Yen nodded again and smiled. Chapter 144. Night. In a phone booth, Wu Yen is holding a small notebook he got from Makoto. It's about the size of a palm and he's typing on it. Occasionally, Wu Yen would release 1 or 2 electric currents from his hand, flowing into the small notebook in his hand. Then, the image would change and information of various sizes would appear in the notebook. So many research institutes, how did Makoto destroy them all in the original novel? Although he's complaining, Wu Yen quickly used his perfect memory ability to memorize all the information. Then, he carefully controlled the information and exited. Makoto's ability is really useful. Wu Yen smiled. If he didn't have Makoto's ability, it would have been a lot harder to obtain this information. He might have even been discovered by the hanged man. After that, Wu Yen recalled the information he memorized and walked towards one of the research institutes. There's something Wu Yen must obtain. In front of a large research institute, Wu Yen walked out from a corner. He looked around and took out a large cloak from his space ring. After covering himself with it, Wu Yen disappeared. In the research institute, Wu Yen is quietly walking down a corridor. With an electromagnetic shield, He's not afraid of any electronic devices detecting him. As for being discovered, with the cloak, there's even less of a need to worry. The research institute is huge. Although it's huge, Wu Yan still walked in a certain direction. Wu Yan has already memorized the map and whatnot. At night, there aren't many people patrolling the research institute. Occasionally, you'll see one or two. At other times, there are more robots that look like trash cans. When he meets someone, Wu Yan will carefully stop. When they pass by, Wu Yan will move again. When he meets the robots, Wu Yan will ignore them and walk past them. Every time this happens, the robot's eyes will dim for a moment. When Wu Yan passes by, they'll return to normal and continue patrolling. Along the way, Wu Yan lost count of how many times he's encountered a door. Others might have had to spend a lot of effort to enter these doors, but Wu Yan only needs to swipe his card and the door will open. Mikoto's ability is really suitable for invading these places. Opening another door, Wu Yan walked in. Behind the door, it's no longer the usual steel corridor. Instead, it's a very large place. There are a few computers running around. Some information is neatly arranged on the bookshelves. On both sides of the room, there's a large culture tank that looks like a capsule. There's an unknown liquid inside that seems to have some function. At the front, in the most conspicuous place, there's a large computer with a screen that's comparable to a movie screen. When he saw it, Wu Yan ignored everything else and went straight for it. It's obvious that Wu Yan is looking for this computer. The computer screen is dark but the buttons at the bottom are lit up. Wu Yan fumbled around for a bit before reaching the center of the computer. He looked at the buttons and pressed them down. After pressing a few buttons, Wu Yan stopped and stood there waiting. When a red light lit up, he pressed his hand on the keyboard and activated his ability. A few small electric currents flowed into the keyboard and made a beep 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 sound. After the last electric current flowed in, the red light turned green. At the same time, a groove suddenly popped up on the keyboard in front of Wu Yan. In the groove, there's a small bottle. Inside the bottle, there's some red blood. Seeing this, Wu Yan smiled and picked up the bottle. After checking it out and confirming that there are no problems, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and stored it in his SPACE ring. The blood inside is none other than Mikoto's. This is Mikoto's DNA that was used to replicate the Misaka sisters. The sisters were born into this world because of this DNA. That's why the first thing Wu Yan wanted to get his hands on after coming here is this DNA. Since he's decided to save the sisters, Wu Yan must have thought about it carefully. He doesn't want to wait until after he saves the sisters and Alistair creates more sisters for his artificial heaven project. At that time it would be troublesome. He would have to come back and save her one more time, and that's already a light punishment. Although he didn't know if there's a foreign individual in Academy City who suffered that much, but he didn't want Mikoto's DNA to be used endlessly to increase her pitiful lifespan. Just in case, after storing Mikoto's DNA, Wu Yan walked towards another place. Repeatedly dodging the patrolling guards, repeatedly opening the door, repeatedly walking through the monotonous and tasteless corridor. In another part of the research facility, Wu Yan finally saw the person he's looking for. Tokiwadai's school uniform, brown shoulder-length hair, a face that was exactly the same as Mikoto's, and a body that was exactly the same. The only difference was that she was wearing a pair of military goggles on her head. Her brown eyes were as calm as an ancient well, almost to the point of being dull. Mikoto's sister. Wu Yan's face lit up. Mikoto's sister is probably patrolling. She's walking back and forth in the corridor, oblivious to the fact that there's an extra person beside her. Wu Yan suppressed the joy on his face and looked around. After making sure there's no one else around, Wu Yan took off his cloak and walked in front of his sister. When a person suddenly appeared in front of them, as long as they were human, their first thought would be, there's a ghost, and their second thought would be, run. But in this Academy City, even the most inconceivable things could be explained by science, so while people might be surprised, they wouldn't think of running away. Mikoto's sister is the same. Of course that's what she said. She looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. She paused for a moment and said, "Who are you? Are you here to steal something from the research facility?" Misaka stared at the thief in front of her in shock, wondering if she should call for help. From your expression, I don't see any surprise. Although he knew his sisters were like this, Wu Yan still felt his mouth twitching uncontrollably. There's nothing valuable in the research facility. Even if there is, it wouldn't be here. You can look elsewhere. Misaka, try to chat with the thief in front of you and find a chance to escape. Can you listen to me first? Don't run away in such a hurry? Wu Yan dryly laughed as he told himself not to ridicule her before telling her sister. Mr. Thief, do you have something to say to Misaka? Misaka stared at Mr. Thief and thought about what thieves usually say to others. Rubbing his forehead and patting his face, Wu Yan felt that if he didn't ask what he wanted to know, he might be killed by Misaka's sister. Wu Yan turned serious and looked at Misaka's sister. What's your Misaka number? Misaka's sister glanced at Wu Yan with her lifeless eyes before replying. Misaka is a military clone, serial number 9833. Misaka answered truthfully. I'm also shocked that the thief knows about Misaka's existence. Then sister, do you know where the other sisters are? Through the Misaka network, Misaka can find out the location of other Misakas. Misaka answered honestly and began to wonder if Mr. Thief was planning something against Misaka's Misaka. Raising his eyebrows, Wu Yan kept telling himself to stay calm. She was just a sister, she didn't mean any harm, so she could be forgiven. Could it be that Mr. Thief isn't here to steal things, but to steal people? And the target is Misaka's Misaka? Misaka stared at the thief in front of her in shock, and told the other Misakas to run through the Misaka network. The word, stay calm in his heart shattered into countless pieces. Wu Yan's expression collapsed. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile. You're right, I'm here to steal Misaka's sisters. Chapter 145. Academy City, in a research institute. Director. Something happened. An old man frowned when he heard the voice. He looked at the source of the voice and shouted, What are you doing? Don't you know that I don't like to be disturbed? The person who shouted something happened said anxiously, But leader, something really happened. What happened? The number 3 military clones in the research institute are all gone. The old man was stunned. He waved his hand casually. If they're gone, then so be it. Just ask the people below to make a few more. But director, the number 3 DNA sample is gone too. What did you say? The old man was shocked. At the same time, in Academy City, there were no less than 5 research institutes with the same name. The same conversation was happening one after another. The sisters living under their names had all disappeared. Moreover, the original DNA samples that had been preserved in batches had also disappeared. When the people in charge of these research institutes realized that something was wrong, they immediately used all kinds of methods to investigate. In the end, whether it was surveillance cameras or other detection devices, none of them could find out what happened. After that, some other researchers who were involved in the same research found out about what happened to the sisters from their colleagues. They all counted the sisters under their names and were relieved when they found nothing wrong. Soon after, countless researchers started investigating the matter from the sisters. The sisters had access to the Misaka network. If they wanted to know the whereabouts of the other sisters, asking the sisters was undoubtedly the most effective method. However, what shocked them the most was that all the sisters said that the missing sisters had been stolen by a strange thief. The relevant personnel were all furious on the spot. For a scientist, there was nothing more infuriating than stealing their research material. Some of the researchers' eyes even turned red. However, when they asked the sisters what the thief looked like, none of them could answer. The reason was simple. They only knew how to use words like strange person and thief to describe the culprit. They didn't know how to describe the culprit. When they asked about the whereabouts of the missing sisters, they said that the sisters' connection to the Misaka network was cut off. However, one thing is for sure, there's a plan going on to target the sisters. Academy City, School District 7. There's a tall building with no doors or windows. It's located right in the middle of School District 7, but there's not a single person within 10 meters of it. Inside the building, in a sci-fi room, there was a huge test tube that connected the ground floor to the top floor. The tube was filled with an unknown yellow liquid. A man with long white hair, wearing a green surgical gown, was floating in the liquid. He was hanging upside down. This man is the director of Academy City, the source of all this, Alistair. In front of him, there were some images that were being replayed over and over again. However, he wasn't sure if it was because the owner wasn't satisfied with it, but the replays were still going on. These images were of the research institute that was in a mess because of the missing sisters and the original DNA sample. After an unknown amount of time, the scene finally stopped replaying and disappeared. Alistair closed his eyes, and as he did so, the place fell into a long period of silence. Only a murmur that no one could hear clearly echoed in the space for a few seconds. Thief! Ha! While the entire upper class of Academy City was in chaos, the person who caused all of this was leisurely walking down a street, observing everything around him with great interest, as if he was a country bumpkin, strolling around leisurely. For those who live in Academy City, of course, they wouldn't be able to understand Wu Yan's feelings. When he first came to Academy City, he got caught up in the drama of molesting girls and became a pervert. After a few twists and turns, he was released and immediately became a thief. He didn't even have the time to properly observe Academy City. He had to admit that Academy City had its own unique attraction. As a high-tech city, of course technology could be seen everywhere. However, there were also some places that were retro. It formed a nice scenery that made Wu Yan's eyes light up. After a sleepless night, Wu Yan didn't feel tired. As a veteran otaku, staying up late was a common occurrence. Staying up all night was nothing to him. After a phone call with Makoto in the morning and reassuring her, Wu Yan walked around. Of course, in Sis Cannon's words, you have to let her know if you're dead or alive. As he walked down the street, the students who passed by made Wu Yan sigh. He couldn't help but lament that he was old and that he was no longer in the same world as the students. He didn't realize that the two girls he had pushed down were also students. Sometimes, he could hear some gossip from these people. For example, what happened to a certain celebrity in Academy City, or bragging that they were friends with a certain LV5. He could even hear some familiar names from their conversations. At first, Wu Yan took it as a joke. However, when he heard another piece of news from a passing student, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Hey, have you heard? There's a very beautiful girl who fainted by the river beside the bridge stairs. Many boys went there to court her. That's right. That's right. Are you serious? A beautiful girl fainted. Didn't the disciplinary committee get the news and go check it out? Of course they did, but as soon as someone touched the girl, she would wake up. She wouldn't leave with the disciplinary committee no matter what. Why? I heard that she was waiting for someone. Master. What? Is she a maid who was abandoned by her master? Haha, how could that be? Who would abandon such a beautiful girl? They should be executed by shooting. You're right. Wu Yan's foot was still in the air. His expression was blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. When the students walked past him, he immediately stopped one of them. May I ask, what does the girl you mentioned look like? Oh, I haven't seen her before, but I heard that she's a foreigner. She has really long blonde hair. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched and his eyebrows twitched. Where is that girl? Hearing this, the student looked at him with disdain as if he was looking at something terrible. He turned his head away impatiently and said, She's at the bridge in front. Thanks. Wu Yan didn't care about the disdain in the student's eyes. After thanking him, he ran over, causing the other students to look at him with even more disdain. Another creature with a lower body who wants to court a beautiful girl when he hears about her. Wu Yan couldn't hear this sentence, but even if he did, he wouldn't be in the mood to care. At this moment, he ran forward as fast as he could, his heart throbbing with pain. If he wasn't wrong, the beautiful girl that the student mentioned should be someone he knew. Soon, Wu Yan confirmed his guess. He looked at the group of people surrounding a certain cute thing on the ground. Wu Yan slapped his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Maybe because she sensed Wu Yan's presence, she lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan's direction. A look of pleasant surprise surfaced on her pretty face. She jumped up, startling the people around her. She ran to Wu Yan's side without a care in the world and started complaining with tears and snot running down her face. You, master, I had a hard time looking for you. Astria is so hungry, I'm starving to death. You. Chapter 146. Looking at the crying Xianxia, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to her talk about the starvation theory. Sweating profusely, he felt the strange gazes coming from the crowd and he almost fell to his knees. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan felt like he should be the one crying. Unfortunately, Xianxia doesn't seem like she has any intention of answering him. She wiped her tears and shook her head while mumbling something under her breath. I'm so hungry. Twitching his mouth, Wu Yan couldn't hold back his tears as he watched Xianxia's series of cute actions. He thought she looked cute on the screen, but why does it feel like he's powerless when he's experiencing it for himself? Tell me first, why did you fall over there? Wu Yan pointed at the spot where Xianxia fell. Xianxia whimpered and replied, I was too hungry so I just collapsed there. Wu Yan felt a slight pain coming from his lower body. He almost fainted along with her. How should I put this reason? It's not even a good enough reason. Wu Yan sighed helplessly when he saw Xianxia shaking her head weakly. Anyway, let's get you something to eat first. Hearing that, Xianxia regained her senses and straightened her body. Her little head nodded furiously and her cheeks blushed. The feeling of being on the brink of death was completely gone. Wu Yan felt a stomachache. So it's you scumbag. Wu Yan pulled Xianxia's hand and ran outside. When Wu Yan turned around, a pink figure appeared in front of him. She glared at Wu Yan as if she wanted to eat him alive. It's Shiroi Kuriko. His body stiffened and he forced himself to raise one hand while laughing dryly. Yo, hello, Kuriko. At the same time, he cursed himself in his mind. Why did I show up in such a big way? I heard a disciplinary committee member was coming and 177th branch is in charge of this area. The probability of encountering this Yuri girl is over 90%. Why was I so stupid? I really didn't want to run into her. Don't call me that. Kuriko ground her teeth. Her eyes were filled with hatred. How dare you treat me like that yesterday? You even took Oni-sama away. You came at the right time. Let me move you into the ground, you scumbag. With that, he disappeared with a leap. Wu Yan's expression changed as he dodged to the side. A slender little hand touched the spot where Wu Yan was just a moment ago. Kuriko appeared there. She looked at her hand in shock as if she couldn't believe that Wu Yan dodged her attack. Kuriko froze but Wu Yan didn't. To prevent her from acting recklessly, Wu Yan decisively chose to take her down first. He grabbed her hand and twisted it behind her back. Kuriko screamed in shock as he flipped her on her back. His other hand pressed down on her head and subdued her in an instant. Laughing dryly, Wu Yan helplessly said, Attacking as soon as you come in, that's not how milady would do things. Let me go. You despicable scum. Mikoto, did you find Chuju and the others? Not yet. Mikoto said regretfully. I see. Wu Yan felt a bit regretful. He turned to Xianxia who had tears in her eyes and he helplessly continued. But, I found Xianxia instead. Did you find Xianxia? Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. Looks like she cares about this clumsy Xianxia too. Yeah, you can come out now. I'll bring Xianxia to the restaurant to wait for you. Kuriko started struggling with all her might. She kept making noises like she was trying to stop something. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Wu Yan stuffed the phone back into Kuriko's pocket and let go of her mouth. Of course, Wu Yan regretted it the moment he let go. Scumbag! How dare you ask Oni-sama out? I won't let you get away with it. Kuriko yelled loudly and once again attracted a lot of onlookers. Looking at the eyes of the crowd that are looking at him like he's a scumbag, he sighed towards the sky. He really wanted to push this Yuri girl down. Thinking about this, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he grinned at Shiroi Kuriko who is struggling in his arms. Kuriko felt a chill down her spine and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know where this sense of danger came from but she subconsciously shut her mouth. Wu Yan patted Kuriko's head and let go of her. Kuriko immediately jumped up and put some distance between them. She looked at Wu Yan cautiously and pursed her lips. He turned to Xianxia and held her hand without saying a word. Let's go to the restaurant. Yay! Xianxia cheered. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.